Chapter 1431. The gold-eating beast was a powerful expert that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Even its body couldn't be broken. At most, it would deform. It possessed extremely high battle prowess and rarely had a worthy opponent. Now it was blocking Yi Fan's path, causing Pang Bo and the others to be filled with murderous intent. However, there was no time to fight. The group behind them had caught up. Once they were trapped, the consequences would be unthinkable. "Let's go," Yi Fan shouted. This was a fierce battle. Although Yi Fan and the others were fleeing, they didn't panic. After several fierce confrontations, they killed a bloody path into the distance. In the end, they killed their way out of the encirclement. When this matter spread out, the effects were tremendous. Regardless of whether it was the natives or the experts from outside this region, they all deeply understood Yi Fan's bravery. Even the experts from the divine realm and many young supreme beings working together couldn't stop him. The great demon Yi Fan is truly difficult to provoke. Even the divine army was dispatched, but he still escaped. How inconceivable. Have you heard who came from the divine realm? It's the heaven-subduing Saint Monarch Yin Chongtian, the second under the heavens. Even he couldn't stop that person. This demon from the outer realms can really be called the number one under the heavens. After this battle, Yi Fan's reputation became even more famous. Prometheus saw him as the number one demon. It was inconceivable that a blasphemer could survive until now. However, the consequences of this battle were also terrifying. Apart from the heaven-subduing Saint Monarch Yin Chongtian, an even more terrifying character had appeared. A divine elder had walked out from the divine realm. His realm had reached the great sage realm. He wanted to personally kill the demon and the great evils like Yi Fan and Golden Snake Monarch. Moreover, the experts from the outer realms were also acting strangely. For example, the Stoneman Holy Spirit was searching for Yi Fan with the immortal Tier Ruler. The ancient race's great sage was also doing the same. They wanted to eliminate him in this world. In the depths of the great wilderness, there were mountain ranges, tall cliffs, and thousands of tall precipices. The cries of apes and roars of tigers could be heard. Yi Fan and the others sensed the killing intent of this world. That was why they went into hiding, entering the depths of a mountain range, quietly cultivating Dao techniques, comprehending ancient methods, temporarily leaving the mortal world. This was a mountain valley that was exceptionally quiet. There was almost no sound. There was a cold pond in the valley. The water was clear, but when one looked down it was pitch black, the bottom unfathomable. Longmo was very annoying. He stretched out a hoof and put it down. He grimaced on the spot, as if he was being pricked by needles. He quickly withdrew his hoof, and a thick layer of ice formed on his hoof, freezing him to the bone. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been frozen and shattered. Clearly, the cold pond was not ordinary. What was strange was that there was a magma hole in the neighboring valley. It wasn't a volcano, and it was level with the ground. Scorching liquid surged from it. The golden lion had previously given it a try. That type of flame was extremely hot, almost able to burn Dao Severers to death. It was clear that this wasn't an ordinary place. This place really isn't ordinary. Look, the mountain ridge between the two valleys. Doesn't it look like a horned dragon? Pang Bo pointed downwards from midair. Correct, this is a natural yin-yang diagram. If I arrange it here, the heavenly origin divine formation will be displayed to its peak, allowing us to cultivate in peace. Yi Fan said to himself. He produced a few formation cores, arranging them between the two valleys. He carefully arranged them, engraving golden formations one after another. This place became their place of residence. Then he arranged Great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation, completely making this place disappear from the world, returning to nothingness. You all can cultivate here in peace, endure for a period of time, and in the future, you can go to any place under the heavens. Yi Fan said. He produced a Bodhi tree, planting it in the valley. Because of the ancient celestial being's life-spring divine liquid, this type of divine tree grew vigorously. The entire tree was green, sparkling and replete with moisture. When the leaves moved, great Dao rumbling sounds would be released, as if someone was chanting sutras. Aren't you going to stay here? Where are you going? Pang Bo frowned. I want to go out for a walk. I have an origin technique that can change the world, making it difficult for others to recognize me. Yi Fan said. His cultivation wasn't as simple as going into seclusion. Perfecting the scriptures needed to be done slowly, and it couldn't be done in one go. Your great Tao injury. Pang Bo was worried. The Tao injury was caused by cultivating the 4 extreme secret realms. As long as my scriptures are complete and I cultivate to the peak, it won't be a problem, Yi Fan replied. Boom. On that day, the divine realm shook violently. An ancient and vast divine sense swept out, rushing to the other shore. This kind of aura was vast and majestic, like the sun and moon falling, like the stars shining brightly, illuminating the world. A holy and divine aura flowed, making everyone feel reverence. A miracle. God has appeared in the world. The supreme ruler of the divine realm descended, and all races kowtowed. There wasn't a single one who wasn't in awe, and they were all trembling with fear. This was a vast power of faith that originated from the divine realm. It resonated with the statues of the various races in the world, rumbling and sweeping through the universe, swallowing the mountains and rivers. His body split into millions, and the power of faith he obtained was broken down at this moment, rushing to all parts of the world. God had personally made a move, searching for Yi Fan to kill the demons from the outer realms. As soon as Yi Fan stepped out of the valley, he felt the flowing lights and vibrant colors between heaven and earth. He was deeply shocked. He had seen this kind of majestic power of faith at Mount Meru. He didn't expect this world to have it too. Since ancient times, the divine realm had absorbed the power of faith from all living beings year after year, accumulating an ocean-like divine power of faith. And now, the current god only used a portion of what he had, and his aura swallowed the mountains and rivers, sweeping in all directions. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Yi Fan was glad that he was well prepared. He had already carved the heaven-deceiving formation to hide his aura, so he wasn't sensed by this pure power of faith. He immediately went back the way he came, rushing into the Yinyang Valley, sealing off the passage to the outside world. What? That god has come out, and he might far surpass the great sage? Pang Bo and the others were shocked. In their opinion, the ruler of the divine realm was most likely the great sage's peak unrivaled existence, holding an emperor weapon in his hand. That was why he could command the world and kill the great sage. Now it seemed that he had surpassed this category. I don't dare say it's definitely the quasi-emperor, but it's most likely that he's already taken a step forward. He's truly peerless. Yi Fan revealed a solemn expression. In the outside world, heaven and earth were turned upside down. God walked out of the divine realm, letting the power of faith he had obtained spread throughout the world, communicating with each and every one of his people, searching for the blasphemer. Something's wrong. What does the blasphemer have on him that made even God unable to sit still in the divine realm and descend to the world? What exactly is the reason? It shouldn't be as simple as an incarnation being killed. Many old antiques in the ancestral lands of the major races were puzzled. People didn't believe that with God's supreme dignity, he would go to war for a saint king. There must be a secret that no one knew. The myriad chi cauldron. That person has the embryonic form of a supreme weapon. If it falls into the hands of God, it might become a divine weapon in the future. Not only that, but that person also knows how to collect the power of faith. He's a demonic god, and it was precisely the power of faith within the cauldron that destroyed the incarnation of God. Such a person cannot be allowed to grow. Such news spread in the divine realm, causing a huge uproar. There were even more people on the other side looking for Yi Fan, wanting to offer him as a gift to God. However, for several days, the number one demon, Yi Fan, was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. This shook the world. God walked out of the divine realm and used the power of faith, yet he couldn't find the demon in the outer realm. This didn't conform to common sense. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Divine light shone resplendently, and a bloody mist rushed into the sky from a great wasteland. The heavenly hound great sage was killed in battle, wiped out by God. He was a great sage that stood side by side with the gray flood dragon and the golden toad. There was no need to doubt his strength, but he couldn't resist God's might, and was wiped out completely. This shocked the people from the outer realm. This wasn't the first time a great sage was killed. Could it be that this god could truly become unrivaled under the starry skies? For a moment, the world was silent. The heroes that descended from the outer realm kept quiet out of fear. God couldn't be defeated by force. 8 days later, a mass grave exploded. The other great sage hiding here was killed. Fresh blood dyed this place red. And he also came from the outer realm. The other side was greatly shaken, and the world was in an uproar. Everyone was indescribably shaken, and the believers of God prostrated themselves in worship. The 4 seas were shocked, and they sighed at the power of a supreme being like God. However, after half a month had passed, a fact couldn't help but cause people to think. God came out, but he still couldn't find the blasphemer. What is going on? God is omnipotent and resonates with all living things. His divine might engulfed the world, so why can't he find that blasphemer? A month passed and Yi Fan still hadn't been found. There was no news at all, and he couldn't be discovered. This made everyone on the other side even more puzzled. What is going on? Why can't he be killed? God is supreme, and a single thought can move the world. Why can't he even find a demon from the outer realm? Everyone was full of doubt, and all types of doubts appeared in their hearts. 2 months later, the demon disappeared, and the god returned to the divine realm. A strange atmosphere appeared under the heavens. Could it be that the god has reached his old age? I've heard that once the divine senses weaken, it is the time for the old and new gods to replace each other. A rumor spread throughout the world, triggering a great shock and panic. The god was furious. He stepped out of the divine realm again, and displayed his boundless divine might. He wiped out the clan that spread the rumor, making everyone tremble in fear. At the same time, he walked outside for more than 10 days in search of the blasphemer, but it was still to no avail. When the god returned to the divine realm, the rumor started again. Some people secretly said that the god was really old and might pass away in the next few years. The various clans should make plans early to pay respect to the new god. Moreover, at this time, the world's #1 demon, Yi Fan, appeared once again. He rampaged through the world, proving to the people that he was still alive, and that the god couldn't do anything to him. The world was in an uproar. The gods heard the news and went out. The mountains and rivers in all directions trembled, but they still didn't find anything. This time, there was no need for others to spread the rumor. The various clans were already shaken, feeling that the god might not have much time left. He didn't have the divine senses of the past, and didn't have long to live. A new god will be born, and the god will become a thing of the past. When this news came out, the other side of the god shook violently. The entire world was in turmoil, and the power of faith became unstable. The light that was sent to the divine realm decreased sharply, and the most direct changes happened. The god had a premonition. He walked out of the divine realm with the divine weapon in hand, suppressing the heaven and earth. He entered one clan after another, wanting to suppress the general situation and protect his own fate. However, just as the god was walking the world, the foreign demon, Yi Fan, appeared again. He was less than 10,000 li away from the god and disappeared in a flash. Many people saw him and the news spread throughout the world. The god can't do it. He really doesn't have long to live. There is no sense within 10,000 li. I think the true supreme god is about to be born, and we should establish him. The old god is about to die. This is a cycle of change and reincarnation. He doesn't have long to live, so we should consider establishing a new divine statue to worship. Rumors spread everywhere, shaking the world. Not to mention the outside world. Even the divine realm was filled with a strange atmosphere. There were many people operating in the dark, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it made people feel suffocated. In the following 10 years, the glory of the god became more and more dim, because blasphemers would jump out from time to time. It was no longer just Yi Fan. Many people appeared one after another, and of course, he was still the most outstanding. He was free and unfettered outside for 10 years, but he was still living well. In reality, Yi Fan didn't go out to provoke them and always hid in the valley. He felt the smell of a conspiracy. Someone was targeting the god, and it was definitely a great upheaval and world-shocking terror. 10 years could change many things. Half of the people in the world thought that the god couldn't do it anymore, and was about to pass away. He welcomed a terrifying old age. After 10 years, the power of faith that the god could obtain decreased to the lowest level, and it was extremely chaotic. There were many distracting thoughts, as if a dynasty was about to end and collapse. Chapter 1432. How many decades could a mortal have in their life? When they looked back, wrinkles had already crept up their faces, writing down the traces of time. Beauty turned into white hair, and youth flowed away like water. 10 years really wasn't a short period of time. It played an important role in a person's life. It could be unforgettable, glorious, or sad. The lifespan of cultivators was relatively long. 10 years might be just a snap of the fingers, and it might not cause any waves in the trajectory of life. However, the 10 years on the other side were different for the heroes. These 10 years were destined to be unforgettable for deities. He was high up above, and he was the sole ruler of the world. However, after 10 years his situation was worrying. The entire world was discussing that his life had reached its end, and that he wouldn't be able to keep it. The supreme deity would replace his position and come into being. This kind of rumor shook his foundation and position. The most direct and obvious effect was the weakening of his faith, and the sharp decline of his divine power. The outside world wouldn't understand what this power of faith meant to him. Once he lost it, he might truly fall from the altar and lose his ruling position. However, even if he moved out and displayed his divine might to sweep across the other side, it wouldn't change anything. Rumors spread everywhere. The death of the divine general had already taken root in people's hearts. Many people believed that he really couldn't make it anymore, and had entered his twilight years. These factors overlapped and produced terrifying results. The faith wasn't pure and vast anymore. The divine ring outside his body was no longer as resplendent, and could even be described as dim. Only when he used his origin would there be light that covered the sky and earth. Now, not to mention the outside world. Even some of the hall masters, divine elders, and Tao protectors in the divine realm were shaken. They believed that he might truly be entering his twilight years. My divine might is matchless, sweeping through the heavens in 10,000 regions unmatched. Who can resist me? The deity was furious to the extreme. A single person roared from the high and remote divine altar, making the entire divine domain tremble intensely. No one responded. The vast divine realm was deathly silent. From this, it could be seen that the hearts of the people in the divine realm weren't steady. Many people were silent. They thought they saw some clues and began to seriously consider things. I stand on the altar. Who can resist me? I am the peak of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The deity shouted. He almost went crazy because he had a premonition. He stared coldly at the void high up above. The divine altar was grand and imposing, even taller than a towering mountain peak. Both him and the divine altar released an unbreakable divine light, resplendent and dazzling, overlooking everything under the sky. No one replied to him. He was the only one who looked disdainfully at the surroundings. His heroic bearing was matchless, and he emanated an aura that made even the heavens tremble. This was truly like a peerless divine lord, but now, it made people doubt his ruling position. The divine altar looked as if it was cast from divine gold. It was extremely tall and majestic, releasing endless light. The pressure it exuded was endless. There were ancient trees everywhere, and there was a winding bluestone path. One of the most loyal maids walked along the small path, trembling with fear. She knelt down and kowtowed towards the divine altar, saying, "Your Majesty, even if your divine might is matchless, you should still be careful of the heartless years. You should make plans early." "Are you also suspecting that I can't make it anymore?" Deity shouted loudly. His entire body released endless radiance, the resplendent divine ring around his body rising and falling like an ocean, surging downwards. With a pu sound, that servant girl turned into a bloody mist that scattered with the wind, thus disappearing. Rumble. In the distance, enormous divine statues released rumbling sounds one after another, trembling intensely. These were left behind by past deities who passed away in meditation, as if they had sensed something. An aged voice sounded, saying, "Deity Supreme Ruler, there is nothing you can't do, but in the end, you still can't stop the passage of time. Even with supreme artifacts, it is difficult to stop reincarnation. The deity's expression became even more cold. Light swirled in his eyes, shooting down from the resplendent divine altar, but he couldn't find his target. The divine realm was immediately greatly shaken, and almost everyone's expression became alarmed. Was there someone who was going to challenge the dignity of a deity? Perhaps a new supreme deity was about to be born. The surroundings were silent, and there was no longer any sound. The entire world seemed to have lost its sound, and it was deathly silent. Jumping clowns, in my eyes, you are nothing more than chickens and dogs, unable to take a single blow. If you dare appear, then all of you will be crushed. The dignified voice of a deity rang through the divine realm, making everyone tremble. This type of boundless divine might made everyone feel his power. He was like an unapproachable monument that towered eternally above the divine altar, suppressing all directions. The divine realm entered a state of tranquility. After who knew how much time had passed, the deity's gaze shifted towards the most sacred place in the divine realm. There was an ancient mountain there that flowed with life force. No one could approach it, and upon closer inspection, it was even more majestic than the divine altar. This was the ancient life mountain, the most restricted area in the divine realm. No one could set foot here, and normally, there was a supreme artifact protecting it. Only deities could sleep there. On top of the mountain, mist swirled about. Essence energy flowed like a small river, and all types of radiance flowed down. On top of the ancient divine mountain, there was a type of ancient life tree. Its trunk was rough, and the bark was cracked like pieces of dragon scales. The branches stretched out boldly, and the leaves on the tree were emerald green and sparkling. They flickered with radiance, as if they were cast from dark green immortal gold, dazzling and dazzling. The life essence energy was thick to the point where it couldn't be dispersed, making this place incomparably divine. As soon as one approached, it was as if they were going to sprout wings and ascend. All of the pores on their bodies opened up, pouring life essence inside. I still have the ancient life tree. Who can deprive me of my time? The deity roared loudly. His ash-gray hair was disheveled, dancing crazily in the wind. His eyes became more and more intimidating. Divine light submerged him, making his true appearance impossible to see. This was the only figure that was exposed, making others understand that his age really wasn't young anymore. His Majesty has already eaten the ancient life tree's essence, living a second life. Even if he has it, it won't have any effects. In the distance, many ancient divine statues trembled again, releasing this type of voice. Everyone was horrified. There really was someone challenging a deity, entering the divine realm to talk to him. Did he have the strength to fight? Hongwang. The majestic divine altar trembled. Deities flew down and landed on top of the divine statue. Silver ripples spread out, destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. An indistinct figure was restrained, and with a pu sound, it turned into dust. From then on, the divine realm recovered its peace. Regardless, the deity has lost his absolute rule. Regardless of whether he has truly entered his later years or was schemed against, it is enough to prove that a great storm is about to descend. Our self-preservation is more important. This was what a divine elder said to his own people after leaving the divine realm. It displayed the subtlety and terror of the situation, warning and hinting to those close to him. Anyone who lived in the divine realm knew that the replacement of the old and new deities was never a smooth transition. It would be accompanied by bloody storms that were the most terrifying. History had proven more than once that bloody reincarnation had always been played out. People believed that in the following 100 years, the other shore would become a sea of blood, a hell. Everyone would be in danger. The divine realm immediately became much quieter. The various great commanders, divine armies, divine elders, and Tao protectors all kept their mouths shut, silently watching the development of the situation. The deity can't hold on any longer, and a new deity has already been born. Everyone should hurry up and worship him to avoid being punished in the future. On the other shore, rumors spread everywhere. All types of discussions were endless. Many great clans had already secretly erected a new divine statue. He was heroic and solemn, his entire body releasing precious splendor. This was a middle-aged deity that looked majestic and imposing. It was even more realistic than the blurry old deity statue, and what was being constructed was actually a true body. The supreme deity Green Feather Heaven has descended. This world shall be established. The entire world was greatly shaken. The birth of a new deity named Green Feather Heaven spread throughout the world. A few great clans that wanted to take advantage of it began to worship him in advance, shocking the world. Soon after, the news was leaked, and the divine statue was secretly spread everywhere. Almost all great clans began to secretly construct one just in case. There were even more powerful clans that began to worship him in shrines. For a deity, this was clearly a type of disastrous result. The power of faith rapidly declined, from doubt to disbelief. The world was now believing in him. His dignity was being challenged, and the divine dynasty was about to collapse. This was a type of terrifying upheaval. From that day onwards, the amount of faith he obtained was unbelievably small. His entire body no longer had divine splendor, and he could only rely on his own power to operate. Otherwise, his true body would be revealed to the world, and he would lack that kind of dignity. This was precisely the power of faith. If the people's hearts weren't steady, it might be quickly consumed and quickly decline. It wasn't all that reliable. Meanwhile, during these 10 years, the reputation of the world's #1 demon shook greatly, and the entire world knew about it. It was because he would appear several times every year, always remaining free and unfettered. He provoked the might of the deities, but the deities couldn't do anything about it. It could be said that the dignity of the deities had been offended. He was the first person to do so, and he became this world's greatest heretic. In the eyes of many, he was a stubborn individual that wanted to drag the deities down from their divine altar. He was the world's greatest demon. Even hiding in the valley to cultivate still got shot. Motherfucker, I curse the new deity who will usurp the throne to suddenly die on the day of succession. Within the Yin-Yang Valley, Longma said fiercely. Right now, the situation was already quite clear. This was an enormous conspiracy. There were people who couldn't wait to replace the old deity, because Yi Fan had never acted ostentatiously. There were people who used him to cause trouble and blaspheme the old deity. As for what realm the deities were at, this became the greatest doubt for Yi Fan and the others. They seemed to have surpassed the great sage, but there were still some doubtful points that left them puzzled. They didn't participate in the chaos, because the outside world was too dangerous. Even the powerful Bull Demon King, and the terrifying Holy Spirit that grasped the immortal Tear Green Golden Ruler, were extremely well behaved. The great sage had always been in seclusion during these 10 years. The deity will die, and the supreme deity will descend to replace him. Green Feather Sky shall be established. Time hurriedly passed. This was the second 10 years. No one expected the new deity's attacks to be so ferocious and direct. He began to brazenly usurp the throne, announcing to the world that he was going to enter the main divine domain. The world was in chaos, and the divine domain was shaken. The great commanders, divine elders, saintesses, and palace masters were all uneasy, not knowing what to do. With the supreme being artifact in my hands, who can contend against me? The old deity shouted. However, on this day, the divine domain almost collapsed. The supreme divine artifact didn't listen to its summons, breaking through the heavens and leaving from the divine altar. The divine diagram is neutral, not helping either side. A divine elder said in shock. At the same time, many people outside the divine domain were shocked. The Bull Demon King, the Holy Spirit, the Golden Toad, the Grey Flood Dragon, and the other great sage had always been paying attention. When they saw this scene, they all felt a chill run down their spine. The divine domain's supreme divine artifact was actually a formation diagram. Looking at the symbols on its surface and the endless killing intent flowing out, it was clearly of the same origin as the 4 killing swords in the ancient celestial being's life spring. It's the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. If they had this thing in their hands, they would be able to obtain 4 killing swords in the future. When combined, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. The divine diagram covered the sky and floated above the divine domain, protecting this ancient tree of life. It slowly rotated with a majestic aura, as if it could shatter 10,000 worlds. Chaotic mist drifted about, and it was incomparably terrifying. It's the immortal execution diagram. I didn't expect it to be here. At the last crucial moment, Pangbo, Yifan, and the others also arrived. They were observing in secret, wanting to see how the battle between deities would turn out. Chapter 1433. The war between deities erupted so suddenly. The divine realm was in great turmoil, and this was an unimaginable disaster. The replacement of the old and new deities had always been bloody and brutal. Unless the deity appointed a successor, the world would become an azure field, and blood would dye the earth red. The divine realm was vast, but it almost exploded. 2 waves of terrifying might erupted, and an intense confrontation unfolded. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore, as if a vast ocean was pouring into the 9 heavens. The statue is real. It really is you, Qing Ming, the one who competed against me for the divine position back then. You still haven't died. The old deity roared. He stood on the divine altar. Even though the external power of faith was dim, his body shone from the inside out, and it was still very resplendent. You are wrong. I am not Qing Ming, that is my grandfather. He didn't have the ancient life tree, so it is impossible for him to live a second life like you. I am Qing Yutian, and I will send you off and take back everything that belongs to my clan. This was a valiant middle-aged man, and he was exactly the same as the divine statues the various clans worshipped. He was majestic and imposing, looking down on the world. His eyes were deep, and his tall body possessed a type of intimidating dignity. A traitor usurping the throne, you must be put to death. The old deity roared, and a palm slapped forward. It covered the sky and covered the earth, leaving the great sage outside the divine realm shaken. This seemed to have taken that step, and his strength was horrifying. However, upon closer inspection, it didn't seem like it. There were still some traces that could be found, and it didn't seem like the realm of Quasi-Emperor Honglong. Qing Yutian was happy and fearless. He rushed into the heavens and raised his hand to meet it head-on without a trace of fear. He was calm and unhurried as he shouted. Back then, my grandfather was the divine child, but you usurped the position. You killed the old deity and chased after my clan. You are the traitor who usurped the throne. Today, I will put you to death and return to the divine realm, a bright world. Not to mention the people from outside this realm. Even the divine realm was in chaos. The natives were even more shaken, and all the clans thought of an old matter. The old deity's ascension was dishonorable. He killed his predecessor, seized the divine position, and chased away the former divine child. After endless years, he was almost annihilated in the passage of time. Now the old deity had lived 2 lives, and those of his generation had long died. He had the intention to cover up his dishonorable past, so naturally, the world wouldn't know about it. Only the elders of the major clans knew about this. The old deity shouted, Traitor, it's useless even if you return. Your clan came from the outer realms, and wanted to overthrow the divine realm in the past. You should be executed. I will set things right, and leave my name in history. Everyone was confused. Who was telling the truth and who was lying? However, all of that wasn't important right now. Strength was what mattered. Old thief, even a supreme divine artifact doesn't listen to your command. Is this still not enough to explain the problem? When I truly set things right, I'll return the divine realm to its former glory. Kinjiyushin roared. The 2 clashed intensely, fighting a great battle, making heaven and earth collapse. Divine domain split into pieces, on the verge of destruction. Right at this moment, a short mountain and the oldest palace on top of it released a terrifying divine power that was many times vaster than the ocean and the sea of stars. It instantly froze the divine domain and repaired the cracks. Everyone was shocked. This was the most ancient mountain in the divine realm. It could be called coexisting with the world, existing as long as this world existed. It wasn't tall, nor was it conspicuous, but no one dared blaspheme it. This was the divine realm's supreme divine mountain. Even more divine than the ancient mountain where the ancient tree of life was planted. There was an ancient palace on top that was known to exist with the world, never collapsing, existing since the beginning of time. It wasn't the most majestic, but it was definitely the most mysterious, not even deities able to set foot inside under normal circumstances. This short mountain was the symbol of the divine realm, just like the Buddhist sect's Mount Meru. Meanwhile, this ancient palace's status was the same as Great Thunderclap Temple, but there were even more taboos here, not allowing people to stop. The mountain was ancient, every inch covered in cracks. However, right now it suddenly shone, boundless and immeasurable faith power flowing out from the cracks, exceptionally majestic. This wasn't the accumulation of a single generation of deities, but rather the accumulation of deities since ancient times. As long as believers faced the divine realm, there would be faith power flying over. From a certain perspective, this mountain obtained more faith power than any other deity. Year after year, day after day, even if it was an ordinary mountain with its entire body cracked open, it would still become a land of supreme deities. As a result, divine faith power gushed out from its cracks, shaking up all sides of the divine realm. Many people couldn't help but kowtow. It was this ancient mountain that protected the divine realm, stabilizing the universe. An intense battle was taking place in the sky. The two sides clashed, causing the void to crack and extending into the cosmos. If not for the divine realm's ancient divine mountain's faith power being too boundless, continuously surging and stabilizing the earth, fire, wind and water, the great earth below would have been completely destroyed. Extremely terrifying. One of his feet almost stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, but he still couldn't break through in the end. This was the judgment of the great sage from outside this region. They are indeed powerful, unrivaled in a region, able to sweep through the world. However, killing our great sage like that 20 years ago shouldn't be easy. They began to doubt. Perhaps it could only be explained by the deity, using a supreme divine weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill a few great sage like that with his cultivation that wasn't even at the true quasi-emperor realm. Hongwang. The stars in the sky were all shattered. The two soared into the battlefield outside this region, and the battle became more and more terrifying. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, ghosts wept and deities howled. Old thief, after so many years you really didn't make any progress. Your cultivation will forever stop at this level. Today, I will send you on your way and end the dark rule of the divine realm. Kinji became more and more confident. With a raise of his hand, he plucked the stars and grabbed the moon. His power could shake deities, sweeping through everything before him. He forced the deity into a disadvantageous position. Traitor, do you really think I can't take you in? I endured for so many years just for you to appear. Today I will suppress and kill you. The old deity shouted. Suddenly, the deity's voice shook the world like the ringing of a great bell. The old deity's dim power of faith suddenly flourished, and he released endless light that was incomparably divine. His ash-gray hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like two snow-white blades. Every pore was spewing out sword energy, and every strand was hundreds of miles long. It was terrifying and overflowing into the heavens. The old deity truly displayed his matchless divine might in the truest sense. He couldn't be stopped, and like a hot knife through butter, he charged forward to crush Kinji. Everyone was shocked, and the great sage from outside this region sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood why he could kill the great sage. With this kind of power of faith on his body, half of his body entered the quasi-emperor realm, and it was as if he had a foothold in that realm. This was the magical use of the power of faith. He forcefully pushed himself into another realm that countless great sage yearned for but couldn't reach, the quasi-emperor realm. In my eyes, the so-called conspiracy is nothing more than a joke. In front of absolute power, you all are no different from clowns that can't withstand a single blow. The old deity said in a deep voice. His entire body was submerged in endless light, and only a pair of pupils were as resplendent as golden lamps. They shot out two different beams of light, and the indistinct figure looked incomparably terrifying. The most divine and holy power of faith appeared again, covering the sky and earth as it surged over, almost turning Kinji into dust. Even if he almost became the quasi-emperor, for the great sage, it was still an insurmountable moat. It wasn't something that could be resisted by humans, and it wasn't something that could be resisted by holy power. Everyone shivered inwardly. This old deity was truly able to endure. After being doubted for so many years, He never revealed it, all for the sake of luring the snake out of its hole and killing the enemy in one fell swoop. Wonglong. However, things went beyond everyone's expectations. Qin Jiyushin didn't die, and his body similarly erupted with resplendent light, as well as the power of faith that overflowed into the heavens. Do you think I don't understand the power of faith? How could the power you've accumulated for so many years be used up? I just wanted to cut off your path of retreat, not allowing the power of faith to belong to you. Qin Jiyushin shouted. The divine radiance on his body shone, making the entire foreign battlefield rumble. The stars and moon fell, and the sun became dim, as if it was going to destroy this heavenly domain. Your bloodline established the inheritance of faith in the other ancient regions, ignited the divine flame, and sealed yourself as a deity? The old deity was shocked. This was the return of a true deity, and it was many times more troublesome and terrifying than he had imagined. Correct, my 3 generations worked hard to establish an even greater ancient land of faith, even more powerful than you. Qin Jiyushin roared, rushing forward murderously. So that's how it is. You have a divine deity, and the supreme divine artifact withdrew out of consideration for your bloodline and your grandfather. The old deity said to himself. That's why you will definitely lose. Hand over your life. Qin Jiyushin shouted. At the same time, several divine elders in the divine domain suddenly used magical force, shattering the old deity's divine position. The same thing happened in the ancestral lands of the various great clans as well. The old deity's divine statue was broken into pieces, destroyed by someone. This was to break the foundation and destroy the source of faith. The old deity was furious. He never thought that so many people would betray him. His subordinates stabbed him with a knife at the crucial moment. The most terrifying thing was that the divine position in the divine domain collapsed, making his mind tremble. The endless pure power of faith within his body became unstable. This battle seemed to have lost all suspense. The old deity suffered a great defeat, and almost all of the power of faith scattered. His entire body ignited, turning into a strand of flowing light before disappearing into the cosmos. Qin Jiyushin entered the main divine domain and obtained the divine position, becoming the ruler of this generation. It was clear that the old deity couldn't stir up any more trouble. His body was old and weak, and the power of faith had almost been scattered. Now he no longer had the ability to fight for supremacy in the divine domain. The great sage from the outer realms frowned. Although the old deity had left in defeat, there was a new deity in the divine domain. This wasn't good news for them. The supreme divine artifact, the spiritual treasure celestial beings formation diagram, was like an azura sword hanging over their heads. Once discovered, they would die without a doubt. However, the changes in the situation exceeded everyone's expectations. It didn't end there. On that day, the old deity returned and entered the dangerous land that produced the divine demonic liquid. This was a terrifying place. For so many years, only deities could enter and exit. The rest couldn't. It's said that the divine domain is the land of the supreme deities, but if you aren't a deity, you won't know its origins. This is clearly a prison. This is a cursed land. Once you enter, faith will become a shackle. The bloodline of the divine domain is destined to be a prisoner forever. The old deity muttered to himself as he walked forward step by step. The ancient great emperors are existences that even the deities have no choice but to revere. Their corpses and evils can double the curse. In the past, I didn't dare to come here because I was afraid that my Tao fruit would turn into nothingness. But now I don't care. I'm going to bury the traitor of the divine domain with me. The old deity revealed his true form. Without the protection of divine light, he was just a skinny old man. He was truly old and frail. His hair was gray and his skin was devoid of luster. His flesh and blood were shriveled. It was a far cry from his usual divine appearance. He knew how to enter and exit the dangerous land. He stepped on the correct path and went straight in. He avoided the terrifying demonic runes and approached the giant coffin. He roared. His whole body was in pain. The remaining power of faith was burning. That giant coffin seemed to possess some kind of magical power. It made his whole body shake violently as blazing light shot into the sky. The great emperor's ancient coffin overflowed with traces of Tao, turning the power of faith into ashes. It was like a moth in a flame, no longer existing. The old deity himself was almost destroyed. At the crucial moment, he made up his mind and threw away all the power of faith, completely losing his divine position. "All of you should be buried with me," he roared loudly. His hands moved about, and terrifying traces appeared one after another. Then he took out a strange divine monument. It shattered heaven and earth and blasted open a large hole in the void. He tore open his chest. Blood continuously flowed out, dripping onto the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. He was going to open the coffin. What a pity, a true ancient divine monument. He said to himself. That large hole connected to the divine domain. It was clear that he wanted to use the coffin to suppress the divine domain and destroy all the power of faith there. He wanted to erase the divine position, so that there would be no deities in this world. What is he doing? Where are Ziyue and Jihaoyue? They shouldn't be appearing, right? Pang Bo asked doubtfully. Yi Fan didn't say anything and paid close attention. They just happened to come here, and wanted to see how the Ji siblings were doing. They didn't expect to see this scene. Honglong. That day, the divine domain shook greatly. A large hole appeared in the void and an ancient coffin appeared. Endless Tao patterns fell down and wiped out the endless power of faith. Ah! Everyone in the divine domain was alarmed and cried out loudly. Pooh! Qing Yutian, who had just ascended to the divine position, directly flew outwards. It was because his body was burning. The endless power of faith within his body turned into the most terrifying flames. The 9-layered ancient coffin from the legendary era had a great emperor buried within it. How could this type of thing appear in the divine domain? Qing Yutian cried out loudly. His entire body was cracking apart. The light of faith became the most terrifying purgatory flames, turning him into a great torch. No. Everyone cried out loudly. There were some who were called divine elders, as well as holy palace masters, and even more so saintesses. They were also consecrated by the people of this world, and had divine positions. They enjoyed the world's incense and refined the power of faith. At this moment, these people all suffered serious injuries. This was an unimaginable calamity that engulfed the entire ancient region. Ah! As the divine elder closest to the great emperor's ancient coffin turned into ashes, the others were horrified to the extreme. They all fled for their lives and quickly expelled the power of faith within their bodies. It was because this type of thing was burning. Now this was fatal. It could even kill a deity. Everyone was shocked, including the great clans outside the divine domain. When they received the news, they all hurried over and watched all of this with stupefied expressions. Many people already knew that the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era had descended on the other shore and sunk into a dangerous place. However, no one knew that this was actually the most powerful weapon against the divine domain. The people in the divine domain suddenly understood. No wonder the old deity became more and more low profile all these years and never entered that dangerous place. He didn't even drink the demonic liquid that appeared. At this time, Qing Yutian, the great divine elders, saintesses, and several great palace masters all fled, doing everything they could to get rid of the power of faith. At the same time, they summoned supreme divine artifacts to use the formation diagram to resist the 9-layered coffin. Why is it like this? Why is the great emperor's coffin suppressing our divine domain? It's the old deity, he's gone mad. He actually returned and wants to take us down with him. The people of the divine domain were all terrified. They all cried out loudly. The old deity's hair was scattered about. His chest had been cut open, and what dripped out was true heart blood. A single drop was equivalent to over 100 drops of divine blood. He didn't have that many drops in his body, and now he had used them all. The 9-layered coffin required divine blood to open. Now that several layers had been opened, it was obvious that he wanted to open them all and destroy this place. You all have to die for stealing my divine position. He laughed bitterly. Rumble. Qing Yutian exploded. The power of faith in his body was too vast and simply inexhaustible. It burned and exploded in front of the open coffin. Meanwhile, the old deity was like a moth in the flames, about to turn into flying ashes. The deity is dead. From this day forth, the divine domain will have no deities. The blood in many people began to boil. The bull demon king, the sacred spirit capital, and the other great sage all appeared. All of their expressions changed. Sangu, the golden snake ruler, Dition, the great demonic god, the heaven-devouring beast, the goddess of the divine race, and the gold-eating beast also appeared. All of their expressions changed unpredictably. They knew that the absence of deities in this world meant that no one could suppress them anymore. A chaotic era had arrived. The ancient tree of life in the divine domain, and the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being would incite a storm. Chapter 1434. The deity died and Kinji also died. He was like a moth in a raging inferno. He tried his best to fly forward, but he could only turn into dust and scatter with the wind. The replacement of the old and new deities made the great sage outside this realm keep quiet out of fear. He was forced to lie dormant for an entire 20 years, and now 2 supreme experts actually died at the same time. A cursed land, yet it is called the divine realm. This is a type of sorrow and misfortune. The glory in the eyes of the world, the prison of the human world, accompanied me for a lifetime and buried me for a lifetime. The old deity turned to ashes in the flames. His words were bleak, but his expression was calm as if he had seen through everything in the world. His figure became indistinct and disappeared in the flames. Kinji was disappointed and frustrated. The moment he turned to dust, he couldn't help but roar. His figure turned to ash, and only a voice was left behind. Wasted years, aged appearance, exhausted heart and soul. How laughable, lamentable, lamentable. In the divine realm's graveyard, I listened to my own soul-suppressing song. The 2 supreme experts withered away without any suspense. The giant stone coffin in the sky laid in disarray, emitting strand after strand of Tao patterns. It turned into light, mist and primal chaos, causing the bloodlines of the divine realm to fall from time to time. The world was a vast expanse. Roars and sounds of struggle could be heard everywhere. Many divine statues collapsed, and numerous figures rushed up to break free from this land of destruction. The divine elder, hall master, saintess, and the other great experts were all in despair. They did their best to cut off the power of faith within their bodies. This was their shackles, the root of their deaths. The divine realm was normally divine and auspicious. Wondrous flowers bloomed, jade grass covered the ground, spiritual birds danced, and auspicious beasts appeared. Now it was gloomy and gloomy. Large numbers of figures rushed into the sky, their roars shaking the 9 heavens. They were all fleeing for their lives. Hongwang. On an ancient divine mountain, the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being swayed. It released an undying divine might to resist the giant stone coffin, blocking it in the void and preventing it from falling. At the same time, the most sacred ancient mountain in the divine realm was covered in cracks. Divine power seeped out like a sea. Even though it turned into flames and burned fiercely, it was still blocking the giant coffin. Everyone moved together and activate the formation diagram to block that ancient coffin back. We cannot let it fall, or else we will be in danger. A deity shouted. Everyone attacked together. The few hall masters, the divine elder, and the saintess joined forces to resist. Right now, the supreme artifact was their only hope of survival. Boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The ancient coffin trembled violently, and fell back a certain distance into the hole in the void. The spirit treasure celestial being's ancient diagram had awakened on its own and blocked its path. The 9-layer coffin from the mythological era was watered by the heart's blood of an old deity. Now 8 layers had been opened, and the last layer had already split open. Strands of terrifying aura flowed out. At this moment, the infinite heavens seemed to fall silent. The roars of the divine realm also vanished. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy lake, as they all fell to their knees. Rumble. At that moment, a corner of the last layer of the coffin was lifted. The Void Emperor's coffin was almost completely opened, revealing an unbearable pressure. The great ancient emperor was about to appear in the world. It was as if a divine sea was rising and falling, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not to mention those in the divine realm. Even those in the outside world were trembling. At this moment, everyone only had one action, and that was to kneel down and prostrate themselves in worship. Even the great sages from the outer regions couldn't endure it. More than half of them knelt down and kowtowed. This was a bone-deep fear that trembled from the depths of their souls. They felt reverence towards the ancient emperors. Rumble. The infinite realms shook and the divine sound of the great Tao rang out. It was like the funeral of the great ancient emperor. All living beings were sending him off, praying, crying and grieving. The whole world was in mourning. Since ancient times, almost no one had ever seen a complete emperor's corpse. Now that it was about to appear in the world, everyone was naturally looking forward to it. At the same time, they felt an indescribable fear. The great ancient emperor had lived for too long. It was impossible for them to meet him. This might be the only time they could see him. Rumble. The formation diagram of the spiritual treasure, celestial being was revived. It erased a large amount of the blood on the coffin. That was the blood from the old deity's heart. It prevented it from displaying its effects and prevented the ancient coffin from opening. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a wave of disappointment. They were about to see the great ancient emperor, yet they were stopped again. They would miss this only opportunity. Gotcha. However, the sound of the coffin moving rang out. It was as if the world was collapsing. The last layer of the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era was opened and moved unwaveringly. With a rumble, chaotic mists overflowed into the heavens. That place was mysterious and unfathomable. The ancient coffin was mostly opened, but it could no longer move. The old deity's heart blood had only seeped in a bit, but it wasn't enough to completely open it. Just a bit more. Someone sighed. Shut up. Once the coffin of the great ancient emperor is opened, no one can predict what will happen. It's best if you don't open it. The great sage from the outer realms, such as the demon bull king and the stone golem holy spirit, more or less knew about it. All of their expressions became serious. Many of them knelt in the void. Honglong. Suddenly, the chaotic mists within the ancient coffin surged. In a split second, an indistinct figure appeared. It seemed as if it was sitting up, but it was also like a streak of light streaking across everyone's heart. Then, with a quang sound, the 9th layer of the coffin pressed down and completely closed, not leaving a single crack. What did I see? It seems like someone is sitting up. Is it real or fake? How can he still move? No, that's just a streak of light that disappeared in a flash. It wasn't a corpse that was moving, but it possessed a boundless and immeasurable power. Everyone was horrified. They were all scared out of their wits. The trembling of the great ancient emperor's coffin wasn't inferior to splitting the heavens and earth. Everything became hazy, and even the stars in the heavens trembled. Unfortunately, it was closed and didn't give people the chance to observe. As for what was inside, no one could say for sure whether there was a corpse or not. Did you guys see? Yi Fan felt his own voice trembling. He looked towards Pangbo, Longma, the Golden Lion and the others. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Everyone became suspicious. The intense trembling just now was too fast. They only saw a streak of indistinct light flash past. That shouldn't be someone sitting up. According to their speculations, there was already no one inside the coffin. The great emperor had already transformed into the Tao. However, when they saw Yi Fan's expression, they were all stunned. It was as if their eyes missed something. I saw someone. Could he be the great Void Emperor? He looks exactly the same as an old friend, Yi Fan said in a low voice. Who is it? Pangbo revealed a doubtful expression. Longma moved over, nervous and full of expectation. An ordinary figure, extremely ordinary. He couldn't be said to be handsome, nor could he be said to have an imposing appearance. It was the appearance of all living things that returned to the mortal world. Yi Fan said. A figure immediately appeared in Longma's mind, but he didn't dare confirm it. He hurriedly asked, who? Ji. Yi Fan himself didn't believe it. That person was exactly the same as GZ. The same face, the same ordinary flash past. Even father and son couldn't look so similar, right? This caused Yi Fan's heart to palpitate. They were too similar. Or perhaps it could be said that there was no difference. Even their temperaments were exactly the same. He had never heard GZ say that he looked the same as his father. Every time they asked about the Great Void Emperor's life, GZ would silently shake his head and not say much. But just now, Yi Fan saw the indistinct figure formed by the primal chaos mist in the ancient coffin. It was no different from GZ. This made him indescribably shocked. The old god's heart's blood that had dripped onto the 9-layered coffin from the era of legends was completely exhausted. It was wiped out by the formation left behind by the spirit treasure celestial being. The ancient coffin made a clanking sound as the 9 layers of coffins closed one after another, covering up the truth. Rumble. The big hole in the void became indistinct. That ancient coffin flew into the distance and fell toward the place where the demonic god elixir was produced. It didn't descend into the divine realm. Inside the divine realm, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, including the most powerful divine elders and temple masters, collapsed. They were so close to death. The ancient emperor's coffin was simply the divine realm's nemesis. It could obliterate everything here. Fortunately, the supreme divine diagram revived itself and blocked this great destruction. Everyone knew that from this day on, the divine realm would no longer be the same as before. A great revolution would take place. This was the first time the power of faith had revealed such a fatal flaw. The experts of the divine realm who enjoyed worldly pleasures and had a seat in the divine realm definitely wouldn't dare to refine the power of faith into their bodies. It was at this moment that a great sage from the outer realms took action. He silently charged into the divine realm alone, and only attacked when he approached the divine mountain where the ancient tree of life was planted. He stretched out a large hand, wanting to uproot the entire ancient tree. The timing couldn't be better. The old and new generations of gods had died, and the divine realm was in chaos. The divine elders and temple masters had just escaped danger, and the spirit treasure celestial being's formation was not suspended here. However, a world-shattering sound rang out. The blue dome of heaven split open as the spirit treasure celestial being's formation swept down a beam of murderous light. Its aura overflowed the heavens, and it was as if an ancient star field was being crushed. A huge energy wave spread out and turned into a calamitous light. It obliterated the large hand on the spot and turned it into a bloody mist. The great sage let out a roar. He was able to let go of what he had picked up. He turned around and left, not wanting to be entangled too much. However, he had underestimated the divine realm's deployment. Formation patterns appeared on the mountain, and tens of thousands of streaks of light turned this place into a killing field. The most important thing was that the spirit treasure celestial being's formation swept down 4 terrifying beams of light. It was very similar to the 4 killing swords in the ancient celestial being's life spring, unstoppable. Was this borrowing power or summoning? It was as if the 4 killing swords had really appeared and hacked down. The great sage didn't even have time to scream. Puffed. He turned into a bloody mist. His lustrous white bones exploded, and then broke apart inch by inch. His entire body and primordial spirit turned into ashes. Both his form and spirit scattered and no longer existed. Moo! The bull's roar shook the starry river. The demon bull king was both shocked and furious. That was because he had moved almost at the same time as that person. They were only half a step apart, but someone had seized the initiative and activated the extreme divine diagram. This put him in a very passive position. However, his real body didn't go over. He directly took out the shining diamond chakram and turned it into a divine ring. He wanted to trap the ancient tree of life within and restrain it in his hand. Seeing the fall of a great sage, he felt a chill from head to toe. He quickly put away the diamond chakram, but it was too late. The spirit treasure celestial being's divine diagram flashed. Another beam of light descended and struck the diamond chakram. Unfortunately, this top-grade great sage artifact exploded on the spot and turned into silver fragments. The demon bull king's heart was dripping blood. This was a supreme treasure forged from all of the top-grade divine materials in their clan's treasury. In the end, it was destroyed just like that. This was a truly terrifying deterrent. All of the great sage were terrified. Once the weapon of an ancient great emperor was revived, one attack was enough to kill them. Hongwang. In the distance, there were also young supreme beings taking action. The Golden Snake Prince was chasing after a young commander of the divine army. He wanted to capture him alive and understand the secrets of the divine realm. so that he could enter and fight for the divine tomb. The descendants of the archaic gods and devils, Sangu, the Copper Ant King, the goddess of the divine race, the Earth Corpse, and the great demonic god just happened to encounter the saintess of the divine realm. They surrounded and intercepted her, wanting to control her. Kill. War cries shook the heavens. The great sage also took action in secret. He didn't attack in one go, but rather captured important figures to understand the various secrets of the divine realm through them. This was a great calamity. The great sage and young supreme beings who descended from the outer realms finally took action, after lying dormant for 20 years. Chapter 1435. Woo Woo. The immortal Tyr ruler turned into a beam of green light, and smashed dozens of divine mountains into the depths of the divine realm. It rushed straight for an ancient hall, intending to loot the grand hall. The Holy Spirit, Bull Demon King, Grey Dragon, and Golden Toad attacked the divine realm one after another, disrupting the order here. They wanted to split this place so that they could fight for the ancient tree of life. It wasn't just the great sages from the outer regions, even some of the powerful individual cultivators from the Nirvana realm, and the top figures from the various clans couldn't hold back anymore. For so many years, the God realm had ruled over the Nirvana realm, and was unrivaled. Now that they were finally in a desperate situation, they wanted to take advantage of the situation and snatch the scriptures and artifacts. The heavens and earth were turned upside down. Blood flowed like a river in the divine realm in an instant. Many top figures charged forward and defeated the divine army with heavy casualties. After all, they had just experienced a catastrophe. 2 gods were dead, and the replacement of the old and new gods was a tragedy. Now that the divine realm was leaderless, the people were restless and in turmoil. It was the best time to invade. The opportunity couldn't be missed. Ah! Screams rose and fell, terrifying everyone. Shouts of killing could be heard everywhere, and corpses fell from the sky. Golden Snake, the Earth Corpse, the Sky-devouring Beast, and Sangu all revealed strange expressions. Originally, they only wanted to attack from the outside, and capture some important figures to interrogate and understand the divine realm secrets. They didn't expect things to develop to this stage. It could be said that it was a heaven-sent opportunity. The last trace of fear towards the formation left by the numinous treasure celestial being also disappeared, because everyone could see that this divine diagram was almost uncontrollable. The old god died, and the new god perished. The others didn't have absolute control over it, and could only let it revive and attack on its own. This divine diagram was terrifying, but it didn't kill everyone. It protected the ancient tree of life, and didn't send down too much divine punishment. It didn't massacre these armies. Boom. For great halls in the divine realm turned to ashes. The great sage from the outer realms attacked, and razed the 4 sacred mountains to the ground. All the scriptures were taken away. At this time, the saintess from the divine realm was also almost dead. She was chased by Sangu, the great demonic god, Dtion, and the celestial race's fairies. Her body was dyed red with blood as she fled in defeat. The few temple masters were fighting the Bull Demon King, the Holy Spirit, and the others. They were under unimaginable pressure, and this was a catastrophe for the divine realm. The divine elders were furious. One of them was so angry that his eyes were about to split apart. He opened his mouth and released a clear roar. A divine drum flew out from between his brows, and with the drumstick in his hand, he struck it with all his might. Dong dong dong, the sky-shaking demonic sound rang through the air. Many people's skulls cracked open, their bodies covered in blood, immediately losing their lives. The rogue cultivators of the Nirvana realm were especially fearful of the God realm. At this time, when they saw the divine elder's power, they all retreated like the tide, not daring to attack forcefully. Hold on. My divine realm has experienced endless tribulations and encountered many great disasters. Yet we have never declined. It is just a few devils from outside this region. What do they count as? A deity shouted. The other few divine elders leaped tens of thousands of meters away, and arrived at the most sacred and ancient short mountain. They cut open their chests and let the blood from their hearts drip onto this mountain that looked very short, but its status was equivalent to Mount Meru of the Buddhist sect. Boom! The divine power of faith surged like a vast ocean striking the heavens. about to engulf the stars in outer space. The violent waves rushed into the cosmos, incomparably terrifying. The deities have already died, so we will act in their place. We ask the sacred mountain to bestow upon us the power of deities to protect the god realm and expel the devils. These divine elders shouted together. Their voices were ear-splitting, making the entire god realm tremble. At the same time, this short but majestic ancient mountain's radiance flourished even more brilliantly, drowning them within. It made their bodies shine resplendently, as if several supreme deities descended into this world. The 9-layered ancient coffin from the legendary era retreated. In this place, the power of faith became an unmatched great killing weapon again. They were surrounded by divine light, possessing a type of tremendous power. Ancient divine formation revive. The deities roared loudly. Heaven and earth trembled violently, and all directions trembled. Under the rumbling sounds, divine mountains trembled one after another. An ancient symbol appeared on every mountain peak, engraving itself into the heavens. This was the divine realm's great formation that only deities could open. At this time, the divine elders used the secret method left behind by their ancestors to act in the deity's place. They obtained the authority to revive the ancient formation. In that instant, this place immediately became different. All the heroes flew backwards, feeling a tremendous pressure. Their minds were about to explode. The Golden Snake Race's 3 Langjuns, Sangu, the gold-eating beast, the Earth Corpse, and the others all had sharp spiritual senses. They all retreated immediately. As for the great sage, his eyelashes were empty. He felt the vast fluctuations, and he also retreated with furrowed brows. Supreme Divine Weapon, please suppress all enemies. The deities shouted loudly. Their bodies shone, doing everything they could to activate the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. This was a tremendous input of power. They acted in the deity's place to control the supreme weapon. Not good. The natives of the other shore, as well as some unruly rogue cultivators, were a step too slow. They were swept by the formation diagram's divine light and turned into ashes on the spot. Hunglong. This was a massacre. No one expected the divine elders to grasp supreme weapons so quickly. They weren't given a chance, and even the great saints from outside this region suffered a bitter end. This was because the temple masters and divine elders from the divine realm were all staring at them. These people's destructive power was great, and they were viewed as the greatest threat by the divine realm. At this time, they activated the divine diagram and chased after them. We were too complacent. Even if the deities die, there is still the killing formation diagram. It will naturally be controlled by the divine realm. Everyone was somewhat regretful. Pooh. The stone man let out a muffled groan as one of his arms exploded. Although he wasn't swept by the divine diagram, a wisp of fluctuation spread over, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Just now, he attacked fiercely with the heaven-measuring ruler, and was hated by the divine realm. At this time, they naturally focused on him and locked onto him from the start, causing him to narrowly escape death. The demon bull king roared loudly. The lower half of his body broke apart inch by inch, turning into strands of bloody mist. He forcefully slapped the void, and threw down another arm to die in place of him. He escaped into the unknown void passage. No one had expected the divine realm's counterattack to be so swift. Just now, they were almost on the verge of collapse. After suffering such a blow, they were almost destined to be exterminated, but in the end, they stabilized themselves. The great sage was furious. Facing the numinous treasure celestial being's formation diagram, they all retreated in defeat. That kind of murderous intent seemed to penetrate through the past, present, and future. It was simply impossible to contend against. Miserable cries rose and fell. The divine spirit and the demon bull king paid a heavy price to escape. This became the symbol of a dam bursting. People from all sides fled for their lives, utterly defeated. This made everyone speechless. The contrast was too great, and everything was reversed. The divine realm was enveloped by a great formation. Mist shone brilliantly, deities roared and demons howled. Violent winds blew, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The scene was extremely terrifying. No one could attack anymore. In reality, the divine realm attacked, activating the formation diagram, and emitting boundless murderous intent. It was like a great calamity of heaven and earth. Corpses were strewn everywhere outside the divine realm, and blood flowed like a river. In the end, a great sage who rebelled among the natives was killed. A foreign tribe's great sage among the guests from the outer realm was also annihilated. This made people even more shocked and terrified. These elders and temple masters attacked mercilessly. They continuously tortured and killed, turning this place into a shuraba. Flesh and blood were muddy, and broken bones were piled up. It was extremely terrifying. The divine realm suffered a great calamity today. Both old and new gods had fallen. Even people like them were almost ignited by the power of faith and turned into dust. It could be said that after experiencing a great fall, their state of mind was bleak and terrible. Now that they had the upper hand, they naturally killed until the chilly wind howled and ghosts cried and deities mourned. This day was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Outside the divine realm, corpses piled up and blood flowed like rivers. No one knew how many people had died. Bloody mist lingered for dozens of days and couldn't disperse. Moreover, the divine realm launched a frenzied revenge. They uprooted many of the Nirvana clan that rebelled and attacked the divine realm, killing until the world was silent. Too many people died in this battle. Yi Fan sighed softly. He, Pangbo, Longma, and the others didn't participate in the battle. They didn't attack the divine realm, but they witnessed everything with their own eyes. Outside the divine realm, there was a muddy area. It was all bloody mud. The mist was scarlet. That was blood rising and pervading this place. As for the broken mountains and the great rift valleys, there were many pieces of broken bones splashing everywhere. The scarlet spots were too horrible to look at. No one expected it to be like this. The battle between the new and old gods hadn't even been so tragic. But the invasion of the divine realm by the various heroes had caused such a catastrophe. In the following months, there were great sage knocking on the door and attacking the divine realm from time to time. Naturally, they were the Bull Demon King, the Holy Spirit, the Golden Toad, the powerhouses of the ancient tribes, the protectors of the human race, and so on. They all came from the outer realm. Of course, they didn't attack with their true bodies. They only attacked with other methods. Otherwise, no one would be able to face the killing formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. Unfortunately, these people were all defeated. Some of their clones were killed, and the great sage formation that each of them had cast also collapsed. There was even one whose true body was killed, and he returned in great defeat. It's absolutely impossible to break through the divine realm unless you have an emperor weapon. People recognized this reality. Even if the gods were dead, this place was still exceptionally powerful. It was difficult for outsiders to break through. There were as many experts in the divine realm as there were clouds in the clouds. It was extremely terrifying. Other than that, although it couldn't compare to Mount Meru, the ancient mountain that had a similar status in the divine realm also made the great sage afraid. Too much power of faith had accumulated there. Once it surged out, it could kill gods and Buddhas in its way. The great sage thought of all ways to collect ancient books from the various tribes on the other side, looking for flaws. In the end, someone in the divine realm leaked a secret. After a few months of flipping through ancient books, the divine elder, the temple master, and the others finally understood that the divine realm was a cursed land. To be more precise, there had once been a supreme who had drawn a prison here. At this moment, he had laid down formation patterns, causing this place to become different. As long as gods absorbed the power of faith, it was equivalent to being shackled. One day, it could become a fatal flaw. The great emperor's evil corpse chi could ignite the power of faith, causing the divine realm to disintegrate and collapse instantly. Everyone in the divine realm was terrified. They finally understood why the old god hadn't dared to check after learning that the 9-layer coffin from the mythological era had fallen on the other side. They also understood why he had almost destroyed the divine realm with the help of the ancient coffin. The power of faith in our divine realm is unparalleled in the world, and it's about to develop to the extreme. Some ancient supreme were worried and drew a prison to restrict us. It wasn't a flaw in the power of faith, but the divine realm was sick. The descendants of the divine realm had this kind of curse imprinted in their bodies. Therefore, as long as they absorbed the power of faith, it was equivalent to being shackled. It was fine if they didn't encounter the emperor's corpse, but once this evil aura invaded, this place would definitely become a hell. This was the method used by the ancient supreme to restrict the divine realm. Yi Fan also heard this secret, and came to a sudden realization. These days, he had always been thinking about why the Amitabha Buddha still needed to create a religion and collect faith, since the power of faith had such a huge flaw. His orthodoxy was present in every ancient region. Endless faith crossed the void and flowed toward Mount Meru. As it turned out, the power of faith itself wasn't fatal. The main problem was that the divine realm had been cursed. The ancient supreme had marked it as a prison, causing a great disaster here. Yi Fan muttered to himself. I thought the power of faith in the cauldron couldn't be used. So that's how it is. However, this kind of thing is an external object in the end. It can't be relied on or refined into the body. Otherwise, why would the new and old gods die together? This power can't be relied on. The divine realm took the initiative to attack and search for demons from the outer realms. As long as they found one, they would be suppressed and killed. This caused the great sage and the young supreme to fall into a crisis. In the end, a few great sages joined hands and arrived outside the danger zone that produced the demonic god liquid. They wanted to charge in and truly bring out the Void Emperor's ancient coffin. They wanted to send it into the divine realm and destroy that place. The situation worsened and they wouldn't rest until one side was dead. The foreign great sage was forced to this step and could only take a risk. If they succeeded, the divine realm would be destroyed and the ancient tree of life would change owners. Golden Snake Prince, Sangu, Heaven-Swallowing Beast, Earth Corpse, Great Demonic God Ditian, and the others also came to watch the great sage display his technique. The Holy Spirit's attack pierced through a mountain peak, but it didn't shatter. The mountain body only split open, and a river of blood rushed out from within. It flowed endlessly and covered heaven and earth. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Were these all mountains of flesh? After endless years, there was actually still blood. Even though they had long heard that this was the graveyard of gods and demons, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. I refused to believe this. The Holy Spirit felt extremely sullen after arriving in this world. He was first suppressed by the old deity for 20 years, not daring to show himself. Then, when he attacked the divine realm, he was almost killed. His mood was extremely terrible. He raised his head and released a great roar. The immortal tear green gold ruler flew out from the crown of his head and entered the demonic god mountain ridge in front of him, smashing down fiercely. Following heaven overflowing green light, that place trembled intensely. Many mountain peaks collapsed and blood splashed high into the air. It was as if he had entered a blood-colored sea. Moreover, right at this moment, over 10,000 mountain peaks swayed. Every single one of them rushed out with an ancient symbol that was like a reincarnation disc. It crushed down on the common people and suppressed towards him. Pooh. The Holy Spirit coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and flew outwards. He suffered greatly under this powerful attack. Even his immortal tear green gold ruler was almost broken. In front of him, over 10,000 ancient symbols appeared on the 10,000 mountain peaks. Every single ancient symbol was different from the others, representing a type of supreme great Tao. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the inheritance of the primordial demonic god, the embodiment of their great Tao. Attacking this place was like going against their inheritance and profound mysteries. The goddess of the god race, Shenlong, stood in the distance. Her entire body was shining and sparkling. After witnessing this scene, she trembled and excitedly said to herself, "This is the inheritance of the deities. If my god race enters and comprehends the 10,000 ancient symbols, a supreme deity or king lord will be born. The inheritance of the primordial demonic god. This is my Tao. If I comprehend the Tao inside, there will be a day when I will be unrivaled under the heavens." The descendant of the primordial demonic god, Sangu, was also shaken. Apart from them, the earth corpse was also shaken. So many corpses had turned into mountain peaks. For him, this was the best holy land to cultivate the demonic corpse Tao. The heaven-devouring beast's eyes also shone brightly. If he could devour these primordial demonic gods' corpses, Then in the future he might really be able to devour the heavens. Yi Fan, Pangbo, and Longma were also secretly watching. This was because they knew that the great sage working together was comparable to an old deity. They should be able to break open this place. Perhaps Ji Ziyue and Ji Haoyue were about to appear. Chapter 1436. A barbaric ox wave erupted, causing the heavens to explode. The sun, moon, and stars all swayed, as if they were about to fall down. The bull demon king took action. He turned into a black barbaric ox and stood outside the danger zone. His four hooves were thick and solid like pillars that supported the heavens. He towered between heaven and earth, and his shoulders entered the clouds. He looked mighty and majestic. This was a horrifying scene. The black hair on this enormous ox's body hung down like a waterfall. Its enormous body was larger and more majestic than all of the mountains. The clouds were below its body, and the ox's back and head appeared above the clouds. It looked shocking and unfathomable. Black clouds surged and overflowed into the heavens. The bull demon king roared, and within the mist, a pair of terrifying eyes emitted cold and emotionless light. A pair of enormous black horns pierced through the heavens. He lowered his head, and the black horns that were as large as mountain ridges stabbed towards the graveyard of gods and demons. Tens of thousands of mountains trembled and released an ear-splitting sound. Wang. The bull demon king was extremely ruthless. He unleashed a powerful attack, and he also wanted to break through this danger zone. He stood outside and used his horns to pick up a mountain peak. This was a shocking and terrifying scene. A great sage transformed into his original form. His roar shattered the heavens, and black mists overflowed into the heavens. He used his enormous horns to lift up mountain peaks one after another. The divine sound of the great Tao rumbled. Ancient symbols flickered one after another, appearing on every mountain to suppress the bull demon king. Divine power surged, and the blood within the mountains surged. It was as if they were dealing with a holy spirit. These mountain peaks displayed the profound mysteries of the great Tao, and symbols appeared one after another. They possessed the power to suppress 10,000 realms, making the old ox's body tremble violently. He staggered backwards, and blood continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was horrified. The bull demon king didn't truly enter the danger zone, and he only attacked from the outside with his matchless divine power. Yet he suffered such a backlash. If he entered the interior, his life would most likely be in danger. This was the archaic god and demon king's inheritance and profound mysteries. It couldn't be broken through. There were two great sages who took action, but they all returned empty-handed, and their own bodies suffered some injuries. Before was the Holy Spirit, behind was the bull demon king. They were all well-known figures among the great sage. Yet they all suffered a loss, unable to break through this place, unable to enter. It was no wonder that only gods could enter for so many years. It wasn't without reason. The ancient land where primordial gods and devils were buried was full of danger. As long as those inheritances appeared, they would be able to obliterate even the great sage. Everyone, what are you all staring blankly for? Let's take action together and destroy this place. Bring out the 9-layer ancient coffin from the mythological era, and suppress the divine domain. Otherwise, we will be in danger. We will definitely be killed one by one and lose our lives. The human race's Tao protector Qi Tian stepped out and shouted towards the great sage. In the distance, Yi Fan's eyes were cold. This old bastard had also come, and he had targeted him many times. It would be best if they didn't meet, or else this old bastard might try to kill him. This old thing is the worst. He is biased towards the overlord and has tried to kill us several times. We must be on guard. It's best if we can find a chance to get rid of him first. Longma said fiercely. The great sage were in an uproar, but they quickly calmed down. There was nothing to hesitate about. They came here to break through the burial ground of gods and devils, or else they wouldn't have shown themselves. Wang. With so many top-level figures taking action, attacking a single point, even the primordial gods and devils' inheritances were greatly shaken. The symbols at the very front became a bit dim. At the same time, blood surged out from the cracked mountain. Giant bones extended outwards, as if they were alive, slowly retreating. The mountain is moving. Could it be that the legends aren't false? There really is such a thing? It first transformed into an earth dragon, then into a heavenly dragon, and finally into an immortal spirit. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were primordial gods and devils buried here, and when they merged together, it became a terrifying danger zone. There were over 10,000 inheritances, and each mountain produced a type of ancient symbol that represented a great Tao. They were refined together, and after endless years, they turned into an earth dragon. It wasn't impossible for them to become a new life form. A flying sword soared high into the sky. As soon as it appeared, the mountains and rivers lost color, the sun and moon losing radiance. It swung downwards, splitting apart many mountain peaks below. A great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. Rising from behind a great sage's head, Tao ripples covered the sky, smashing into the mountain ridge of gods and devils. The power was world-shaking, as if the heavens were crushing down. Purple stellar sand scattered down, covering the sky, continuously enlarging. In the end, every single one of them was like a great star, terrifying beyond compare, crushing down on the boundless great earth until it was about to be destroyed. The great sage took action together, exceptionally domineering, divine might awe-inspiring. When they attacked together, the burial ground of gods and devils was about to cave in. Many mountain peaks split apart, about to destroy this place. However, the most terrifying thing wasn't the mountain itself, but the great Tao it contained. Those ancient symbols grew dim, but after being watered by the blood within the mountain, they shone once again. The great sage resisted the Tao, wishing to instead suppress the great sage. 3,000 Tao methods, merge into one furnace, saints mixed together, primal chaos strike. There was a great sage who shouted, having everyone release their foundational force, merging it together, turning it into simple and ancient primal chaos natural laws to break down this mountain. Without a doubt, when so many great sage joined hands, it was extremely terrifying. Boundless Tao laws surged, all types of divine chains of order weaved about, interweaving, forming a surging sea of primal chaos. There were symbols carved all over its surface, all of them the most terrifying Tao laws of order. Following a series of rumbling sounds, everyone's natural laws swept forward, smashing into the mountain range. Large amounts of mountains shattered, but they didn't turn into scattered ashes. These mountains seemed to have life, turning into horned dragons, moving along the sea of blood, unexpectedly opening up a path on their own. They really fought their way in. Yi Fan's eyes released cold light, paying close attention to what was ahead. When the great sage joined hands, they were comparable to deities after all, able to enter and leave this dangerous place. Even the archaic gods and devils' inheritances and profound mysteries couldn't truly stop their footsteps. This was a group of individuals with exceptional strength, experts who were at the top of the various great ancient regions. Suddenly, a great pressure came from the distance. A divine diagram appeared, carrying the divine might of heaven and earth, emitting rumbling sounds as it pressed downwards, shaking everyone's hearts. It was going to wipe out the great sage. This was the killing formation diagram left behind by the spiritual treasure celestial being. It was activated by several divine elders and brought here, its might overflowing into the heavens. They came as expected, retreat. The bull demon king, the Holy Spirit, the golden toad Chi Tian, and the others all turned into afterimages, disappearing from their original positions. They didn't attack the dangerous place, choosing to flee through the void. At the same time, the divine realm suffered a terrifying attack. The great sage was divided into two groups, one group attacking the dangerous place, wanting to bring out the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era, while the other group stood guard outside the divine realm, fiercely attacking as soon as they discovered that the formation diagram had left. The divine realm wanted to stop the outer realm great sage's movements and eradicate them. Meanwhile, the saints were also paying attention to their movements. They divided their forces and attacked when they weren't prepared, so they couldn't deal with each other. If they wanted to sacrifice the formation diagram, then they had to be prepared for the divine realm to raid their old nest. Under the dazzling brilliance, the divine realm's great formation was destroyed, and many sacred mountains collapsed. The casualties were disastrous. The great sage charged inside, heading straight for the ancient tree of life. Blood splashed everywhere, and some peerless hall masters fell. Even though there was a terrifying formation in the divine realm, it was difficult to completely stop them. What kind of person was the great sage? When they attacked together, even the heavens would tremble. They pushed forward, continuously taking down important places. The outer realm great sage used to be a plate of loose sand, but now they were united. Apart from the killing formation diagram, no one could truly shake or kill them. Their divine bravery was unstoppable. On this day, the divine realm's losses were disastrous, and they were almost completely occupied. The divine mountain where the ancient tree of life was located was cracked, and the great sage almost killed his way here. At the last moment, a few divine elders rushed back with the formation diagram, scaring away the great sage and protecting the divine realm. The ancient tree of life and the others were unharmed. From this day forth, the divine realm couldn't be aloof anymore. There was restraining fear in their hearts. When the great sage joined hands, anyone would be terrified. If they chased after them, they would definitely be ambushed from the back. If they didn't chase after them, the great sage would definitely join hands and bring that ancient coffin over. The atmosphere on the other side was extremely tense, and it was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The situation was worsening day by day, and the divine realm might really be in great turmoil. Hongwang, the great sage, joined hands again, attacking the danger zone for the second time. Ancient symbols rushed into the sky, and everything became hazy. Many earth dragons surged, and the profound mysteries of the great Tao surged. This made everyone from the divine realm feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. It was as if they were propped up on a bonfire. They were helpless and anxious. They wanted to stop them, but they were afraid of being ambushed from the back, and they couldn't protect themselves. We don't have a choice. First, release the immortal divine mountain's faith power at all costs to protect the divine realm. Second, activate the formation diagram. We have to kill them and stop them from obtaining the ancient coffin. Otherwise, our divine realm will be in danger. The divine elders roared. Right now, they didn't have a choice. Otherwise, if they watched as the great sage brought that ancient coffin out, the divine realm would definitely be destroyed. That short mountain, which was the ancient divine mountain whose status was similar to Mount Meru, but whose strength was far inferior, began to release an undying halo. The faith power turned into an ocean, submerging the divine realm and protecting the ancient land. Then the divine diagram flew out, sweeping through all suspicious people, stopping the great sage from attacking the danger zone. They were going to kill all of them. Both sides entered a tug of war. The great sage couldn't launch a large-scale attack and enter the danger zone, so they could only split up and approach from different directions. However, this was too dangerous. They might be discovered by the divine elders who activated the killing diagram at any time, and they might also be destroyed by the archaic demonic inheritance in the danger zone. This made the great sage feel worry. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Meanwhile, the most terrifying thing was that the divine elders were currently approaching the ancient coffin with the formation diagram. They wanted to borrow the divine diagram to seal that enormous coffin, or seize it first. Of course, this wasn't without a price. All of their faith power was erased, their accumulation of endless years turning into nothingness, their faith Tao fruits becoming empty. Otherwise, as long as they approached, they would definitely turn into ashes, difficult for them to survive. This was an extremely grim and terrifying reality. The great sage was worried, all of them frowning. If this continued, their situation would be extremely bad. They might be completely wiped out by the divine realm one after another. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that even if the divine elders controlled the divine diagram, it was still difficult for them to enter and leave the danger zone on their own. There was great danger. It was because the 10,000 peaks were trembling. The archaic demonic inheritance's ancient symbols were flickering, resisting intensely against them. Moreover, that enormous stone coffin had a great emperor buried within it. Towards other extreme Tao weapons or great emperor-level power that approached, there was a natural rejection, releasing terrifying Tao patterns. The two sides were in a deadlock. Even if the divine elders possessed the spiritual treasure celestial beings killing diagram, they still couldn't immediately approach, let alone suppress and bring away the stone coffin. The demonic liquid has appeared again. It is continuously flowing and condensing, about to precipitate into a heaven-defying divine object comparable to an immortal medicine. The elder in the divine realm cried out in alarm. He was extremely shocked. The 10,000 peaks swayed, and the mountain cracked apart. Sparkling and translucent liquid flowed down, gathering at the base of the mountain, and then flowing towards the depths of the danger zone. This is an immortal liquid that contains the great Tao fragments of archaic demonic gods, as well as the active essence of their flesh. Now it is gathering towards the depths of the danger zone. Could it be that someone is currently refining this liquid? Those in the divine realm who understood this secret were stupefied. This had always been a great medicine exclusive to deities, appearing once every 10,000 years. Meanwhile, the old deities of this era didn't dare enter. They originally thought that no one could obtain the precious liquid, so all of it was accumulated within. Now it seemed like this wasn't the case at all. The great sage also saw the abnormality, and all of them revealed excited expressions. The natural luck here was inferior to even the divine realm. If they could enter, just the thought alone made them tremble. Chapter 1437. The demonic god liquid was sparse and sparkling. It was like colorful dewdrops rolling down the cracked mountain, gathering together and sinking into the depths of the danger zone. The great sage desired it. The elders of the god realm were also hopeful. Everyone wanted to obtain it and used all kinds of methods to obtain it. In fact, the divine elder had a chance of obtaining it. They activated the killing array diagram together and landed on the mountain peak, allowing them to get close to the demonic god liquid. However, things weren't as simple as they imagined. The ancient coffin emitted Tao waves that deterred the divine array diagram. The emperor corpse didn't allow the extreme Tao weapons to get close to it. This was a form of self-protection. On one side was the corpse of the ancient great emperor, and on the other side was the ancient great emperor's weapon. When the two met, they naturally wouldn't give way. It was difficult for them to get close to each other. The divine elder was anxious. This opportunity couldn't be missed. It might only come once in a lifetime. They rushed forward with all their might, but in the end they failed. The huge stone coffin rumbled, and the Tao waves collided with the array diagram, forcing them to retreat immediately. What a pity, what a pity! Everyone sighed. The demonic god liquid couldn't be stopped. All of it sank into the depths of the danger zone. There might be people inside. This was the guess of the sages. Light flashed in their eyes. Without a doubt, the current battlefield was in this danger zone. The experts of the god realm, and the great sage from the outer realm, all wanted to enter. Other than that stone coffin, the demonic god liquid had also become their target. The god realm is empty. Can we think of a way to attack? Longma said softly. After observing for many days, he had a good understanding of the danger zone and the god realm. He naturally knew that Yi Fan had a great killing weapon on him. It was also a coffin. If he used it, he might be able to break through the god realm, barge in and snatch away the ancient tree of life. That's right. Yi Zi has the 9-layered coffin from the mythical era. Maybe we can really succeed. Pang Bo was also tempted. In the past, when they broke through the Yuhua God dynasty's territory, Yi Fan obtained a palm-sized coffin there. It was also a 9-layered coffin. It was said that there was a god buried in this coffin. This was because the sacred prince said that it had appeared in the primordial era. It almost wiped out an ancient race and was buried in the 9 heavens. Yi Fan took out the small coffin. It was simple and unadorned, and nothing could be seen from it. He rubbed it with his hand. Back then, killing Saint Chi Luo had told him to throw it away or bury it in the starry sky, but he had always kept it on him, not listening to his advice. At this moment, the golden lion, the 9-tailed crocodragon, the black bear saint, and the others were all moved. Their eyes were burning with passion. Perhaps now was the best time to charge into the divine realm. The person buried in this small coffin might not be a great emperor. It's hard to say if it can suppress a cursed god territory, Yi Fan said. Longma almost raised his 4 hooves and said, "How would we know if we don't try? Let's throw caution to the wind today. We'll raid the divine realm before the great sage. Don't be anxious. Currently, the divine domain and the outer realm saints are in a stalemate. It's hard to break this balance in a short period of time. We can take action at any time. I still feel that there is great danger in this place. It is better to observe for a period of time, said Yi Fan. It was not without reason that he made this judgment. One had to know that in the ancient mythological realm, the leaves of the ancient tree of life had once fallen on an island reef to raise the ancient beasts of the star field. This kind of method was horrifying. Raising a herd of ancient beasts across a star realm always made people feel uneasy. And now, they saw the ancient tree of life taking root in the divine domain. It must have been done by someone there, but there was no information about it until now. Yi Fan felt that the divine domain might have some secret that had not been revealed until now. The others also calmed down after hearing this. They felt that there must be some secret that no one knew about. Pang Bo frowned and said, "Perhaps the ancestors laid down a formation countless years ago. Once the ancient tree of life's leaves fall, it might be transmitted into the ancient mythological realm through that formation. I believe that the present heroes of the divine domain might not know of the arrangements made by our ancestors." This was not impossible, but to be safe, Yi Fan and the others felt that they should just observe quietly. It was not yet time to fight. Sure enough, less than half a month later, something confirmed some of their speculations. The divine domain was unfathomable. Just recently, there was a great sage who took action, carrying out a thunderous strike. He carried the legendary archaic ancestral artifact and slaughtered his way into the divine domain, almost making that place collapse and collapse. It could be said that this was a great shock. No one expected that there would be a foreign great sage who brought in such a powerful ancestral artifact. Even though the power of this type of ancient artifact was difficult to judge and definitely couldn't compare to emperor weapons, there were still some that were exceptionally terrifying. Normally speaking, this type of ancient artifact was a race's most powerful divine object. It had been passed down since ancient times and was an inextinguishable supreme treasure. This great sage was extremely patient. He had hibernated for so many years and had never taken it out. At the crucial moment, he went alone to cut off the divine domain's path of retreat. He wanted to succeed in a single battle. Unfortunately, he failed at the last moment. He shattered the divine domain's most ancient mountain. He never expected that at the final juncture, the divine domain's most ancient divine mountain would split apart. For streaks of killing sword energy radiance hacked out, shattering that ancestral artifact on the spot. This great sage also died miserably. His body and soul were both erased. When news spread out, the entire world was shaken. The divine domain had such a terrifying divine artifact, and not even they knew about it. He has crossed the line, actually wanting to destroy that mountain. You have to understand that in the eyes of the divine domain's people, that mountain's status is the same as the Buddhist Mount Meru. Quite a few people shook their heads. It was precisely this matter that rang an alarm bell for everyone. The divine domain's waters were deeper than they had imagined. It was hard to say what kind of arrangements their ancient ancestors had laid down. All of the cultivators in the divine domain were stirred up. They searched through the most ancient divine mountain, but they didn't find the most powerful killing sword. There was only a single Dao pattern that seemed to be able to be activated at the crucial moment. It connected to another region and borrowed sword might. The current divine domain was no longer an impregnable fortress. This type of news couldn't be hidden. It quickly spread to the outside world, making everyone think deeply. It's connected to the ancient celestial being's life spring. It can borrow the killing might of the four swords there. The great sage who came from the outer region made a judgment in the first moment. This was rather troublesome. If one wanted to break through the divine domain, they had to have an emperor weapon. Moreover, it had to be done when the numinous treasure celestial being's killing formation diagram left the divine domain. Otherwise, it would truly be impossible to completely suppress it. Could it be that everything was done by the numinous treasure celestial being to restrict the divine domain, and at the same time allow them to protect themselves? Where did the divine domain come from? Rumor has it that during the battle of the mythological era, some remnants of gods and devils were imprisoned here. This place was cursed and became a cage. It's fine as long as it's not the true four killing swords. There should be a way to break through it. Yi Fan and the others felt apprehensive. It was indeed correct to keep calm at the crucial moment. Otherwise, if they had gone to test the waters, they might have suffered heavy casualties. With such a thing happening in the divine domain, a few divine elders drove the killing formation diagram back. They wanted to use the diagram to link with the killing swords and summon the sword's true body over. Unfortunately, they failed. Those formation patterns didn't react at all. On this day, a great change occurred in the danger zone. The great sage seized this rare opportunity and moved out in full force. They launched the most terrifying attack, breaking through the divine demon mountain range and killing their way in. This mountain peak wasn't destroyed. It was like a living earth dragon crawling in all directions, opening up many paths for them. Everyone rushed in. Holding a mountain and a mustard seed, the ancient coffin can be seen but cannot be reached. The great sage was shocked. The depths of the danger zone contained the unfathomable laws of space. The great void was condensed into one. This forbidden zone looked very strange. Once they took a step, it was as if they were in a vast continent. The people saw the stone coffin, but they couldn't get close. With every step they took, they might enter a cosmic void. This place was very strange. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He said, "This is undoubtedly the ancient coffin of the Void Emperor. This is his great Tao law that refined the cosmic void. Even a small place can be as vast as the ocean, let alone this place which is originally so vast." The divine domain's elders attacked again, but it was too late. The great sage went deep in. Their target was the ancient coffin. Moreover, they scattered and walked between the special Tao patterns of the 9-layered coffin. The divine elders couldn't activate the killing formation diagram, so they could only go deep into this vast continent. Their true bodies entered to search and kill the enemies. This is truly a good place. One day, if my divine might is unrivaled, I will definitely make this the most sacred ancestral ground of my primordial god and devil lineage. Sangu laughed and disappeared in a flash. He entered the depths of the ancient continent. He was here for the god and devil lineage. Not long after, the earth corpse appeared in another direction. He gritted his teeth and jumped into a large crack. There was blood gushing out from there. To his corpse Tao, this was a precious cultivation ground. My Tao, my technique, if I devour everything here, I might become a true god. The heaven-swallowing beast swept its gaze around and disappeared in a flash. It entered the depths of the ancient land. Yi Fan, Pangbo, and the others also entered. They couldn't come in for 20 years, but today, the great sage worked together and finally blasted open the danger zone, allowing them to enter for the first time. This place was very vast, and the terrain was also very complicated. It was unfathomably deep. All of this was created by the stone coffin and the ancient talismans of the graveyard of gods and devils. After entering, they found many suspicious points. They saw traces of people living here for a long time, and they even saw a golden plume feather. It was left behind by the divine bird they saw 20 years ago. For the next 7 to 8 days, the heroes carefully explored on their own. There were no unforeseen events. The terrain here was very complicated, and no one dared to be careless. A little carelessness could cause them to lose their way. Yi Fan pondered for a long time, and gradually comprehended the Tao here. It was because he had obtained the Void Emperor's chessboard transport formation. There were great mysteries hidden within the interweaving formations. Half a month later, Yi Fan could bring Pangbo, Longma, and the others with large steps. They quickly went deeper and didn't have to worry about encountering Qi Tian, creatures, and the others. Hongwang. Heaven overflowing sounds of water could be heard. After entering several hundred li, they saw a majestic silver waterfall that cascaded down from 1,000 zhang tall cliff. Mist pervaded the air below, and the sound of water rumbled like thunder. There was a figure there with his back towards them. He was currently practicing the fist technique. Every fist he released would cause the great Tao to rumble. A bright moon hung high above his head like a divine disk, dazzling and resplendent. This was a valiant man who was currently comprehending the Tao and comprehending his own technique. He had entered a state of selflessness. Brother Haoyue. Pangbo was stunned, and then he revealed a look of ecstasy. He never thought that he would actually meet Ji Haoyue. Even though his back was facing them, he definitely wouldn't mistake him. Wait. Yi Fan pulled him back and said, Ji Haoyue should be in this forbidden region, but this isn't his true body. What are you talking about? Pangbo was startled. Look at the deep pool where the waterfall falls. It's strange. This might be the legendary Divine Soul Pool. Yi Fan was on high alert, and his expression was incomparably grave. Chapter 1438. The spiritual pond had always been mysterious and only existed in legends. It was said that it could copy a person's soul and recreate it. Yi Fan stepped onto the starry sky ancient path. Whenever he arrived at a place, the first thing he did was to collect all types of ancient texts and understand all types of anecdotes from past to present. It was because he discovered that the secrets related to the flying immortals were only occasionally seen in the most ancient secret news. That was why he had read the description of the spiritual pond. The water in the pond was the soul liquid. It did not reflect the surroundings but only the soul. Inside the spiritual pond, the silver liquid flowed like mercury. Then it was the golden liquid, shining brightly. In the end, it was the transparent liquid. It kept changing and flowing. The golden soul, the silver soul, and the strange liquid. This is the composition of the spiritual pond. I can't be wrong, said Yi Fan. He was observing the changes in the pond. The golden liquid, the silver liquid, and the transparent liquid did not appear all the time. They would only appear after a long time. If one was not paying attention, they would be easily ignored. The pond was deep. The silver waterfall from above smashed into the pond, stirring up waves of mist that covered the entire place. Is it dangerous to Brother Hao Yue? Asked Pangbo. Yi Fan said. It's hard to say. This thing is too mysterious. I don't think anyone knows how to use it. I heard that it can recreate a person's soul and make it look real. Someone tried to create a second spiritual soul but failed. Pangbo sent out a strand of his soul consciousness to get closer. He found that there was a strong force in the pond that was trying to pull his soul consciousness in. Don't get close. There is a saying that the spiritual pond was formed by the souls of countless ancient powerful warriors. They were smelted together and turned into liquid, reminded Yi Fan. Souls can turn into liquid? That's strange. Longma and the others were impressed. This thing could get close, but it required a physical body. Otherwise, a pure soul would be melted immediately and become part of the soul liquid. This also showed the importance of the physical body. The physical body was the shell of a god that protected the soul. Anyone who wanted to become the strongest would need a strong and immortal body. Yi Fan said. These are all left behind by the calamity of longevity. There is an ancient record that states that the soul pool was created by the experts of the mythological era, to study the flying celestials and the immortal. Everyone sighed softly. The more they cultivated, the more they felt that the path ahead of them was getting narrower. In the end, the biggest problem that all the supreme geniuses faced was immortality. Almost every great emperor and celestial being had to do their best to become a celestial. This should be a maze set up by Ji Haoyue and the others to protect themselves, deceiving the enemies who entered by mistake. It seems that they sensed the chaos outside. Silence. They quickly stopped talking because someone was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Several beams of divine light pierced through the sky and attacked the figure on the spirit pond. They wanted to subdue him in one fell swoop. If Ji Haoyue was here, there would be a problem because these people were all young supreme geniuses and extremely powerful. The 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan, the gold-eating beast, and a few others had never seen them before. This was because the discovery of the Tree of Life in the mythological ancient region had shaken the galaxy even further away. In the process of searching for the Divine Bridge, more ancient star regions had joined in. It was also at that time that there were more powerful cultivators. Obviously, they wanted to capture Ji Haoyue and force him to tell them what happened in the danger zone. They believed that he might have obtained the divine demon liquid. Everyone attacked together, wanting to succeed in one strike. In the blazing light, 3 3-meter-long golden snakes passed through the body. The others did the same. They hit their target, but it was as if they had hit nothing. These despicable things are so cruel. They wanted to destroy Brother Haoyue's physical body and only left a primordial spirit, Pangbo said in a low voice. Ah! One of them cried out miserably. He extended his divine senses to scan all directions, but due to a moment of carelessness, his soul was pulled out and fell from the forehead into the divine soul pool. This was a terrifying scene. This person was a supreme being on an ancient path, and was unrivaled in his generation. Yet now he was so weak. His primordial spirit fell into the pool, turned into liquid, and was smelted within. This was like a copper furnace. Raging flames burned, turning the ice-cold metal body into liquid, destroying its original form. What is going on? The gold-eating beast and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't help but back up. One of them didn't understand what was going on. He mistakenly thought that there was a great enemy spying on them and plotting against them. He used his most powerful divine senses to search, but in the end, he similarly cried out in alarm. His primordial spirit was pulled out. In that instant, his primordial spirit was dissolved and turned into soul liquid. Just like the first person, his name was forever erased from this world. His spirit was destroyed here. Don't use your divine senses. There's something wrong with this pool. It's called the Divine Soul Pool. It was created by those who wanted to become immortals for the sake of longevity. Extraordinary power can be used against it, Golden Snake Lord Master shouted. The Golden Snake bloodline was the descendant of the flying serpent, so they knew a lot of stories and secrets. After observing the ancient pool, he immediately made the correct judgment. Everyone backed up, revealing a shocked expression. This Divine Soul Pool is really not bad. It's very useful. It's simply the best place to trap and kill a great enemy, Pangbo said in a low voice. Longma expressed his agreement. How long had it been? Two of the most powerful young experts of a region had fallen just like that. Yi Fan warned. This kind of thing is difficult to take away. It's seen as an inauspicious thing. Since ancient times, those who took away the Divine Soul Pool ended up being melted inside. None of them had a good ending. The Divine Soul Pool, the Reincarnation Lake, and the Flying Immortal Waterfall were as famous as the Reincarnation Lake. It was recorded in the ancient books that these things were not to be trifled with. They were all related to longevity and were all man-made creations. Yi Fan, Crazy Ol, Li Heishui, Little Nan Nan, and the Black Emperor had seen the Reincarnation Lake when they charged into the sacred cliff. At that time, everyone wanted to see it, but they were stopped by Crazy Ol. Now he saw the Divine Soul Pool again. This made Yi Fan's heart restless. He really wanted to dispel the mystery of the Age of Legends and see what methods those great ancient people used to become immortals. Golden Snake Lord Master sneered. This person is very cunning. He only left a soul fluctuation here, and we lost two great experts. Don't let me find out. Once we find him, we will destroy his soul, the Metal Eater added. This place is not bad. We can set it up. Perhaps we can use it to destroy the holy physique of the human race. We can even kill the Grey Flood Dragon and the Golden Toad. Golden Snake Lord Master said gloomily. The young supreme beings were extremely powerful, but in a situation where the great sage also descended, they could only choose to avoid each other. They didn't dare walk together, or else they might be killed. This was especially true for the Golden Snake clan's three Lord Masters, the Grey Flood Dragon, the Golden Toad, and the others. They were mortal enemies, so they had to be even more careful. There is a void imprint here, left for a special person. Everyone help me detain it. Golden Snake Lord Master said. When these young supreme beings heard this, they all stared blankly. Then, they revealed strange expressions. They all took action, grabbing towards the void together. With a honglong sound, radiance flourished, and an imprint appeared. Old friend of the Big Dipper, halt. Do not use your divine will. There was only a single sentence, warning them of the dangers here. Golden Snake Lord Master sneered cruelly and said, It's the Big Dipper again. It must be an old friend of the human race's holy physique. I will definitely kill him. He personally arranged the martial arts in front of the Divine Soul Lake, replacing Ji Haoyue's position. He left behind a lifelike figure, and then he erased those words. Mother Kerr, if you want to kill us, then get rid of them first. Longma said fiercely. Yi Fan stopped it. These people weren't good people, and not a single one of them was easy to bully. If they fought a great battle, it would definitely be world-shaking, and it might even attract the great sage. At that time, they would definitely be in danger. In reality, they didn't even have the chance to attack. Golden Snake Lordmaster brought out the flying dragon formation diagram and brought everyone away. Do we need to make some arrangements as well to get rid of bastards like Chi Tian and the Grey Flood Dragon? The Green One asked. Yi Fan shook his head and said, there's no need. Let's just let these people do what they want. All of the bad debts will be put on them. They had the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, so they could hide in the mountain ridges without worrying about exposing their auras. Even if the great sage passed by, it would be hard for them to detect him. After a short pause, they continued on their way. Honglong. As soon as they walked out several hundred li, a loud sound rang out from behind them. The mountains collapsed and the earth split. The great sage roared, shattering rivers and mountains. Yi Fan, Pengbo, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Someone had really fallen for it, and it was unexpectedly fast. They quickly returned along the path they came from and stood on a towering peak. It was actually the Grey Flood Dragon, and he almost died. His primordial spirit was pulled out. At the crucial moment, he severed himself and cut off a quarter of his primordial spirit to escape. Flying Dragon, it's time for your bloodline to be wiped out. Don't think I don't know where your ancient star region is. The Grey Flood Dragon roared. Heh, I hope this Grey Flood Dragon will be even more powerful in the future and descend upon the Flying Dragon ancient star region, Longma said with schadenfreude. The Grey Flood Dragon remained silent for a long time. In the end, he also left behind a figure and replaced Golden Snake Lordmaster to attract attention. This has become a vicious cycle. Whoever was tricked will want to continue tricking others. I really don't know who will die because of this, Pengbo said. They entered deep into this ancient land and saw all kinds of void formation patterns. For others, they might get lost if they didn't have ancestral artifacts and other things. However, for Yi Fan and the others, it wasn't difficult at all. Along the way, they found many clues. They saw traces left behind by people comprehending the Tao, and they even found a few caves that had been inhabited in the past. There's the aura of demonic god elixir here. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. They made a new discovery. In front of a precipice, someone had carved out a stone basin. It was extremely large, and bathing in it was definitely not a problem. There were sparkling drops of demonic god elixir inside. Apart from this, there were also some strands of hair and cracked old skin. This discovery made them suck in a breath of cold air. Someone had shed their mortal body and exchanged their bones here, undergoing a transformation. This was definitely a heaven-defying opportunity. Legend had it that only the undying medicine had this kind of effect. It was just like what happened to Yi Fan and Pengbo back then. They picked divine medicine fruits from the ancient Forbidden Land and were reborn, recovering their youth. The demonic god elixir is so heaven-defying. They couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Fan activated his Genesis technique, and patterns appeared on the ground. The light flowed through the hair and old skin. He sensed a familiar aura and confirmed the person's identity. Ji Haoyue, it's really him. He actually obtained such a heaven-defying opportunity to use the demonic god elixir to refine his soul bone and undergo a rebirth. Yi Fan sighed softly. Sure enough, everyone had their own opportunities. The Eastern Wasteland divine physique had chased after the Void Emperor's ancient coffin and was brought here. He had actually obtained a kind of fortune. Look, there's more here. Longma could be said to be filled with jealousy and hatred. The demonic god elixir hadn't been too far away in the past 20 years, but it just couldn't be obtained. In the end, someone in the danger zone had used it to refine his soul body. This stone basin was even larger, reaching 6 meters in length. There were a few remaining liquid drops, but most of them were golden divine feathers. They were like clusters of burning golden flames. Without a doubt, a divine bird had undergone nirvana here, and evolved into an even more powerful body. It shed its former divine feathers and old skin. Not far, they should be nearby, said Pengbo. Chapter 1439. The group continued forward. Yi Fan used his Genesis technique to survey the terrain and find many valuable clues. 2 days later, Yi Fan used his Genesis technique to find a pool made of stalactite milk in the belly of a mountain. There was demonic god's elixir, as well as hair and old skin inside. Ji Haoyu and the others had cultivated here. Moreover, the traces of this place were obvious. It seemed that someone had lived here a few dozen days ago and had just left. The cracked human skin on the ground was sparkling and full of a powerful aura. Arcs of lightning flickered and crackled. It was extremely mystical. This was shocking. The old skin was not crippled at all. Even after several dozen days, it was still full of vitality and divine power. This was enough to prove its owner's strength. Brother Haoyu's cultivation is very strong. He must have entered the Saint King realm long ago. He is a well-known figure here. I think his strength is enough to contend against young supreme beings. Pangbo picked up a piece of sparkling skin and said after looking at it, "There is no justice in this world." The Void Emperor's coffin personally opened the way and pulled his descendants to travel through the universe's great treasures and divine lands. Longma could only feel envy and jealousy. The others were also gritting their teeth. During the mythological era, the 9-layer ancient coffin opened the way and pulled the Ji siblings to a treasure land, allowing them to obtain the demonic god's elixir and other things. It was truly shocking. The golden bird feathers were also extraordinary. They were accompanied by bursts of lightning and crackling sounds. It was as if a pile of gold was being struck by lightning. Could it really be that little guy from back then? He has actually grown to this level. It is truly astonishing. Yi Fan stared at these divine feathers and muttered to himself. The feathers shed by this golden divine bird have a strong smell of phoenix blood. The black bear saint sniffed the golden feathers on the ground and said, "Rumble." The sounds of fighting came from afar. Several divine elders appeared. It was unknown who was so unlucky to be found by them. Once they encountered them, even the great sage would suffer a tragedy. That was because the spirit treasure celestial beings killing array diagram was unstoppable. If one encountered them, they could only flee as far as possible. If they were even the slightest bit slower, they would die without a doubt. There was a cloud of rubble, accompanied by a bloody light that overflowed into the heavens. It was obvious that someone had suffered a calamity. After the bloody mist dispersed, peace was gradually restored. Yi Fan said, "Most of the great sage and the divine elder are going for the stone coffins, so we won't run into them when we look for the Ji siblings." The Void Great Emperor's ancient coffin was extremely strange. There were Tao patterns all around it, and it seemed to have fused with the Void universe. Unless one was a deity, it would be extremely difficult for them to truly enter. They would always get lost in the void. Yi Fan used a Genesis technique to survey the landscape and search for the aura of the fiend god liquid. He used this to track the siblings and the divine bird. More and more clues pointed to his old friend hiding in the depths of the danger zone. He seemed to be using the fiend god elixir to cultivate, and at the most crucial moment, he didn't want to be discovered. At the same time, they also discovered a serious problem. Golden Snake Prince, Gold-Eating Beast, Dition, and other young supremes were also appearing. They might encounter Ji Ziyue and the others. If it's not Sengu, then it's Shenlong leading the way. They are the descendants of the primordial fiend gods and are most sensitive to the aura here. It might be very easy for them to search for the fiend god elixir seriously. After determining this situation, Yi Fan couldn't stay calm anymore. He used the Genesis technique to the extreme, making the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains tremble. He followed the aura of the precious liquid and got closer to his old friend. 2 days later, they heard a strange sound. A mountain was shaking, and the formation patterns were spreading like ripples. It was obvious that someone was attacking the Tao Earth. The aura of the fiend god elixir. Yi Fan's expression changed. He rushed forward, his speed fast to the extreme. He crossed the towering mountains and precipitous ridges, arriving at a place where ancient trees flourished. A large black mountain towered there. Not a single blade of grass grew on the mountain. The formation patterns spread out, releasing streak after streak of brilliant multicolored light. The goddess of the god race Shenlong, the stone man Holy Spirit, the copper ant king, and a few others he didn't recognize had barged into this place. They were currently attacking this black mountain, erasing many of the Tao patterns, and causing its entire body to crack. This wasn't a place where the corpses of fiend gods were buried, so there naturally weren't any primordial fiend gods' profound mysteries. However, there was a great formation carved on it that merged with the void great cosmos. This is a technique from the void imperial scripture. It is similar to the formation patterns on the chessboard. Yi Fan recognized it with a glance, discovering the profound mysteries within. Even though this great formation was complex and profound, it still couldn't withstand the attacks of many young experts. Cracks began to appear. These people were all sovereigns of their respective regions, kings on their respective ancient paths. It should be laid down by the Ji siblings. Could it be that they are inside the mountain? Rumble. Rubble flew into the clouds, and smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. This mountain was struck until it split into pieces. The formation patterns were finally completely erased, and the mountain collapsed with a rumbling sound. The stone man, Shenlong, the copper ant king, and the others, which one of them was a bandit. All of them were exceptional figures of the younger generation. If they weren't holy spirits, then they were from the god race. They were supreme deities, and few could contend against them. When they joined hands, it was naturally world-shocking. Perhaps even the great sage would frown. After all, this was a group of people, and not just one or two. In the future, the world would be theirs. Rumble. The black mountain collapsed. Yi Fan felt a familiar aura. He walked out from the darkness, and his entire body emitted golden blood energy. With every movement, it was as if he was moving the sun, moon, and stars. He was like an ancient divine lord. He stopped everyone, fearing that the old friends inside the mountain would be injured. It's you. You dare block our way. The stone man and Yi Fan had a grudge. Everyone in the younger generation knew about this. Ever since they entered the ancient legend domain, there had been more than one conflict. The main reason was naturally because Yi Fan had killed a holy spirit in the past, and his body was cursed. Even though the cursed divine ring was slowly being erased, the holy spirit race could still sense it. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He didn't reply to his words, and instead swept his gaze over everyone, looking down on the world. In this place, there were all kinds of divine and demonic essence buried underground. He could use origin techniques, and even if the experts surrounded him, he had no fear. He wasn't afraid of a group battle. Moreover, there weren't as many people as he had imagined. There were only 8 or 9 of them. If the Ji family siblings were here, along with Pangbo, Longma, and the others, they would be able to dominate this group of enemies. Yi Fan, I've always hoped that you would join my race. Have you considered it? Why are you blocking our way now? Shenlong asked. Her body was sparkling, and she was enveloped by the divine ring. She was dazzling, and she truly resembled a goddess. There are my old friends inside the mountain, and I don't want anything to happen to them. Yi Fan calmly spoke. Hand over your life. After searching for you for 20 years, I couldn't find you. Today, I'll send you on your way. The golem was the first to rush over. This race was synonymous with being unrivaled. There were truly few who could match them within the same cultivation level. Wonglong. Yi Fan brandished his fists. His left hand was a tiger, and his right a dragon. The roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger were deafening. These were 2 immortal spirits of the 4 divine beasts, and they were transformed into his fists. The might of the dragon and tiger contending for supremacy was displayed, suppressing all 4 directions. Under the dazzling brilliance, his fists collided with the palm of the Holy Spirit. They directly collided head-on, and the shockwaves sent the young supreme experts flying. In the present age, who dared to compare the toughness of the body with the Holy Spirit? Perhaps only the human race with the Holy Spirit physique could directly clash head-on like this. The Holy Spirit was immortal, and its body was tough. It was difficult to break through, but at this time, the golem released a muffled groan. Its right fist cracked, and blood splashed everywhere. Then with a pu sound, its entire arm exploded. This was a type of great power. It wasn't that such a powerful Holy King-level golem couldn't even block a single move from Yi Fan, but rather that both of them had used their wild power to the extreme, and victory or defeat could be decided in 3 to 5 moves. This was a collision of bodies, a confrontation of the great Tao. Life and death were decided in an instant. The others were shocked. The Holy Spirit that reigned supreme over the world with its body was actually not the enemy's Holy Spirit physique. This made them feel extremely powerless. After not seeing him for 20 years, Yi Fan's blood and chi had become even more boundless and boundless. He was simply unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Fan pressed forward, wanting to kill the Holy Spirit and take its head. However, at this time, the others also made their moves. After all, they were working together to fight against a common enemy. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He didn't exchange blows with so many people, and instead directly used his Genesis technique, shifting the mountains and rivers and making the sun and moon dim. Not good retreat. Someone shouted loudly, seeing some clues. This place became unfathomable. All of the mountains and rivers seemed to respect Yi Fan, placing him in the most advantageous terrain. Formation patterns appeared. In the end, there was still someone who was a step too slow. Yi Fan took action, smashing forward murderously. 3 punches were released in succession, blasting that person apart, turning him into a bloody mist. At the same time, he chased after the golem again, shattering its other arm. Holy Spirit blood scattered everywhere, creating a ghastly sight. At the crucial moment, the Copper Ant King took action, assisting him, allowing the golem to escape disaster. His face was ashen, his expression overcast to the extreme. He retreated to the back. If you want to live in the future, don't appear in front of me, and even more so don't compete with me. Yi Fan ridiculed. The golem was furious. He clenched his fists, but in the end he endured it, not moving forward. After all these years, who could make him feel so sullen? His past opponent seemed to have left him in the dust. This made him resentful, but at the same time, he felt a sense of powerlessness. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but rather that the other party was too powerful. As a golem, he was blessed by heaven and earth, possessing all types of extraordinary methods and divine abilities. He was unmatched in a region, yet he couldn't kill the human race's holy body. Brother Yi, aren't you a bit too overbearing? The god race's holy daughter Shenlong, who had been watching coldly from the side all this time, spoke. Her face revealed an unhappy expression, preparing to take action. What I said is the truth. There really is an old friend of mine in the mountain. Yi Fan replied. Nonsense, you clearly want to seize the divine devil elixir. The others naturally didn't believe him, but they didn't cower back. They all looked at him with cold eyes. Suddenly, a heaven-overflowing fluctuation appeared, spreading out from the shattered black mountain. Many rocks and other things were blasted to pieces. A resplendent cocoon appeared, releasing precious splendor. Someone underwent rebirth, undergoing a complete transformation. Now they emerged from isolation. In addition, in the same place, there was a chessboard transport formation. This cocoon wanted to escape, but it seemed to have sensed something. It violently trembled, rushing towards Yi Fan. This is a cocoon formed from the divine devil elixir. Someone absorbed the essence within. The archaic divine devil Great Tao's fragments have been dissolved in the precious liquid, the same as many ancient inheritances being melted into a furnace. This is a type of heaven-defying natural luck. The god race, Holy Spirit, and other powerful bloodlines were all shocked and envious. They truly wished they were trapped in the cocoon. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on the cocoon one after another. Auspicious energy surged, multicolored light thousands of streaks, and immortal energy tens of thousands of strands appeared. The one inside was about to emerge. It was clear that he recognized Yi Fan, or else he wouldn't be so at ease, breaking out from the cocoon at his side. Chapter 1440. The resplendent cocoon seemed to be carved from immortal stones of the absolute beginning. It was sparkling and translucent, immortal mist enshrouding it. It released 1,000 streaks of auspicious light, and 10,000 strands of divine multicolored light. It was brilliant and dazzling, essence energy like a dragon as it rushed into the heavens. It was extremely at ease, stopping at Yi Fan's side and suspending in midair. It flowed with brilliant colors and surged with immortal energy. It was accompanied by the resonance of the Great Tao, as if an immortal song was being played. Gotcha! The cocoon was densely packed with cracks. More and more cracks appeared, and finally, a piece fell off. A holy and divine aura rushed out, auspicious and dazzling. Yi Fan, Peng Bo, and the others were all shaken. They became even more cautious, scanning their surroundings to prevent the young experts from launching a sneak attack. The transformation of the person in the cocoon had reached a critical moment, and couldn't be interrupted. Pop! A light sound rang out. Another piece fell off from the cocoon. Immediately, a sweet fragrance overflowed. Auspicious colors and immortal mist filled the air. Divine light covering the sun. The piece that fell off just happened to be facing the eyes of the person in the cocoon. They opened at this time, pure like crystals, sparkling and translucent, full of spiritual essence. Anyone who saw this couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Beautiful. This pair of eyes possessed a type of spirituality. The pupils were like flawless black gems, making one feel as if they were close to the Tao with a single glance. They were pure and natural, a type of beauty that couldn't be disguised. Hongwang. Several people attacked, wanting to interrupt this transformation. Among them, the Copper Ant King was also closing in. His entire body was bronze in color, giving off a powerful feeling, as if he could shake down the 9 heavens. The beams of light in Yi Fan's eyes shot out like 2 sharp swords. At this time, he would definitely use his most powerful methods to suppress and kill anyone who dared to disturb him. His entire body burned with raging golden flames. Yi Fan took a step forward. The entire mountain and river trembled. Origin techniques, battle saint technique, army character formula, and other techniques were activated at the same time. His fists moved, like a dragon and tiger fighting for supremacy, the world about to collapse. He turned into a specter and rushed out, fast to the extreme, making it impossible to defend against. This was the evolution of the Rho character formula. Pooh! One of them was directly blasted apart by him, turning into a bloody mist, body and soul destroyed. This was Yi Fan's most powerful attack, containing his entire body's essence energy. His avatar, true body, secret techniques, and Tao techniques were all displayed, merging into a furnace as he ferociously attacked. Puff! He rushed over, and then a second person was smashed to pieces. Bone fragments flew everywhere, blood dripping everywhere, dyeing the sky and mountain region red. This scene stunned everyone. They knew that although it was only 2 strikes, it was like a world-shaking battle. Yi Fan's entire body's essence blood and Yuan Shun's boiling saint power. It wasn't that the 2 who died weren't strong enough. It was just that what should have been an intense battle had been compressed into a direct collision, deciding life and death in a single strike. The human race's saint physique was going all out to kill everything in his path. This made everyone fearful. These people all backed up, a few of them directly coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. This was the result of being suppressed by an unmatched great power. Before they were even struck, they were already injured. It was clear that they weren't truly fighting. After all, the battle between the Holy Spirit and Yi Fan was something that everyone could see. The people here only wanted to create new problems, not wishing for the one in the cocoon to smoothly transform. However, who would have thought that Yi Fan's reaction would be so intense, immediately fighting a life and death struggle? He didn't hesitate to exhaust his source to wipe out all enemies that dared to approach. I want to see which one of you dares to move. If anyone dares to attack now, I will wipe out their entire clan in the future. Yi Fan shouted. Correct. Whoever dares move, this old one will pay a visit to their ancient star domain in the future, and wipe out their entire clan. Even a little mouse that doesn't open its eyes will fall to its death. Pang Bo also spoke fiercely, intimidating everyone. If it really is Brother Ye's old friend, then what harm is there in waiting a bit? The God Race's heavenly daughter Shenlong said. She didn't want to kill the one who obtained the divine demonic elixir, because this type of precious elixir contained great Tao fragments. It was equivalent to an archaic demonic god's inheritance. If possible, she hoped to win this person over and have him join the God Race. Pop! Another piece of the cocoon fell off, revealing a sparkling and translucent mouth. Everyone's expressions became sluggish. This was especially the case for Shenlong, Stone Being, Copper Ant King, and the other young supreme beings. They were all stupefied. This was different from what they had expected. How could such beautiful eyes have this kind of mouth? Jujio. Murmurs sounded from within the cocoon. Waves of sweet fragrance wafted over, as if a child had seen its loved ones. It was full of joy as it rubbed against Yi Fan's body. In the end, the cocoon split into pieces, all of the fragments falling off. It was resplendent and dazzling, as if a golden immortal flame was burning, illuminating this place. This was unexpectedly a golden divine bird. Shenlong, stone being, and the others were all stupefied. They originally thought that an exceptional beauty was going to appear, but who would have expected it to be a bird? The difference from what they had expected was too great. It really is a bird? Longma, Black Bear Saint, and the others watched anxiously. They all thought that a woman was going to appear, never expecting it to be an extraordinary divine bird. Its entire body was brilliant, reaching a zhang in length. It was covered in golden feathers, extremely beautiful. It was like an expanse of multicolored clouds, but also like a flame, full of spiritual essence. Its shape was like a phoenix, not divided into 5 colors, but rather a single noble golden color. Its plume feathers were extremely long, similar to its body, a zhang in length, bright and resplendent. Its eyes were like black gemstones, the other part sparkling and translucent, as if they were cast from gold. This was a lightning phoenix, a rare species since the ancient times, possibly the only one in the present world. It had the bloodline of an ancient phoenix, so there was no need to say more about this type of scene. Everyone could see that it might become close to a divine phoenix in the future. The higher the cultivation realm, the more thorough its bloodline's revival would be. I never expected you to still remember me after all these years. Yi Fan rubbed its head, unable to help but sigh with emotion. This is a divine bird. The divine race heavenly lady revealed a serious expression from the distance. The others were all silent. This type of bloodline was already heaven-defying to begin with, and together with the divine demonic liquid's help, it became even more extraordinary, perhaps even approaching the phoenix bloodline ancestors. So what if your bloodline is powerful? On the true battlefield, none of this counts for anything. If your strength isn't enough, you will still be suppressed and killed by others, the golem said coldly. Are you talking about yourself? If you aren't convinced, then come over. I'll continue to blast you apart with a single fist. Yi Fan ridiculed. His expression was cold, carrying a cruel killing intent. The golem wanted to say something, but he couldn't retort. The true battle accomplishments were laid out before him, so saying anything more would only bring humiliation upon himself. Jiujiu, the lightning phoenix muttered, using its head to rub against Yi Fan, as if it was a child that saw an adult. However, its true strength wasn't weaker than everyone here at all. It was extremely powerful, making everyone feel restraining fear. Yi Fan didn't feel any shock towards this, because he clearly understood its origins. Lightning phoenixes were hard to find since ancient times. As long as it grew up normally, it would inevitably become a demonic saint, let alone the fact that this divine bird's starting point was so high. Back then, before it was even born, it already obtained its parents' gift. The old lightning phoenix was injured and transformed into the Tao, infusing a world's Tao foundation into the golden egg, almost giving it the starting point of a Tao-severing king. Of course, this wasn't the greatest natural luck, because there was another type of opportunity that could be said to be heaven-defying. No fiend race or ancient beasts could compare to it. That was, it obtained the demonic god flower. What kind of thing was this? This was a type of heaven-defying divine root. For a young fiend race, there was nothing more precious than it. It could be used to forge an undying Tao foundation. Back then, even the Black Emperor had sighed, willing to borrow another 100,000 years from the heavens, returning to his childhood to eat this flower. One could see just how precious it was. The demonic god flower contained the world's most fundamental Tao force, possessing the most powerful spirituality. It was an unmatched divine object in the eyes of fiend race and ancient beasts, something they would go crazy over. For mature great fiends, it wasn't that useful, but its wondrous use laid in nurturing young fiend race spirits, purifying their bloodlines, spirituality, roots, and other things, changing heaven and earth. Legend had it that both Fiend Emperor Shui Yueqing and the ancient Azure Emperor had consumed the demonic god flower. It was an immortal great medicine for peerless roots to build a foundation. There were 3 kinds of flowers in the world that were the rarest: the demonic god flower, the Tao amalgamation flower, and the god flower. In the past, the divine crocodile and malicious spirit of Mars' ancient star were at the Big Dipper prominent sect, implicating Lu Yunji, Lin Jia, and the others. In order to find the truth, Yi Fan went all the way to the Immortal Ascension Valley. As soon as the lightning phoenix came out of its shell, it was placed at the root of the demonic god flower by Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, and the others. It could be said that it was a great fortune that defied the heavens. This made the Black Emperor, who had lived for thousands of years, say that he was still young and wanted to experience the divine might of this flower. Back then, the lightning phoenix was still a tiny thing, only the size of a fist, covered in fur. Now it was so beautiful, causing Yi Fan to sigh at how time flowed like water. What about Ziyue? Where is brother Haoyue? Yi Fan asked. Haoyue is in seclusion. Ziyue might be in danger. The lightning phoenix had a pure heart and a tender voice. Its black gem-like eyes blinked with anxiety. Recently, many powerful figures had entered the depths of the danger zone. Ji Ziyue and the others were in the critical period of transformation, so they could only retreat continuously. However, the people in the outside world followed them all the way in order to obtain the divine demonic elixir. Qiuqiu quickly finds Ziyue. She came out of seclusion first. With so many enemies, she definitely won't be able to deal with them. The lightning phoenix's voice was clear, and had a trace of the tender voice of a little girl. She used her beak to nibble at the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and led the way. Ji Ziyue had run out in advance before her seclusion was truly complete. She sealed her brother and the lightning phoenix in different mountains, and went to attract the enemies herself. No one knew how she was doing now. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. He followed closely behind. Pangbo, Longma, and the others also didn't say a word and rushed forward. They knew that the situation was critical. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The stone man shouted. With a boom, he activated a formation and blocked the path ahead, preventing them from helping. Are you tired of living? Yi Fan was furious. This was the first time he was so furious. There was no time to waste. This sacred spirit actually blocked his path at this critical moment. There was no need to say more about its malicious intentions. Everyone, we have already formed enmity with him today. In the future, we will not rest until one of us is dead. What else is there to worry about? Use all your means to make him stay. The sacred spirit said coldly. It wanted to block Yi Fan's path and prevent him from helping, leaving him with great hatred. Some people were eager to try, while others were silent. Those who block me shall die. Yi Fan was furious. His Genesis technique was superb. With a flick of his hand, dozens of golden formations appeared and directly disintegrated the killing formation set up by the sacred spirit. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The sacred spirit's expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he was the first to flee. He was the one who suggested to join forces just now, but in the end he was the first to flee. The others cursed in their hearts. This was too much of a scum. His heart was very evil. In order to take revenge, he dragged everyone down with him, but in the end he had no backbone at all. The sacred spirit only had one thought, and that was to not die. The current Yi Fan couldn't be contended against head-on, and was almost invincible. The stone man knew that in a battle of the same level he would undoubtedly die, so he fled. Boom! Yi Fan's true body shattered the blue dome of heaven. His palm and fingers were like a large golden millstone as they slammed out. The palm of light landed on the sacred spirit's back, and with a pu sound, the area below his chest was smashed into mush. Blood splashed everywhere. He wanted to give chase, but he was afraid that if he delayed too long, Ji Ziyue would be in danger. He turned around and left, letting the lightning phoenix lead the way. The mountains and rivers receded as they quickly approached an ancient land. Chapter 1441. In the depths of this dangerous land, the mountains and rivers were magnificent. Many ancient lands had pleasant sceneries, and were extremely suitable for cultivation. However, no one had been able to enter in the past. This was a group of lakes. Every lake was not very large, and they were all adjacent to each other. They were like sparkling pearls that adorned the earth. On the shore, there were all kinds of fine trees and divine vines that were overflowing with color and flourishing. This was a rare land of treasures. The little guy was also the lightning phoenix. His entire body blossomed with golden multicolored light as he flew, bringing them here to search for Ji Ziyue's whereabouts. Brother Haoyue is truly unkind. Is there an elder brother like this? Letting his younger sister take risks outside while he secluded himself in cultivation. Pangbo muttered in dissatisfaction. While Haoyue and I were in seclusion, Ziyu sealed us in different mountains. We only discovered it after we awakened from our cocoons, but it was already too late. The little guy explained. Yifan was even more worried. Although it was only for a short period of time, Ziyu might encounter great enemies. Heaven-swallowing beast, golden snake prince Sengu, even the gray flood dragon and Chi Tian. Each one was more terrifying than the last. The lake was tranquil, and it reflected the green mountains and clear waters. There were also all kinds of fine trees and ancient vines, making this place seem like a paradise for an immortal. The little guy had the psychic precious jade that Jiziua left behind on him, so they could sense each other. At this time he revealed an excited expression and said, "Sister Ziyu is nearby. She shouldn't be in danger." "All right." Yifan only said one word, and let him continue to sense and search. "Over there, I can sense it." The little guy's golden feathers were beautiful as he streaked across the sky and flew forward, leading everyone closer to a mountain peak. Between these lakes, there would occasionally be a few towering mountain peaks that separated the lakes, making it seem even more beautiful than a fairyland. "There's someone." Yifan let everyone stop. He hid among the ancient trees in front of the lakes and looked towards that mountain peak. He cultivated a genesis technique that connected heaven and earth, so he could sense the scenery of the earth ahead of time. "Not good at Ziyu. She's surrounded," Pangbo shouted. Although they were quite far away, they could still clearly see that a purple-clothed girl was fluttering about. She was surrounded by a group of people, but she did not seem to be panicking and was loudly saying something. Longma said carelessly, "What's there to argue with evil people? Just kill them and break out of the encirclement. This little girl is too naive. Fortunately we came. Otherwise she would have been eaten alive." Yifan glared at it. Longma muttered resentfully. Talking about domineering, there was nothing more to say to the enemy. Without a doubt, those were some young supreme beings, 8 or 9 of them in total. Even from far away, one could still sense how powerful they were, because when they opened their heavenly eyes, they could see that there was dragon-shaped blood energy rushing into the heavens from the crown of their heads, flourishing to the extreme. These people reigned supreme in their respective regions, rarely encountering opponents on their respective ancient paths. It's just 9 people. If not every one of them is as valiant as the Tyrant King, we can finish them off in one battle. Pangbo said, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Ziua has been surrounded. I'll sneak over first and stand by her side. Otherwise, these people might become ruthless and harm her first," said Yifan. They quickly closed in, using the heaven-deceiving formation as cover. Yifan in particular used the Celestial Court's secret killing techniques. Even though these techniques were not very suitable for him and were not his Dao, he still forcefully activated them today. Something's wrong. Those people don't seem to be attacking Sister Ziua." The little guy stopped and blinked his large black gem-like eyes, revealing a doubtful expression. Although he was simple, he was very meticulous. After noticing this abnormality, he looked towards Yifan and the others, seeking their opinion. There really is something wrong. Why do I feel like those people don't seem to be making things difficult for Ziua? They seem more like a group. Pangbo also nodded. Yifan stared blankly. Out of concern, he was in a mess. Now that he calmed down and looked into the distance, he discovered that this was indeed a strange group. Those people seemed to be surrounding Jiziua at the center. "I think it's like, that girl is their leader. Have these people eaten too much?" Longma also muttered. In any case, they were relieved because Jiziua was not in any danger. Like this, they were no longer in a hurry to approach and observed from the shadows. "Strange, what's going on?" They carefully approached, and after carefully observing, they discovered that these people really did not pose any danger. When they were within 100 li, they could clearly see those people even without opening their heavenly eyes. They did not recognize most of them. They were all experts from the other side, and each of them had their own methods and divine abilities. None of them could be underestimated. Jiziua's purple clothes fluttered in the wind. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were full of intelligence. When the corners of her mouth curled up, she revealed her sparkling cute little canine teeth, appearing extremely lively. Her watery eyes flashed with intelligence from time to time, and there was a kind of craftiness and quick-wittedness. She smiled very brightly, and there were small dimples on her face, making her look even more mischievous and refined. Her figure was graceful and elegant, and there was a kind of extraordinary spirituality about her. She took light steps, and her beautiful hair danced in the wind. There was always a kind of confidence and smile on her white oval face, which could easily infect others. It's been so many years. I haven't seen them for about 100 years. Yi Fan muttered to himself, lost in thought. Pangbo nodded and said, "Time is like water, passing in a hurry. If we didn't step onto this path of cultivation, I'm afraid we would have long ceased to exist in this world." Less than 100 li later, they concealed themselves. Not only could they see the expressions of those young supreme beings, they could also clearly hear their words. Ji Ziyue waved her small sparkling fist, as if to emphasize her tone, and said, "Advance, we will definitely obtain the divine demonic elixir. As the strongest of a region, who can stop us if we join hands?" In the dark, Yi Fan, Pangbo, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Why did this feel so strange? Didn't she obtain the divine demonic elixir a long time ago? That's right, we crossed domains to come here, and we were all once sovereigns of a region. With so many of us joining hands, we can easily suppress a few insignificant enemies," said a young man. He was tall and majestic, and he had golden hair. He was arrogant and unruly, and his eyes were incomparably sharp. "This is a powerhouse cultivated by an ancient golden pung. It will be difficult to find an opponent in the Saint King realm," said the Black Bear Saint, revealing a dignified expression. The 8 or 9 people on the other side were very unfamiliar. Every one of them was extremely powerful, and they were all rare supreme beings of different races. "It's just a trifling divine body. Even if a true god race venerable king comes, he will be suppressed and killed all the same," said another white-haired powerhouse. His eyes were cold, and there was a kind of cruelty in them. He was an ancient silver wolf that cultivated into a human form. He was known to have the heavenly wolf ancient blood, and was extremely powerful. "Brother Heavenly Wolf, it's better to speak less subtlety. If there really is a god race here, it won't be good for us to make enemies for no reason," said another person. "Could it be that I'm afraid of her? My heavenly wolf race doesn't fear any race. Only a battle will determine who is strong and who is weak," said the heavenly wolf race powerhouse coldly. "Everyone, what is there to fight about? Save your energy to suppress that divine body. Obtaining the demonic god liquid is the most important thing," said Ji Ziyue. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing her snow-white canine teeth that flickered with sparkling luster. She was mischievous and had a kind of affinity. "Miss Ziyue is right. Let's go suppress that divine body first. Obtaining the demonic god liquid is the most important thing. Let's put everything else aside first," the others agreed. It was very clear that Ji Ziyue had a kind of transcendent status among them. This kind of intelligent and lively girl would attract attention no matter where she went. Even the young supreme beings were no exception. Their eyes were at the top because they had reached the peak on their respective ancient paths. Now that they met Ji Ziyue, they saw that she was stronger than them and not weaker. Moreover, she was as beautiful as a fairy and as lively as a fairy. Naturally, they had a good impression of her and hoped to get close to her. What is this girl trying to do? Could it be that she really wants to suppress her brother and seize brother Haoyue's demonic god liquid? Pangbo was dumbfounded, a little confused. Yi Fan also felt that it was very strange. What was Ji Ziyue doing? Why was she together with the enemy? It was impossible for her to deal with her brother. "Everyone, you must be careful. This is the graveyard of gods and demons." That divine body obtained the demonic god liquid, which contains fragments of the great Tao of primordial gods and demons. It is equivalent to obtaining a supreme inheritance. The most terrifying thing is that it is compatible with his divine blood. As long as he comes out of seclusion, he will definitely be extremely terrifying. Don't be careless. A young expert was very cautious. Ji Ziyue waved her hand. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons. She giggled and said unconcernedly, "Don't worry, I will suppress him when the time comes." Back then in our Gauchian ancient star region, it's not like I haven't fought the god race before. I personally captured one and made him my coachman. It's a pity that I didn't bring him along. Jizuyue was bragging. This made Yi Fan and the others a little stunned. Then they wanted to laugh. I know Little Moon is tricking this group of people. A thief crying thief and mixing into this group of enemies. Pangbo came to a sudden realization. That's right. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jizuyue was really audacious. He didn't know what methods she used to obtain the trust of this group of people. Moreover, they were all following her lead. This girl is really bad. She really knows how to trick people. Leading a group of enemies to attack her? I think she will definitely clash with another group of people in the end. Longma muttered and cursed silently. He took back his previous comment on Jizuyue. There are a few groups that we need to pay attention to. Jinchi Langjun has the flying snake array diagram. It's very terrifying. The human race's sacred physique seems to be here too. It's said that he's invincible in close combat. Also, Gu Jinping introduced some of the powerful opponents he had seen and heard of on the other side. These people were all very conceited. Some listened attentively while others were naturally disdainful. They hoped to see the so-called few terrifying groups fight. Jizuyue ground her shiny little canine teeth and waved her little fist. She said fiercely, "The human race's sacred physique is mine. I will personally suppress him and beat him until he cries." In the distance, Yi Fan touched his chin and was speechless. The others all laughed. They found it very interesting to watch Jizuyue brag in the dark. "There's no need for Miss Ziyue to do anything. I'll capture him for you." The white-haired youth from the Sky Wolf race said coldly. The others echoed and said that they wanted to suppress the human race's sacred physique. "There's no need. My greatest wish is to fight with the strongest bloodlines, especially the human race's sacred physique. I plan to suppress him personally and let him take over the position of my former coachman." Jizuyue waved her little fist. Although she wanted to make a ferocious appearance, her big eyes and dimples appeared on her face. She didn't look ferocious at all. On the contrary, she had a different kind of beauty. She looked very cute and mischievous. This made the other young Supremes feel relaxed and happy. Although they felt that she was bragging, they felt very comfortable. They felt that this little girl was different, and they really wanted to be with her. Chapter 1442. Jizuyue was bragging. This made Yi Fan and Pangbo speechless. What they saw overturned their previous understanding of her. They couldn't help but want to laugh after secretly observing her. Of course, when they thought of her weird appearance in the past, they were relieved. This was nothing out of the ordinary. According to her character, it wasn't too much or strange. Mist rose from the mountain peak, as if it was surrounded by celestial chi. It was reflected in the lakes. It was a pure land that made one's heart feel peaceful. "Let's go find the demonic elixir and capture the divine king alive. We'll suppress the human race's divine physique and defeat them all." Jizuyue waved her fist as if she was boosting the morale. She led the way in high spirits. Yi Fan, Pangbo, Longma and the rest looked at each other. It wasn't good for them to appear now. It was more suitable for this girl to lead the enemy into battle. Ji Haoyue was in the middle of transforming and needed time. She couldn't be disturbed. Let her stall for time. We'll follow from afar and protect her. Pangbo said. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. The group followed behind silently. It had to be said that Jizuyue's team was very strong. No matter where they went, they would shock the world. These 8 or 9 people all had extremely high talents and bloodlines. There was no need to talk about the golden rock. With a spread of its wings, it could soar 90,000 miles into the sky. It was enough to split the sky and collapse the universe. It was a very strong race. The celestial wolf had endless legends. It had once produced an unparalleled expert. The celestial wolf howled at the moon, collapsing the galaxy. Once they started fighting, they would be bathed in blood and rarely had a match. The nine-eyed jade toad was a primordial variant that was rarely seen since ancient times. It was said that it was the descendant of the three-legged golden toad and the jade qilin. It had been extinct for millions of years. Who would have thought that it would reappear in the world today? It was the strongest among this group of people. As for the others like the mountain-carrying tortoise, green-blooded people, and sky-splitting beasts, they were all equally strong. These races were famous in the universe, and had the bloodline of a region's ruler. Their spiritual senses were very sharp. Even powerful people like Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma would be sensed if they were not careful. Fortunately, they had the heaven-deceiving formation. The ancient golden pung, heavenly wolf, nine-eyed blue toad, mountain-carrying tortoise, and the others all had powerful magical force, blood energy exuberant. Wherever they passed, all creatures would retreat, surging like an ocean, vast and immeasurable. I can sense the aura of the divine demonic liquid. The divine body is most likely up ahead. Jizue said solemnly with a serious expression. Her footsteps were light as she got everyone to prepare for battle. This was a valley with a spacious terrain, and there was a clear spiritual lake within it. There were verdant and luxuriant precious trees, fresh flowers, fallen petals in profusion, and flowing rays of light, causing it to seem extremely divine and auspicious. We were a step too late. His divine body has already left. There are traces left behind when he was comprehending the Tao here. The green-blooded man sighed. His skin was dark green, and his limbs were like vines. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others could see it clearly. They had also been to this place before. It was a cultivation ground that Ji Haoyue had long since abandoned. But now, it could lure everyone here to waste time, and make them feel like they had gained something. There was the remnant of the divine demonic liquid here. Of course, the essence energy had long been exhausted, and the fragments of the great Tao had also been extracted, so there was no value left. Miss Ziyue is indeed extraordinary. As expected of a Yuan spirit body, she is the most sensitive to the aura of the world's origin. She can even discover it from so far away. This is a good start. We will definitely be able to find the divine body and seize the precious liquid, said the sky-splitting beast. What a pity. Let's continue searching. Ji Ziyue waved her hand and began to lead the way again. In the dark, Longma muttered, "This girl looks harmless now. I think she will definitely lead this group of people into the fire pit in the end." "I'm happy to see that. Wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble?" Pang Bo laughed. Suddenly, a shout came from ahead, accompanied by the roar of a beast. Ji Ziyue and the others encountered another group of experts, and it seemed like there was going to be a fierce battle. "Everyone, we are all here for the divine demonic liquid. Why must we kill each other now? Why don't we work together and attack when we face the real enemy?" Ji Ziyue went forward and said. There were a few humanoid figures, and all of them had extraordinary magic power. The leader was an expert with a dragon head and a human body. His entire body was glowing, and behind him were 3 experts who also had extraordinary appearances. This race. Yi Fan was shocked. This was the same bloodline as the royal family of the nest of 10,000 dragons of the Big Dipper. It was definitely a powerful race. He looked carefully and did not find the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons. His eyes flashed, and he felt that things might not be so simple. Perhaps it would be very troublesome in the future. "Yi, is there anything wrong?" Pang Bo asked. "I found someone to destroy the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their dragon lady brought her people across the star field, and returned to the ancestral planet. Since they have appeared, I'm worried that the dragon lady will come with the ancient imperial weapon." Yi Fan frowned. When Pang Bo heard that the old man had roasted and eaten the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons, he was stunned. This was a huge grudge, especially since Yi Fan had led the way. At the front, Ji Ziyue persuaded the 4 to join them. Obviously, these people were afraid. There were 8 or 9 people on the other side, and each of them was very strong. They did not want to fight to the death, so they nodded and agreed. This battle was avoided, and the group grew a bit stronger. Pang Bo and the others glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. A thief crying thief. How were they going to clean up the mess after roping in such a group? Yi Fan said, "Ziyue is an origin spirit body and has affinity with the law. The essence of heaven and earth is for her to use, and she can control the most original things. She can replenish the divine power of these people, so everyone is naturally willing to join her. She can imperceptibly keep everyone's strength at the peak." Whether it was her amiable and lively nature, or the role she could play, she had an important position in the group, and they all vaguely looked to her for guidance. A figure flashed, and a powerful and terrifying figure appeared. He was enveloped in a resplendent divine halo, like a celestial emperor descending to the world. There was a terrifying aura that made people feel apprehensive. Tian appeared in the distance. Just now, he had seen Ziyue invite the 4 foreign races to join them. He saw that they had the advantage in numbers, and was a terrifying group. He wanted to borrow the strength of this group. With a brilliant smile he said, "Everyone, I'm Tian of the human race, and I'm also willing to join you." This person looked around and took the initiative to join us. He doesn't seem like a good person, and might have evil intentions. I suggest suppressing him. Ziyue said straightforwardly. There's only one person. So what if we kill him? We can reduce some competitors in case there isn't enough demonic elixir to go around. The silver-haired celestial wolf expert said coldly. Seconded. The others nodded. They did not want the group to grow any stronger. Kill. A large expanse of brilliance appeared like dozens of immortal phoenixes flying across the sky. Resplendent divine chains of order interweaved like phoenix feathers, tearing apart the vast sky. More than 10 people suppressed Tian together. Tian was astonished. He was invited to join them when they were enemies, and he appeared to be more amiable. In the end, he attracted an earth-shattering light of slaughter. It truly infuriated him. Now was not the time to argue. So many young supreme beings were attacking him. If he delayed any longer, he might be in danger of dying. He turned and left. Leave him behind. Gu Jinping and the others excelled in speed among the young supreme beings. They immediately chased after him, slaughtering Tian and blocking his path. The people behind them attacked fiercely. The pitiful Tian was originally a supreme expert of a generation. Ever since he made his debut, he had only suffered at the hands of Azure Emperor during Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation. However, that wasn't shameful. After all, he was an ancient great emperor. However, now he was being chased and beaten. He was in a sorry state, fighting until his entire body was covered in blood. He fled into the distance. More than 10 people took action together. Divine force overflowed into the heavens, as if a forbidden divine sea was boiling. They swept through everything in their way. With a pu sound, Tian coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had already retreated, but Gu Jinping kept him busy. In the end, he was held up by everyone's divine force whirlpools and almost shattered. Fury surged in Tian's heart. He quickly retreated. There was no way he could fight head-on. No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could win against more than 10 young supreme beings. If he was just a step slower, he might be torn apart. It was a pity that Tian was being chased by others. This was something that hadn't happened in many years. He was bathed in blood and fought with his life on the line to escape into the depths of the mountain range. He was extremely indignant. Others were invited to join, yet he was given the cold shoulder when he took the initiative. If he was just a bit slower, he might have been killed here. I'm thinking that Ziyue might have learned some information about the situation on the ancient path from the people around her. It's clear that she's helping us take care of Tian, Pang Bo said with schadenfreude. Tian was definitely a dangerous character, and had to be guarded against. If he also joined Ziyue's group, there might be some accidents that would happen to this group. Yi Fan also laughed. How powerful was Tian? Today he was being chased by others and suffered like this. He was probably about to vomit blood from anger. Half a day later, another unlucky person was encountered by Ziyue's group. It was precisely the great demonic god. He was alone and being chased by a group of people. Naturally, he didn't have any temper. The great demonic god had a belly full of anger. His body was covered in blood, and he was seriously injured. He simply couldn't bear it anymore. He had always been the one torturing and killing others. He had once destroyed a life star and walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But today he was being chased and chased. Although his lungs were about to explode, he was still chased away by the group. This made him stifle his anger. It was truly an undeserved calamity. He was almost hunted down and slaughtered for no reason. He was very strong, but he could only suffer under the hands of so many young supreme beings. Many terrifying wounds appeared all over his body as he angrily left alone. 2 days later, Jizu's group finally met a strong enemy. It's really a narrow road for enemies. We've encountered Golden Snake Langjun, the gold-eating beast, and the Holy Spirit. Longma revealed a strange expression and found it increasingly interesting. He hoped that Jizu would lead the enemy to fight against another group of enemies. The stoneman lost his arm and was the first to escape. He really didn't have the face to return. He met Golden Snake Longjun's group along the way and joined them. This group of people was very strong. There were about 10 of them. They encountered Jizu's group outside a valley. Both sides looked at each other with hostility. The atmosphere was extremely tense. At this time, even Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He paid close attention and was ready to take action at any time. After all, these people were his mortal enemies. He had long since thought of eliminating them. How wonderful! I can't wait to exchange identities with this girl and lead these people into battle. We'll fight to the death and exhaust both sides. Longma laughed mischievously. Jizu looked very pure and kind, but in order to protect herself, she was a little two-faced at this moment. This was a good move. If used properly, the power structure of the mountain would change greatly. Let's get ready and wait for the opportunity to take action. We'll kill them all. Yi Fan said with a cold expression. He would appear at the crucial moment to fight. Chapter 1443. Hiss hiss hiss. The third Langjun of the Golden Snake clan flicked his tongue. The 3-meter-long golden snake god shone brightly with its tail on the ground. Its cold snake eyes sent chills down one's spine. The stone man was also cold and emotionless. He was angry. Not long ago, he was humiliated by the human race's holy physique. He was defeated in front of everyone and almost died. He hoped to release the anger in his heart through a massacre. The gold-eating beast's body flashed with a cold luster. It was a special life form. Its entire body was made of metal and was indestructible. 20 years ago, when it fought with Yi Fan, one of its arms was deformed, but it could not be destroyed. On the other side, Jizu did not speak. Instead, she looked at Gu Jinping as if asking him what to do. In fact, this was also a declaration. Because everyone knew that the golden rock and snakes, including the flying serpent, were natural enemies. It was said that the golden rock had to devour a large number of pythons every day. It was mistakenly called the solar eclipse dragon. My original intention was to kill them, but the leader of the 3 snakes is too strong. It is not easy to deal with, Gu Jinping said. Brother Peng, if you want to fight, we will do our best. Since we are in an alliance, there is no distinction between us. Jizu said righteously. Crack, crack. Behind them, the tall and majestic celestial wolf gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and a beam of bloody light shot out from the top of his head. I agree to kill them. Leave none of the 3 snakes alive. The celestial wolf roared as if it was filled with boundless anger. Brother Celestial Wolf, do you have a grudge against them? If so, we cannot just stand by and watch. We must fight to the end. Jizu waved her fist and said. In the dark, Yi Fan, Pangbo, and the others suddenly realized that the allies Jizu had found were really targeted. The 3 Langjun of the Golden Snake clan massacred the Nirvana realm. The first great clan they destroyed on this ancient planet was the Celestial Wolf. In order to cultivate the flying serpent soul transformation technique, they slaughtered in all directions and killed all living beings. Hundreds of thousands of people from the Celestial Wolf were all killed by them. Not even children were left. It was this massacre that made them the second evilest in the world, second only to the blasphemer Yi Fan. They were notorious in the eyes of the world. They were too cruel, lacking the slightest bit of humanity. They slaughtered clans all for the sake of collecting the blood and soul bones of all creatures. Although this white-haired celestial wolf didn't belong to this ancient planet, and came from the outer realms, when he heard that his kind had been killed, he still felt a monstrous anger in his heart. He had always wanted to kill Golden Snake's sire, but he never had the chance. At this moment, Jizu's attitude naturally made him feel grateful. A wolf howl shook the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. The entire ancient land was shaking. I will kill you worms on behalf of the Heavenly Wolf clan. It's just a silver wolf. How dare you compare yourself to the ancient god Sky Wolf? It doesn't matter if I kill one more of you. The fourth Langjun of the golden race taunted with a sinister coldness. Roar! The heavenly wolf roared angrily. Its head of long silver hair danced chaotically as its eyes widened. The bloody light receded and shot out two silver beams of light. It was incomparably terrifying. Isn't your golden snake bloodline too arrogant? At this moment, the nine-eyed blue toad from GZU's side stepped out. This was definitely a peerless expert, one of the strongest on their side. It's just a toad, yet it dares to boast. The Stoneman Holy Spirit appeared with a cold expression. It spoke on behalf of the Golden Snake clan. It needed a powerful ally now, so it naturally had to perform. I hate toads the most. The third Langjun of the Golden Snake clan said hatefully. For so many years, they had been chased by the Grey Dragon and the Golden Toad. There was great hatred in their hearts. I heard that a senior of my clan is chasing after you. That's good too. Today, I will settle things with you, the nine-eyed blue toad said. Jizue, the nine-eyed blue toad, Gu Jinping, and Celestial Wolf were the leaders of their group. They had made their stance clear, so the others naturally couldn't back out. Of course, this was all on the surface. The main reason was that they would have to fight for the divine demon liquid and other fates sooner or later. If they could eliminate the enemy now, it would save them a lot of trouble. Isn't it just a fight? What's the big deal? Even the holy body of the human clan was defeated by us back then. Let's kill these people too. The third Langjun of the Golden Snake clan said coldly and proudly. Jizue laughed and said, Why did I hear from Brother Peng and Brother Celestial Wolf that your second brother was killed by the holy body of the human clan and cooked into meat in the cauldron? Did I hear wrong? Or did you say that only a group of you could fight him alone? The Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan had ugly expressions. They stared at Gu Jinping, then at the Celestial Wolf, and their hostility rose. Finally, they looked at Jizue with unfriendly expressions. Isn't what I said the truth? Jizue smiled faintly, revealing a pair of dimples on her face. Her white teeth were sparkling and shining. The holy body of the human clan won't be able to live. We will eliminate him within 10 days. The stone person spoke. He was full of hatred towards Yifan, and his eyes were scarlet red. There's no point in saying so much. Since you want to fight, we will accompany you today. Let's kill a bloody massacre. At this moment, the first Langjun of the Golden Snake clan, who had been watching coldly, spoke. He was the leader of this side. There were 10 people on their side, and he was the strongest. He immediately noticed Jizue and the nine-eyed blue toad. He knew that these two were the most difficult to deal with. Then let's fight. The Celestial Wolf was already impatient. The silver light in his eyes turned into a terrifying demonic light, as if it was going to destroy the world. With a roar, he was the first to rush forward. I'll deal with you. The fourth Langjun of the Golden Snake clan rushed out, and went straight for the Celestial Wolf. The nine-eyed blue toad soared up, and its entire body flickered with green multicolored light. 9 was the limit, and having 9 eyes was enough to explain the problem. A toad cry sounded like muffled thunder, shaking everyone's blood and chi. Many people were horrified. This was definitely a formidable great expert, an exceptional figure among the young supreme beings. They all felt apprehensive. The Golden Snake clan didn't seem to mind at all. Leave him to me. You all go and wipe out the others. Hong. At the same time, the Golden Peng took action. The snake race held great significance for him. Devouring the snake essence could make the Peng blood even purer, bringing it closer to his ancestors. His wings moved, tearing apart the world as he rushed towards the golden snakes. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do as he wished. He was stopped by the golden eating beast. The golden eating beast's strength was exceptional. It had previously devoured a small piece of black patterned gold, and now, its strength increased greatly, already becoming a well-known figure. It fought an extremely intense battle against the Golden Peng. Wong. On the other side, the Stone Holy Spirit, third Langjun of the Golden Snake clan, and the others also took action, attacking the mountain-holding tortoise, green-blooded man, and the others. A world-shaking bloody battle unfolded. Of course, the most intense battle was between the Golden Snake clan and the nine-eyed blue toad. Both of them had extraordinary bloodlines, and their strength was world-shocking, making others tremble in fear. Everyone, there is no need to worry. There is no harm in displaying your greatest strength. I will help you recover your divine force. Jesus said from the back. Within the hazy radiance, she seemed to be covered in a layer of holy silk. Streaks of auspicious light flew up, rushing towards the golden pung, the nine-eyed blue toad, and the others. Divine force was unending, allowing them to remain at their peak state. At this moment, endless essence energy from all directions, as well as the origin fragments within the graveyard of gods and devils all gathered, entering the bodies of the experts on their side. Good. These people's morale was immediately greatly boosted. All of them were full of vigor, incomparably ferocious. Soon someone died. The people on Jesus' side did not need to worry about exhausting their origin power, so they held nothing back. They used their most powerful methods and divine abilities to kill one of their opponents. When cultivators fight, they rely on their own strength. I will let you all understand what it means to be an expert. The stone man roared loudly, sweeping through everything before him as he attacked. His opponent was the mountain-carrying tortoise. Its defensive power was astonishing. After transforming into human form, it held a shield refined from its tortoise shell, which blocked all of the stone man's attacks. However, when the Holy Spirit displayed its might, the mountain-carrying tortoise clearly could not withstand the pressure, and blood seeped out from the corner of its mouth. This was the difference in strength. Even if he was at his peak state, he could not defeat the stone man. One had to know that the toughness of this lineage was unparalleled in the world. Apart from a few people with the sacred physique of the human race, no one dared to fight them head-on. Even the strongest defense is not enough. Killing you is as easy as breaking a jar. The Holy Spirit roared. Its palms and fingers changed positions, smashing down continuously and shattering the shield. With a pft, the mountain-carrying tortoise's head was smashed into pieces like a watermelon. Everyone was shocked. This Holy Spirit was indeed powerful, enough to make people feel apprehensive. With a rock cry, the golden pung spread its wings, abandoning the unbeatable gold-eating beast. It tore apart an opponent beside it and swallowed it in one gulp, returning the favor. Only eso. Kill. In another battlefield, San Longjuan's methods reached the heavens. He swept his tail across the sky and whipped the green-blooded man's body. Green blood immediately dyed the vast sky, and he was almost cut in two. San Langjun followed up. With a coiling golden snake, he twisted the green-blooded man's head off. He opened his bloody mouth and directly bit it to pieces. Fresh blood dripped down as he swallowed it. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. Both sides fought intensely, and soon 5 or 6 people died. They were all supreme experts of their respective regions, but here, their lives were worth less than grass. The remaining people were a bit scared and regretful. This kind of bloody battle was too terrifying. Young supreme experts could easily perish at every turn. This was no longer the ancient road where they could claim supremacy. Not long after, 2 more people died. They were killed by the Holy Spirit and Jinshi San Langjun. The 2 of them were extremely powerful. They attacked the people on Jesus' side. Blood splattered everywhere, and the 2 of them died on the spot. No one would have thought that this battle would be so cruel. It was a battle of life and death. The number of people on both sides decreased so quickly. In the end, Jesus' side only had 8 people left, while the other side had 7. Although the numbers were about the same, it was clear that Gu Tianpeng, the Heavenly Wolf, and the nine-eyed blue toad's side had lost more people. In terms of individual combat strength, the golden snake's side had the advantage. Only so, all of you are useless. I'll borrow your blood to nourish my body and cultivate the winged serpent transformation art to slay the human race's holy physique. San Longjuan's enemies were not fixed, and he killed them everywhere. In addition, the stone man also started a massacre. With a pft, another expert on Jesus' side had his head cracked open. His body was covered in blood, and he laughed cruelly. He saw the hope of joining hands with the powerful golden snake race to eliminate Yifan. Everyone, you've all been tricked. This girl has clearly obtained the demonic elixir long ago, and is our target. Yet you guys are killing each other because of her. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Sangu appeared. He had a robust figure, and his black hair reached his waist. His eyes were cold. He was the descendant of the primordial godfiend, and was sensitive to the demonic elixir. He had the most right to speak. What? The others were astonished. Everyone's gazes were focused on Jizue. Their eyes were cold and murderous. Everyone, what are you waiting for? She is our target. Kill her, search her soul, and find the demonic elixir. San Langjun said coldly. The nine-eyed blue toad and Gu Jinping revealed strange expressions. The two of them had been chased by the great sage, and escaped into the ancient formation with Jizue. At this moment, it was really difficult to choose a side. The faces of the heavenly wolf and the others were ashen. They had once said that they would kill the current holder of the demonic elixir, and seize this opportunity. Now that they looked back, they really had no face. These words were said in front of Jizue, but the result was actually like this. They did not kill the demonic elixir's owner, and instead traveled with her for many days without realizing that she was the person they wanted to kill. I don't want to harm anyone, but you wanted to kill me and my brother for the demonic elixir without mercy. I only wanted to protect myself and to survive. I didn't do it when I had the chance to kill you along the way, Jizue said calmly. The golden snake's side did not have so many scruples. The stone man Holy Spirit said coldly, even a god can't save you. He pounced forward. Jizue was straightforward. She was already prepared. She took out the void formation platform, and was about to cross the void. This was a formation that was even more profound than the chessboard formation pattern that the Black Emperor had obtained. No one could stop her at all. However, just as she was about to leave, a golden blood energy swept over like an ocean. It made her feel a familiar aura, and stopped in her tracks. Yi Fan arrived with supreme divine might. His entire body was wrapped in divine radiance, like a human emperor descending to the world. He faced the stone man that was attacking Jizue and said, "Was it you who said that even a god can't save her?" Boom. Accompanied by the sound of heaven and earth shattering, the stone man screamed miserably. His arms were broken once again. This time, Yi Fan did not give him a chance. He circulated the army formula and swept him over. He displayed his strongest combat strength, combining the phenomenon, ancient technique, divine form, and so on. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Fan used the phenomenon to freeze the stone man, and used the divine form to tear it in half. He swung his golden fist and punched it 9 times in a row, completely blowing it up in the void. Blood splattered and corpse pieces flew everywhere. Oh no! The Holy Spirit was in despair. His primordial spirit flew out and roared angrily. However, he was destined to die. This time, Yi Fan did not give him a chance to escape. He stepped down and crushed the glowing primordial spirit under his foot. This deeply shocked everyone. It was not that the Holy Spirit's strength was terrible, but that he was scared out of his wits. The last defeat made him lose the ambition to compete with the human race's divine physique. When they first met, he did not want to face the enemy, but to escape. In the end, he was restrained by Yi Fan using the army formula. He could only passively resist and was completely powerless. He was almost beaten to pieces and died a violent death. Otherwise, with his powerful strength, he could at least last more than 100 moves. Unfortunately, he was killed in front of everyone because of Yi Fan's might. The Holy Spirit's blood splattered everywhere, shocking everyone present. Many people were scared. This was a powerful Holy Spirit, but he was killed just like that. Who dares to make things difficult for her? Yi Fan stood tall and straight. His entire body was shining, and the origin formation appeared under his feet. He looked at everyone disdainfully. Chapter 1444. Yi Fan arrived. His entire body shone with boundless light as he killed the stone man in front of everyone. Divine blood splashed 30 meters high, shocking everyone. His body was well built, and his thick hair danced to his waist. His sharp eyes swept through the area like lightning. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. This was a moment of shock and deterrence. He was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. He arrived so suddenly and attacked so powerfully. One had to know that this was a saint spirit. Yet it was destroyed in a few punches. This person is almost invincible. Many people thought to themselves. Only a few people saw that the saint spirit was afraid to fight. It was not because they were not strong enough, but they were still indescribably shocked. They felt that the human race's saint physique would be one of the biggest obstacles on their path to becoming emperor. Yi Fan. Gzus said softly. Wait until I kill all those who want to kill you. Yi Fan turned around. His eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. He then turned around and stared at everyone. How arrogant. Who do you think you are? You want to kill all of us by yourself. Someone shouted immediately, full of resentment and resentment. This was fear and jealousy towards a powerful person. His words were clear. He wanted everyone here to unite and kill Yi Fan here. You said it. Yi Fan's eyes were like torches, the golden radiance they shot out jumping about, burning like flames, brilliant and intimidating. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Everyone killing the human race's saint physique today is a great thing. Seeing that the person did not respond immediately, San Langjun stood up and said coldly. That's right. So what if I said it? This person was from the Golden Snake's side. Seeing San Langjun step forward and stand in front of him, he became more courageous. This was a fire leopard. Red light curled around his body, and flames surrounded him. He was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dominate a region and kill his way here. With the Golden Snake clan as his shield and his position, he was confident that Yi Fan would not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, this would be a chaotic battle. All the heroes would attack together and kill the human race's saint physique. Boom. However, contrary to his expectations, Tao patterns appeared in this heaven and earth, covering every inch of the earth. His feet felt as if they had sunk into a swamp, bound there. Then he quickly sank. His entire body was sealed by the powerful divine and demonic essence energy, and he was dragged into the deepest part of the earth. With a flash of brilliance, he appeared on the surface again. In that instant, his hair stood on end and his face lost all color. He actually stood face to face with Yi Fan. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a killer? Even Elder Langjun of the Golden Snake clan would have to weigh it 3 times before he could make a move. However, Yi Futian was actually so close to him at this moment. Since you said it, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan replied calmly. Rumbling sounds rang out as his palm turned into the size of a dustpan. Golden symbols flickered on its surface, and all types of Tao patterns interweaved. How could this be a palm strike? It was clearly the will of heaven and earth that had transformed into ancient symbols and formed a golden palm imprint. Who would dare to face it head-on? At the very least, the fire leopard wouldn't be able to. He did his best to meet the attack, but his arms were crushed and a mist of blood gushed out. He panicked and let out a long roar, spitting out a small silver spear the size of a chopstick. This was a famous ancient treasure of a saint king, and it pierced towards the space between Yi Fan's brows. Bang! However, this silver spear exploded in front of the space between Yi Fan's brows. Indistinctly, one could see a small cauldron that was 1 inch tall flashing before disappearing. The source chi circulated, and the cauldron returned to the immortal platform. No. The fire leopard was terrified. At this moment, he hated himself. There were so many people here. Why did he have to be the one to stand out and die here? He was filled with endless regret. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. Yi Fan wouldn't give him a chance. At this moment, he displayed his strongest combat prowess. Even if their strengths were similar, victory or defeat would be decided in a few exchanges. Pooh! The fire leopard was slammed into the ground. After his arms exploded, his head started to break apart inch by inch, followed by his primordial spirit, all the way to his legs. This process was extremely strange. It was progressing step by step, as though the rhythm had been slowed down. Finally, a roar of unwillingness rang out in the air. His body and spirit were both destroyed, leaving only a mist of blood where he stood. He was killed cleanly. This caused the hearts of everyone to turn cold. The fire leopard had hidden far enough and was behind Saburo Jinshi, yet he was still killed in such a terrifying manner. Yi Fan faced everyone alone, showing no fear. He began a massacre here, like an overlord of the world, looking down on everyone with disdain. Beneath his feet, the runes of the Origin Heaven formation appeared. His Genesis art had already reached grand completion, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. It could even be said that his Genesis art had already surpassed the Origin Heavenly Book. Saburo Jinshi's face was burning hot. This was like a slap to his face. Yi Fan had killed the person he wanted to protect right in front of his face. This slap was extremely resounding. The human race's saint physique truly lives up to its name. Saburo Jinshi spoke. He walked over step by step, wanting to fight against Yi Fan. At the same time, the others also moved. Now was not the time to fight one-on-one. This was a super powerful enemy, and it was best to kill him immediately. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. The gold-eating beast coldly laughed. Its harvest was the greatest. Just now, when Yi Fan shattered the stone man, the fragments flew in all directions. The gold-eating beast swallowed the blood mist that flew towards him. There was actually a small piece of immortal tier green gold within. That was the treasure contained within the saint spirit. Unfortunately, it had yet to gain sentience and had yet to transform into a weapon. Otherwise, its strength would be even more terrifying. Back then, when Yi Fan confronted the saint spirit on the true Phoenix Tower in the 7 Golden Cities, he saw that one of its eyes was green gold. After so many years, it had already become part of its immortal platform and was being nurtured into a weapon. Just now, Yi Fan had destroyed the saint spirit with a punch. In a moment of carelessness, he allowed it to fly away and be swallowed by the gold-eating beast. He kill. The gold-eating beast coldly laughed and pressed forward with the others. You dare to swallow something that has been tainted with my divine power? Yi Fan coldly snorted. He had already sensed the gold-eating beast's actions earlier. Immediately, he circulated the army formula, causing the divine power in his body to surge. Chong! The gold-eating beast trembled violently. Its entire body trembled as a piece of green gold the size of a longan flew out from its chest. It was like a spear that tore it apart. Following that, the sound of clanging swords rang out incessantly. This small piece of green gold was like a heavenly Tao sword. It hacked horizontally and vertically, almost slicing the gold-eating beast into 8 pieces. One couldn't help but say that this was a terrifying ancient beast. It possessed an extraordinary physique, and was able to rapidly refine its body. The damaged parts were instantly reconstructed, becoming as good as new. Moreover, at this time the others also made their move. Golden Snake Dandler pressed forward, and the descendant of the primordial fiend god, Sangu, advanced step by step. These 2 supreme experts were extremely powerful, giving off a powerful sense of pressure. The crowd made their move, breaking apart Yi Fan's attack. However, that piece of green gold flew away and landed in his hand. This isn't enough. Yi Fan released a long roar. Golden divine light burned around his body, making him look like a celestial emperor descending into the world of mortals. The blood energy that erupted immediately increased by a large amount, and his most powerful battle prowess was undoubtedly displayed. It was the army symbol technique again. The gold-eating beast released a miserable cry as the black dragon patterned thorn in his right palm rushed about chaotically, injuring his entire body. Break, exterminate, end. He roared loudly and finally stabilized his body. The black dragon patterned thorn melted and became a part of his body. At this moment, everyone raised their vigilance by 120%. This opponent couldn't be dealt with using normal reasoning. His methods were unexpected, and he was extremely terrifying and powerful. Was the human race's holy body going to be unrivaled? This was a huge boulder that pressed down on everyone's hearts. This type of power and aggressiveness left everyone shocked and horrified. I'll deal with you. Golden Snake Dandler attacked powerfully. Hong! With a single strike from a distance, mountains collapsed and seas roared. The clouds scattered, and the boundless golden snake energy engulfed the sky like a great wave. Golden Snake Dandler possessed a peerless divine might. He was an apex character on the ancient path, and he had cultivated the flying serpent deity transformation art to a certain level. Both his primordial spirit and physical body were extremely powerful. Everyone, why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's kill him together. He killed the enemy in 3 to 5 moves because he burned all of his strength. Under normal circumstances, this is impossible. Kill. Another person shouted. Trying to bully the few with numbers? Have you asked Grandpa Pang? I'll skin you all alive. Pang Bo roared as he flew over. Following him, Longma and the others also arrived. With just the few of you? Sanggu, the descendant of the primordial demonic god, coldly walked forward. Each step he took left a footprint in the void, leaving behind great Tao patterns that caused the heavens to tremble. Behind him, 6 or 7 people followed over. Each of them was incomparably powerful, and they were Sanggu's allies. Human race's holy body, you guys are finished. Even if you have origin techniques, it won't do. Another person shouted. They didn't believe that so many people couldn't kill Yifan, Pangbo, and the others. Apart from Longma, the other 12 saints' cultivation levels weren't high enough. They didn't fear them. Yifan, your end is here. I'll carry your head and offer it to my elder brother's cenotaph. Golden Snake Dandler roared. However, things didn't go as they imagined. Some people retreated and didn't step forward. The nine-eyed Jade Toad and Gu Jinping had indifferent expressions. They flashed to the side and said to Ji Ziyue, "We clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. In the future, we'll fight a bloody battle with the human race's holy body to see who's stronger." The two of them left, leaving this place. On the other side, the white-haired celestial wolf's expression flickered. Then he turned around and also left. That was because he wouldn't ally with the Golden Snake race no matter what. Rather, he would rather fight alongside Yifan. Obviously, this was impossible. Ji Ziyue had set up a trap for them. He chose to endure and withdraw, watching coldly from the sidelines. On Ji Ziyue's side, 3 experts walked over and chose to join forces with the people on the other side to fight against Yifan and the others. Today, I'm going to start a massacre and taste the blood of the human race's holy body. Golden Snake Dandler smiled sinisterly, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth that were frighteningly sharp. More than a dozen people surrounded Yifan to kill him. Each of them displayed their strongest techniques. Is that so? Bullying with numbers? This is what I'm least afraid of. Longma whistled. A gust of clear air rushed up from his head, and in an instant, another version of himself appeared. Grandpa Pang will also accompany you. After saying that, Pangbo also used the One Chi turning 3 pure ones secret technique. His Tao body appeared, and it was no different from his real body. It was tall and powerful, like a heavenly king descending to the mortal world. Whoosh! It was the same above Yifan's head. Clear air gathered and formed a Tao body. Golden blood energy surged as it looked down on the world. Almost in an instant, 3 more experts appeared. 6 bodies stood side by side, incomparably oppressive. Everyone could feel that the strength of these Tao bodies was no different from theirs. Almost at the same time, Ji Ziyue revealed a pair of sparkling little canine teeth and stepped forward with a smile. At the same time, the little lightning phoenix transformed into blazing lightning and flew over, shocking everyone. Once their true strength was revealed, the surrounding heavens trembled. They were actually great experts among the young supreme beings. In this way, the difference in strength changed rapidly. Although Yifan's numbers were inferior to the other side, they were absolutely terrifying. Moreover, Yifan's heavenly origin divine formation was shining and spreading towards everyone. Not good. Someone on the other side cried out in alarm. Kill! Yifan roared and led everyone forward to kill. The situation was completely reversed. The scene of outstanding heroes encircling and hunting did not form. The side with fewer people was like a ferocious tiger that had come out of its cage. They were boundlessly domineering, sweeping away thousands of enemies. You want to taste my holy blood? Do you have the life to taste it? Yifan's real body directly charged towards Golden Snake Dandler. Chapter 1445. Transforming Qi into 3 pure ones was not performed by one person, but by several people at the same time. It multiplied the battle strength and could be said to have turned the situation around in an instant. This was like the birth of a group of dragons and tigers. Needless to say, Yifan's battle strength was obvious to all. Who here could say that he could win? Pangbo was also very powerful. He came up and gave the gold-eating beast a blow. His arm was thicker than other people's legs, and he almost broke off the gold-eating beast's arm. Longma was not a pushover. He stood up with his hind legs on the ground, and circled around using the walking formula, looking for an opportunity to attack. In the end, he couldn't help but give a kick, and he actually succeeded in crushing a young expert alive. The one who was hit died with his eyes wide open. His skull shattered, and his primordial spirit roared as it scattered with the wind. There was no more depressing way to die than this. Being trampled to death by a horse's hoof. In the first battle, Longma was actually the first to gain merit. In the past 20 years, it had refined the Tao in every way possible. In the end, it had refined a portion of the inheritance crystal given to it by the ancient ancestor. Its strength had increased, and it could now rule over a region. The most unexpected was the little guy. This lightning phoenix was extremely powerful, and its large eyes were as transparent as crystals. However, when it truly fought, it was not the least bit careless. It was like an immortal phoenix flying across the sky. Its entire body was burning with golden flames, and it immediately set a young expert aflame. It chirped lightly and spat out strands of divine chains of order, killing its opponent. Worthy of being a divine bird that ate the demonic god flower. Even Yi Fan could not help but sigh. The furry little thing of the past had become majestic and awe-inspiring. Pang Bo's hands were not idle. He knocked the gold-eating beast until it deformed, and together with his Tao body, they crushed forward together. His bronze-colored body was as sturdy as an iron tower as he tore another person apart. On the other side, Jiziyue lightly shouted and danced like a goddess. Her purple clothes fluttered, and her figure was soft as she crossed the waves. She drew upon the origin of the demonic gods and essence energy in this ancient land, suppressing the heroes in front of her. At the same time, strands of fiend god essence chi were poured into the bodies of Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others, and it could be said to be of the utmost importance. When Yi Fan's real body attacked San Langjun Jinshi, a group of people besieged him. His Taoist body stepped forward to help, but was stopped. However, he wasn't at a disadvantage because Pang Bo, Jiziyue and the others were helping out. Heavenly Genesis runes were spreading under his feet, emitting dazzling golden light. Pooh! The instant he charged forward, a person's body exploded, pulverized by Yi Fan's heaven-defying Genesis technique. His body was split into dozens of pieces, dying a violent death. Sacrifice the diagram and kill him. Great Golden Snake Langjun said coldly. He was very decisive and did not hold anything back. He wanted to combine the four-horned winged serpent formation. Chi. 2 waves of primal chaos rushed out from the top of his head, wrapping around the 2 diagrams. One was originally his, and the other was left behind by the fallen Golden Snaker Langjun. On the other side, San Langjun Jinshi, who had almost fallen into a dangerous situation, had a sinister expression on his face. Primal chaos rushed into the heavens above his head as he activated the formation diagram, suppressing towards Yi Fan. The 4th brother was the same. He was almost bloodthirsty, and his eyes were scarlet red. He released a heaven-overflowing killing intent as he struck out with the 4th diagram. It was terrifying beyond compare. The 4-horned formation diagram rumbled with thunder. The radiance of the creation of the world lingered around it, accompanied by the surging primal chaos. This was a great killing weapon left behind by the winged serpent bloodline's ancient ancestor. 20 to 30 years ago, the 4 young Langjuns of the Golden Snake race had used this to resist the Great Sage. They weren't at a disadvantage, and they even almost killed the Grey Flood Dragon. Yi Fan reached out his right hand, and his palm and fingers struck towards the sky. The 4-horned formation diagram merged, and was about to suppress downwards. The heavens collapsed and the earth split, but he went up to meet it. Primal chaos surged. The other young supreme beings' expressions all changed. They immediately understood that this was the winged serpent bloodline's ancestral artifact. It was finally being used. However, at this moment, the Golden Great Longjuan's expression also changed. He finally understood why his younger brother died in battle. Not even the winged serpent formation diagram was enough. After Yi Fan's right palm suffered a tremendous pressure, it unexpectedly began to release green light. There was an artifact that merged with his flesh palm and fingers. It was extremely terrifying. Even though it didn't reveal its true form, it didn't fear the winged serpent formation diagram. This left the Golden Great Langjun shocked. He immediately thought of many things. His most powerful spiritual senses reached out, and then all of the fine hairs on his body stood on end. He was horrified. Retreat, hurry and retreat. The golden snake Great Langjun roared, anxiously shouting at his two younger brothers. He himself was the first to move. He clearly sensed that the merged winged serpent formation diagram actually possessed a hint of fear. It felt apprehension towards Yi Fan's right palm that was releasing green light. This was an inconceivable matter. This was naturally the damaged green copper cauldron. Yi Fan couldn't use it or activate it, at least not with his current Saint King level. Only when the green copper cauldron felt great pressure would it awaken. Without a doubt, the winged serpent formation diagram could bring about this type of pressure. It possessed a type of world-splitting aura, and it was rumored to be an ancient artifact from the Age of Legends. No one would have thought that the golden snake Great Langjun would retreat, and even call out to his two brothers to escape. This defied common sense. One has to understand that the winged serpent formation diagram had just been revived. This type of great killing artifact was something even the current great sage felt apprehension towards. If it wasn't sealed, then it would be even more heaven-defying. Some people speculated that this might be a sealed quasi-emperor artifact. However, now that he had such an advantage, the moment the formation diagram pressed down, golden snake Great Langjun retreated as if he had seen a ghost. This did not make sense. Moreover, the four corners of the formation diagram had separated. Golden snake Great Langjun summoned back his two corners, not daring to let it press down. It was as if he was afraid of being destroyed. Yi Fan sighed softly in his heart. Golden snake Great Langjun was indeed terrifying. This was an extraordinary opponent. His spiritual senses were actually so sharp that he could sense that something bad was about to happen. This was a terrifying instinct. Golden snake Fourth Langjun obeyed his brother's words, and also retreated in an instant. Only golden snake Third Langjun hesitated slightly. It was precisely because of this hesitation that he was unable to escape. Rumble. Yi Fan's right palm emitted a green lustrous light as it slapped towards the horn formation diagram. In the end, the winged serpent formation diagram escaped on its own and rushed into the clouds. This golden snake Third Langjun was shocked. He then quickly rushed into the sky. In the eyes of others, he was obeying his brother's orders and fled into the distance. Only he knew that he was following the formation diagram. Why was this happening? The winged serpent ancient diagram was actually afraid. Yi Fan sneered. His body turned into a shadow and rushed forward. In an instant he caught up to golden snake Third Langjun. The moment the winged serpent formation diagram disintegrated, the dilapidated ancient cauldron that Yi Fan had smelted in his right palm dimmed. The extremely powerful aura that had just appeared disappeared again. He was truly too calm. This cauldron would never awaken unless provoked. Yi Fan himself was strong enough to kill golden snake Third Langjun. The huge palm slapped down like a golden mountain falling down. Big brother, what are you doing? Come back and kill him. Golden snake Third Langjun turned around to face the enemy. He really wanted to drink the blood of the human race's divine physique. His heart was filled with hatred. Run! Golden snake Third Langjun roared. Too late. Yi Fan sneered. Just now, the green cauldron had scared golden snake Third Langjun away. Now no one could save his brother. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist rumbled. At this moment, Yi Fan threw out 18 punches in a row. Each punch was fiercer than the last. No matter how the surrounding enemies attacked or how golden snake Third Langjun risked his life, it was all useless. With a boom, such a terrifying fist force was thrown out 18 times. How heaven-defying was this? One had to know that in the past, Yi Fan's fists were enough to kill great enemies. Ah! Golden snake Third Langjun screamed miserably. He was directly blown up. Apart from him, another person was swept by the ripples and exploded on the spot. Big brother, save me. Golden snake Third Langjun's primordial spirit rushed up, wanting to escape. In the end, Yi Fan grabbed him and forcefully tore him in half, destroying both his body and soul. This method was shocking. A powerful winged serpent was destroyed in front of everyone. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe, and became even more afraid. Brother Golden Snake, what is the meaning of this? Many people were dissatisfied. It was clearly an excellent opportunity at the beginning, but in the end, the winged serpent array collapsed. Ah! Golden Snake Fourth Langjun roared in grief. His eyes were red, and he was about to rush forward. He loudly cursed. Human race's sacred physique, I will kill you. Golden Snake Third Langjun pulled him back. His face was as gloomy as water. He did not say a word and stared at Yi Fan's right hand from afar. In another direction, Sanggu also frowned slightly. He had also felt it just now. It was very terrifying. Kill. Yi Fan's real body and avatar used the Genesis technique together. It was earth-shattering, and the entire mountain was submerged in brilliance, turning into a bright divine land. Boom. Golden Snake Third Langjun rushed over and exchanged a palm strike with Yi Fan. Then he flew out. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was frightening. He was actually sensing the aura of the green copper block just now. Let's go. He was very decisive and directly rushed into the distant sky. He did not even take revenge for his brother's death. Yi Fan sighed softly. He really hoped that Golden Snake Third Langjun would stay, and use their winged serpent array to force the green copper block to show its might, and then kill everyone. Unfortunately, after Golden Snake Third Langjun summoned the four-sided array, he directly tore the void and disappeared with Fourth Langjun and the gold-eating beast. With one of the giants gone, the others could not continue fighting because their battle power had been sharply reduced. They all flew away. Kill. This turned into a one-sided massacre. Golden runes flickered. Yi Fan used the Genesis technique to stabilize the situation. Pang Bo killed 2 enemies in a row and left bathed in blood. Ji Ziyue entangled a few people and actually had the power to suppress them. This exceeded everyone's expectations. She was just a cunning girl. They did not expect her to be so powerful. In the end, Sanggu used an ancestral weapon to tear the void and disappeared. The others all died, wiped out by Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma. Blood flowed everywhere, dyeing this place red. It was like a scene from hell. One had to understand that these were all young supreme beings. Yet they were defeated so miserably in the end. More than 10 of them were defeated by a few people, their corpses abandoned, and their bones abandoned. Blood dyed the ancient land. It was absolutely horrifying. There is only one supreme being in this world. The mountains rumbled. Great. It would be even better if another group of people came. We'll kill them all. Pang Bo felt like he had just exercised his muscles and bones. He still felt a bit unsatisfied. Longma was also very satisfied. How many people did they have? They killed a group of young supreme beings and defeated them. These were all supreme beings from different ancient regions. Every single one of them extraordinary. Only the 12 saints were gloomy. Their cultivation levels were not high enough, so they couldn't go up and kill the enemy. They could only become spectators. There is a chance for you all to take action. 4 saints with several thousand years of lifespan. Falling behind a few small realms isn't much. You will have plenty of time to catch up. Yi Fan said. He naturally dared to say these words. Now there was a type of Bodhi tree that could allow the 12 saints to comprehend the Tao and cultivate under it. They would break through their respective bottlenecks sooner or later. Yi Fan walked forward, looking at that beautiful figure. Her purple clothes fluttered, her beautiful hair dancing in the wind. Her eyes were like black gemstones, clear and pure. Ji Ziyue had a type of transcendent spirituality. The corners of her lips curled up into a faint smile. Ziyue. Yi Fan spoke, softly calling her name. 100 years had passed since they parted. When they met again, they were already on the other side of the starry sky. Chapter 1446. The bright moonlight sprinkled down like smoke and mist. The mountains were quiet and secluded, and the shadows of the trees danced. It was as if a layer of gauze had been draped over them. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue strolled slowly. There was no need to say anything. Tears of joy, joys and sorrows of separation and reunion, speechlessness. All of that was unrealistic. As their footsteps landed, rustling sounds came from the moonlit forest. After experiencing the joy of reuniting, their hearts had calmed down. There was no need to say anything. Silence was better than words. Of course, after 100 years of separation, they naturally had many things to say on 2 sides of the starry sky. However, None of them were willing to break this peace and tranquility. Not far away, the lake was clear, reflecting the brilliant silver moon in the sky. They strolled here and walked around the lake. Their minds were clear. After experiencing all kinds of killing tribulations, charging through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, stepping on the ancient path of the starry sky, separated by the vast universe, they finally reunited under this starry sky. It was also a kind of beauty. Yifan had seen too many life and death situations on his path. He had stepped on the corpses of young supreme beings one after another. At this point, anyone would feel a little tired. Inadvertently looking back, he realized that what people cared about the most was a peaceful mood. At this time, there would always be some people appearing in front of him, and some matters lingering in his heart. If life could be grasped and accompanied by these people and matters, feeling peaceful and satisfied, that might be blessings and happiness. A cool breeze blew past, bringing the fragrance of wildflowers and plants. It spread by the lakeside, adding a kind of natural tranquility to the moonlight. The clear moonlight sprinkled down, making the two people walking side by side hazy. At this moment, they felt a kind of peace and tranquility that came from the heart. "I thought you would cry." Yifan smiled. Jizue rolled her eyes at him and said disdainfully, "Tizke, what's there to cry about? That's the behavior of a child. Why don't you cry for me first?" She had a mischievous and crafty smile on her face. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons, and a pair of dimples appeared on her face. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing her sparkling little canines. They were gently grinding as if they were about to bite. "But you can't look down on me the moment we meet, right?" Yifan smiled. "I want to suppress you, but I find it a little difficult, so I can only look down on you. Why don't you seal your cultivation and let me bully you? Don't worry, I'll just beat him up. He won't cry." Jizue giggled. After not seeing each other for so many years, the two of them naturally had a lot of feelings. However, Jizue was still the same as before, fresh and refined. She did not shed tears when they met, but teased Yifan in a relaxed manner. He had also felt sad. He had also looked up at the starry sky. He had also looked dejectedly at the other shore and murmured to himself. When he recalled the scene of parting, there was only sadness. A true reunion did not require tears. There was only understanding and understanding, as well as a different kind of relaxation. "It's different from what I imagined." Yifan touched his chin. "My tears are the Milky Way, they are very precious." Crying and wailing were the actions of a child. A peerless beauty like me, an immortal who has seen through the world of mortals, wants to say something, but it's a cool autumn. Jizue had a narcissistic and old-fashioned look, which made Yifan speechless. Of course, what she said might not be the true feelings. Crying and laughing might not be the true feelings. The most important thing was the feeling of understanding. "Let's eat, the picnic is starting." In the distance, Pangbo, Longma and the others called out. There, the myriad chi cauldron was rising and falling, propped up on the divine fire that rushed up from the earth's core. An alluring aroma wafted over. Without a doubt, this was a feast. Snake soup, roasted divine alligator meat, boiled turtle soup. There was everything that one could think of. It was so extravagant that it was too much for one's eyes to take in. So many young supreme beings had died just now, and many of them were ancient beasts. Naturally, there was no lack of ingredients. Put together like this, it could be called a sumptuous feast. The oil dripping from the roasted golden and glossy holy meat made sizzling sounds on the fire. The sparkling and translucent tendons emitted divine splendor, and the aroma spread for several miles. How could ordinary people see these delicacies? They melted the moment they entered their mouths, and their essence energy surged into the heavens. The soup was naturally brewed from the ancient celestial being's life-spring divine liquid, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. Pangbo tore off a golden and glossy divine alligator elbow, divided it into several portions, and placed them on everyone's silver plates. He asked Jizue, "Although we've all stepped onto the ancient path, we haven't seen each other for so many years. You still haven't changed at all. Brother Haoyue, how are you?" Jizue smiled and said, "You've changed so much. You've become even more majestic. A person over 3 meters tall. I thought you were the descendant of the golden giant. Now Pangbo was taller than ordinary people. His muscles were like dragons and snakes coiling around his body, bulging and bulging. There was a kind of electricity flowing on his bronze-colored skin, making him incomparably sturdy. Hearing this, Pangbo wanted to cry. My miserable life, starting from me, is all because of the coffin. But speaking of which, you guys are pretty much the same. You were also forced to travel because of the coffin. The group of people laughed, deeply understanding Pangbo's difficulties. Jizu's eyes flickered. She didn't understand what was going on. She revealed a doubtful expression and asked with a smile, "What's going on?" "Sigh, it's said that one won't shed tears until they see the coffin. My life is related to it." Pangbo sighed. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin brought him and Yi Fan out of Earth. After that, his growth and breakthroughs were all related to the coffin. He ate the coffin lid of the immortal heavenly emperor's Tao comprehension tea tree, and gnawed on the immortality peach ancient divine coffin. Being pulled along by the coffin and gnawing on the coffin every day for so many years, my fate with it is too deep. It's so deep that I want to bite it. No, I want to vomit. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. Pangbo looked as though he had suffered a great deal of bitterness and hatred. What he obtained was really unconventional. With the demon monarch's ancient scriptures as the foundation, he had indirectly eaten the divine tree of comprehension and the dried peaches of immortality. Jizue giggled, revealing her shiny canine teeth. You came here to look for us. Don't tell me you want to eat my ancestor's coffin? I'm warning you, it's made of stone, you can't bite through it. Everyone pounded the ground. Pangbo had a vexed expression. Under the moonlight, good wine and delicacies reunited with old friends. It was full of joy as everyone talked about their experiences and past events. Where is Brother Haoyue? Is he all right? He's not far from here. I've suppressed him. Jizue waved her little fist and said with a face full of excitement and pride. Everyone was speechless. Suppressing her own brother? To think she could say it out loud. It was quite funny. Yi Fan still remembered how her little face was flushed when she was drunk. She would clamor about suppressing her evil brother because he always cared about her. Who would have thought that it would actually come true today? When Brother Haoyue heard this back then, his forehead was full of black lines. He put all the blame on Yi Haha. Pangbo laughed loudly. I'm a heaven-warping divinity. This time, I can suppress him with a flip of my hand. Jizue drank a jar of aged wine. Her little face was flushed red again. She was a bit drunk, just like before. On the side, the little guy muttered in a low voice. He exposed her past and said, Big sis is bragging. It was clearly a sneak attack that suppressed me and Haoyue. Nonsense, you're not allowed to expose me. Jizue shouted. The second jar of fine wine had already entered her stomach. She was truly a bit drunk and blamed the little guy for helping others. Quang dang. Longma suffered an unexpected calamity. A jar of wine was placed on his head, and it immediately made his forehead full of black lines. In the end, he was beaten until his face swelled. He revealed a lowly smile at the perpetrator and said, Fairy Ziyue, I heard that this place produces divine devil liquid. Have you seen it before? Everyone looked down on Longma. This fellow's skin was too thick. He threw away the jar of wine on his head and wiped off the wine. He continued to smile lowly as he inquired, You're not allowed to swindle this big sis precious liquid. The little guy was very protective of his master. He stared at Longma while panting with rage, ready to spit fire at any time. Little kid moved to the side. Longma did not care at all. He shamelessly asked Jizue to see what the divine devil liquid looked like. Jizue stretched her small waist and yawned. She took out a precious bottle and opened the lid. Let me see. Longma reacted quickly and received it. Then with a sincere expression he said, We're all on the same side, so I won't stand on ceremony. Have a taste first. Gudong. Gudong. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth. He constantly smacked his lips and said to himself, Why doesn't the divine devil liquid have any taste? Is it transparent? Jizue softly grunted with a nasal voice and shouted that she wanted to drink again. The little guy hurriedly stopped her, saying that she was drunk. Damn horse, you're almost finished. Yi Fan grabbed Longma's neck, telling it not to be so greedy. It's fine, I still have more. Ji Ziyue flipped her hand and handed another bottle to Longma. There was so much divine devil liquid. One had to know that this bottle was equivalent to a lake. The bottle contained the laws of space, and the interior was vast and extremely huge. I can't drink anymore. Longma burped. It was as if he had drunk all the water in the lake. However, he still took the second bottle and said curiously, "Why don't I feel anything? The effects of the divine devil liquid aren't that obvious." Following the principle of killing the wrong person, he forced himself to drink the second bottle and said casually, "Don't stare at me. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. Furthermore, Miss Ziyue has so much on her, so everyone must have a share." Seeing Ji Ziyue hand over the third bottle, it really couldn't take it anymore. That was because its big belly was already bulging. One had to know that this was equivalent to 2 lakes of liquid. Why is there so much divine devil liquid? Longma was suspicious. It had a bad feeling as it looked at Ji Ziyue. Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes were hazy as she said, "Oh, you're talking about the divine devil liquid? There's very little, only a small half of the gourd. It needs to be soaked in water for the body to have the best effects." "What did I drink just now?" The dragon horse was anxious. Its big belly was trembling, and it was shaking like a water bed. Ji Ziyue rubbed her white forehead and said, "Oh, the one you're talking about. The divine devil liquid is too rare and very strong. It needs to be refined with water. What you drank was the best quality water source, 2 whole lakes." Longma wanted to cry but no tears came out. It actually drank a stomach full of water. It felt like vomiting. It ran to the side and lay there to vomit. In the end, the scene was incomparably spectacular. A large river was formed, surging out from its mouth. Soon, a large lake appeared downstream, surging with great momentum. Ha ha! The group of people laughed loudly. Longma gritted its teeth and cursed. "Naughty little girl, you offended me. You don't want to live anymore, do you? I'll teach you a lesson in the future." "TSK, I wasn't even afraid of that black dog back then, let alone you." Ji Ziyue was no longer drunk. She was very sober. She blinked her large eyes and held her chin. She watched it spit out water and pursed her lips in joy. When Longma heard this, he immediately felt admiration. In its words, the Black Emperor was a role model of his generation, but he was not in this girl's eyes. This girl was worth befriending. Chapter 1447. The little guy truly is astonishing. It's only been around 100 years, yet he has grown to this stage. This is rarely seen since ancient times, said Yi Fan. He still remembered the scene from back then. The golden eggshell cracked open, and a furry little thing appeared. It was only the size of a fist, and looked like a small pom-pom. It was extremely cute, but now it was actually a Saint King level expert. The bonfire throbbed, and everyone looked towards the lightning phoenix. This made the little guy feel embarrassed. He lowered his head, and his divine feathers shone brilliantly as he buried his head beside Ji Ziyue. With the help of the demonic godflower, he truly advanced by leaps and bounds. Big brother and I jumped in fright, said Ji Ziyue. This little thing's cultivation time was shorter than everyone else's, yet he was not weaker than anyone here. This naturally shocked the eyes of the divine King Ji Haoyue, shocking him for a long period of time. If this continues, he will surpass all the young supreme beings on the ancient road, said Pangbo. Ji Ziyue shook her head and said, after so many years, he has already realized something. After listening to the void ancient scriptures and the great emperor's notes, he now focuses on refining his Tao soul, and is no longer in a hurry to break through. That's also true. His foundation must be solid. Yi Fan nodded. I can see that his foundation is very solid, and his future accomplishments will definitely be extraordinary. Speaking of which, to break through several levels of the Saint King realm in less than 100 years, isn't this already considered rare? Asked Pang Bo. Everyone shook their heads together. This was indeed fast, but it was impossible for it to be the fastest record. According to the records, there was someone who cultivated to the peak of the great sage realm in less than 100 years of age, leaving his name in history. This is the fastest record, said the Golden Lion. So fast. Even Yi Fan was shocked. What kind of speed was this? It was simply unheard of. His cultivation was also fast enough. It was only 100 years, yet he broke through to the deeper levels of the Saint King realm. He wasn't much slower than the little guy. Yes, this is the fastest recorded record. As for those terrifying records that haven't been recorded in history, then it's hard to say. The Black Bear Saint shook his head. What is this person's name? Which great emperor is he? Asked Pangbo. His name is Du Mu. Not only was he the most stunning genius of that era, he was also one of the most powerful bloodline experts since ancient times. He came from the god race, said the Golden Lion. I've never heard of such a great emperor. Pangbo was suspicious. The Black Bear Saint interrupted. Yes, because he's been stuck at the Great Sage's despair realm his entire life. Du Mu, so it's him. Yi Fan nodded. He had read many ancient texts and had seen this name before. However, he had never thought that it would be a king of the god race with such a background. How could this be? Doesn't it mean that he spent 100 years to reach the peak of the Great Sage, and then he didn't improve even half a step until his death? Longma was confused. Just because one's cultivation speed is fast doesn't mean that they will definitely be able to obtain a supreme Dao fruit. Jiziyu sighed and gave a few more examples. In ancient times, there was a person who became a saint in his 20s, shocking the world and shocking everyone. He was known as a genius, but in the end, he was only a saint king. There were also people who were late bloomers. In the beginning they were not good, but later on they made great progress. They felt like the setting sun was past its prime, but they suddenly became glorious again. There was no need to talk about the great sage and quasi-emperor. There were many examples. It was rumored that during the archaic era, there was someone who barely became a saint at the age of 5,000. After painstakingly cultivating, he finally became an emperor at the age of 6,000, ruling an era. Under normal circumstances, those who could become great emperors all broke through when their blood energy was at its most vigorous. Becoming an emperor at the age of 6,000 could be said to be rarely seen since ancient times. There were many examples that proved that those who advanced quickly in the early stages had a great advantage, but they might not necessarily be able to cultivate a supreme Dao fruit. On the other hand, those with mediocre aptitudes and slow progress might not necessarily have a bumpy road. There was a chance that they would catch up and become late bloomers. That's why I said that, little guy. You have to be humble and cultivate seriously. Rising up early doesn't count for much. Only by breaking through the Great Sage's despair realm will you be able to do so. Since ancient times, 90% of the heavenly geniuses have all met a tragic end. Jiziyu warned the little guy. The lightning phoenix's divine feathers were bright and beautiful, and its eyes were like black gemstones. However, right now, it was like a little chick pecking at rice as it earnestly nodded its head, obedient to Jiziyu's words. Cough, if that's the case, then this great one is destined to become an emperor at the age of 6,000. It truly makes people feel helpless. Longma boasted shamelessly. Your skin is too thick. The little guy muttered. Of course. Longma did not feel ashamed, and instead felt proud. He believed that one had to be thick-skinned to live in this world, or else they would suffer losses. There were countless facts that could prove this. That night they talked a lot. The 12 saints were greatly encouraged. Falling behind today didn't mean much, and there was no need to struggle for a few years to rise up. Moreover, their cultivation speed truly wasn't slow. It was only a bit lacking compared to a heaven-defying monster like Yi Fan. Advancing was something that would happen sooner or later. If they were all like Yi Fan, rushing up from the back and quickly catching up to the young supreme beings, then those people would commit suicide in grief and indignation. Having one or two of these people wasn't strange at all. If it was a group of people, then how would the supreme experts of this world feel? Early in the morning, the bright red sun leapt over the mountaintop, illuminating the mist with all sorts of colors. Only after a long time did the rosy clouds slowly disperse. Jiziyu led the way towards her brother's place of isolation. Of course, everyone was enveloped by the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, making it hard for outsiders to detect them. Through last night's conversation, they understood the experiences of these two siblings. During these past few years, Jiziyu and her brother practically never interacted with anyone else. Ever since they discovered traces of the 9-layered coffin, they always chased after the Void Emperor's coffin. No one else could hear the ancient coffin chanting scriptures, and only she and Jizue could hear it. The first time they met, they already knew that this was their ancestor's corpse coffin. The siblings naturally didn't lack Emperor scriptures, and they grasped the complete profound mysteries of the void. However, while following it, they obtained a handwritten message that contained various thoughts and comprehensions, which were equivalent to cultivation experiences. This type of scripture was priceless, and was not inferior to Emperor scriptures. Its significance was incomparably great. After so many years, the ancient coffin soared through the universe, entering deep into many ancient lands and seeing many beauties of heaven and earth. Some ancient regions even had traces left behind by the Void Emperor when he was young. It was as if they had walked through them again. In the end, they climbed onto the ancient coffin and entered together, arriving here. The divine demon liquid was the most heaven-defying fortune for them. After decades of continuous transformation, they were reborn. Not only could this liquid change one's physique, but it could also allow one to obtain an ancient inheritance. It contained many fragments of the great Tao of primordial gods and demons, and it was the amalgamation of countless scriptures. Of course, each inheritance was incomplete and couldn't be complete. Only the imprint of the blood essence and soul bone was left in the world, manifesting itself. Jizue had done something to her brother's body, and she could sense his safety from far away. She pointed at a mountain peak and said proudly, "I suppressed him in the depths of the earth vein, and all kinds of formations fused together. Unless he breaks through, he won't be able to escape." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The pitiful Ji Haoyue always had a stern face, and he was too strict with his sister. Finally, he was bullied by this girl, and they didn't know what expression he would have when he jumped out. Naturally, no one would disturb him. Using the divine demon liquid to baptize and undergo a transformation would depend on the situation. It might take a long time, and it would vary from person to person. They waited here patiently. During this time, Jizue took out a small purple jar to give to Yifan and Pangbo. Shockingly, it was the divine demon liquid inside. The moment the lid of the jar was opened, a fragrance rushed out. The sparkling and translucent liquid flickered with brilliance. And then, phantoms rushed out like the roars of gods and demons. "You should take care of this first, it might be of great use in the future," Yifan said. Pangbo also nodded. They had obtained the elixir of immortality and the divine liquid left behind by the Lotus Arch. In recent years, they had advanced by leaps and bounds, and they didn't need to rely on such external items to break through. Now the most important thing was to create their own Tao and comprehend their own Dharma. For half a month, Ji Haoyue didn't come out of seclusion, and he was still trying to break through. Through the Genesis technique, Yifan saw a large cocoon floating in the earth vein, emitting a powerful aura. Of course, only such Genesis techniques could see a thing or two. The bottom was drowned in endless complex formation runes, and it was difficult for outsiders to detect it. Yifan felt that it wasn't safe, so he set up the heaven-deceiving formation runes, completely sealing off the area. During this time, Great Gentleman Golden Snake, Sangu, the celestial race's goddess, the earth corpse, the heaven-swallowing beast, Dtion, and the others all appeared. Moreover, the great sage swept through the area, and it was obvious that he was lured here. Who is so vicious to actually attract the great sage? If this continues, there will most likely be an accident, Pangbo said. This was because some of the great sage directly shattered the heaven and earth, indiscriminately attacking many mountain ranges and ancient ridges. If they were to hit this area, they would definitely blast Ji Haoyue out. Another day passed, and the human race's Tao protector Qi Tian appeared. He was like a faint shadow as he swept through this area, and he didn't stop. This was already the sixth great sage, and it was obvious that someone was lured here. Otherwise, how could they all coincidentally appear in this area? Rumble. In the distance, sand and stones flew, and smoke surged. Mountain peaks were annihilated like flying ashes, and a divine diagram covered the sky. That was the spirit treasure celestial beings killing formation diagram. As it swept past, nothing could stop it. Just the fluctuations alone were enough to turn many mountains and rivers into ashes. The only fortunate thing was that the divine elder drove it far away, and it didn't sweep this area. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have already considered forcefully digging Ji Haoyue out and carrying him away. He's coming out. I feel that Big Brother has awakened. That cocoon is about to crack. More than 20 days passed, and Ji Ziyue sensed something. At this time, the little guy revealed an expression of worry. He looked towards Yi Fan and asked him if he had offended Ji Haoyue. This made him stare blankly. He was confused and asked why. Big Brother Haoyue said that he was going to kill you. He's about to awaken now, so you should hurry and leave. The little guy was deeply worried as he seriously said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ji Ziyue knocked him. "It's true. Big Brother Haoyue has been talking about this for so many years. He said that he wanted to kill that brat, and that one day, he would go to the other side of the starry sky to find him. I once asked him who that person was. His expression was unsightly, and he said that it was a bastard. Later on he muttered to himself that it was Yi Fan," said the little guy seriously. Ji Ziyue's face reddened for the first time. She looked towards the sky, and ignored Peng Bo, Longma, and the others' gazes. It was clear that Ji Haoyue was angry because of his younger sister, and wanted to take care of Yi Fan. Longma had a rare opportunity, so how could he let it go? He clicked his tongue and said, "Brother-in-law wants to kill brother-in-law to prove his Tao. Is there still justice in this world? Brat Yi, I suggest that when you meet him later, you should beat him up first, and let him understand that the bigger fist is the better logic." When Yi Fan heard its shameless words, he raised his hand to suppress it. Longma hurriedly jumped to the side, and with an expression of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, he said, "Beating brother-in-law is the better logic. Little guy, open your mouth. It's time to drink the demonic god elixir." Ji Ziyue took out the purple jade jar and called for the lightning phoenix. Upon seeing this, Longma immediately had a despicable expression on his face. He eagerly ran over and said, "In my opinion, if I meet this kind of brother-in-law, I should beat him up. In a while, I will definitely help Brother Haoyue, whom I have never met before. I feel that he and I hit it off quite well, so we are definitely on the same path." A group of people looked at him with disdain. This bastard's skin was too thick. Even Longma's underlings, the 12 saints, all looked as if they did not know him, and distanced themselves from him. Hong. Right at this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The veins of the earth exploded, and rubble flew into the sky. A huge divine cocoon rushed out from the depths of the earth, and immortal energy was dense. The cocoon was covered in cracks. Chapter 1448. Hundreds of thousands of boulders pierced through the sky. At first, it was as if black clouds covered the sky, creating a large black mass that was full of pressure. However, when one looked again, it was as if shooting stars were flying through the world. They were all melting, and fiery light danced about. Rivers of stars poured down in torrents, dazzling everyone's eyes. This was a type of great pressure. The sky exploded, and the earth turned into magma. It rushed upwards, roasting the plants until they withered and turned them into ashes. Mountains collapsed, turning them into dust. This was not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made fluctuation. Ji Haoyue had shed his mortal body and exchanged his bones. After so many years, it was unknown just how many times he had transformed. He flew out from the depths of the earth vein. This giant cocoon was bobbing up and down. It was covered densely with cracks, and there were tens of thousands of patterns. Its shape was extremely strange, and vaguely resembled a Tao character. 3,600 strands of auspicious energy descended from it. It really reached this step. Ji Ziyue said to herself. She and Ji Haoyue deduced together, and after understanding all of the demonic god liquid's profound mysteries, they speculated on the heights one could reach after shedding their mortal body and changing their bones. Now it all came true. We can do it the next time we transform. The little guy was very excited. Seeing how mysterious Ji Haoyue's cocoon was and how it blended with the Tao, he was extremely excited. Roar. In the surroundings of that large cocoon, void images appeared one after another. Those were archaic gods and devils roaring. They all appeared and surrounded the surroundings, making them look extremely terrifying. This was the embodiment of inheritance. The divine body originally had a blood relationship with the archaic gods and devils. Now that it was refined into the precious symbol liquid, there would naturally be all kinds of strange phenomena. Kacha. The large cocoon cracked apart, and the old skin began to fall off along with the cocoon. Blazing multicolored light was revealed from within, illuminating the entire sky. It was extremely astonishing. Honglonglong. Suddenly, enormous lightning covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like a flood as it engulfed the vast sky. However, they were extremely dazzling as they whistled over. The enemy had arrived. The fluctuations from Ji Haoyue's final breakthrough were a bit too great, drawing the attention of the surrounding experts. One of them directly made a killing move, controlling a silver dragon scissors to kill. The two flood dragons' bodies blazed with silver light, emitting tens of thousands of zhong of radiance. They intersected together, forming a large pair of scissors that cut towards Ji Haoyue's giant cocoon. This was not a single person but rather a group of experts. The one in the lead was the heaven-swallowing beast that possessed the most powerful ancient bloodline. This pair of scissors was released by of him of ear-splitting thunder. Ji Haoyue could not be interrupted at this critical moment, or else the transformation might fail. Yi Fan took action. An inch-tall small cauldron rushed out from between his brows, shattering the heavens. It turned into a streak of immortal radiance, directly rushing over, striking the silver dragon shears, making this place release endless lightning radiance. With a kacha sound, a small hole was smashed open on the precious cocoon, almost breaking the two dragons. Who is it? The heaven-swallowing beast was furious. This was its weapon, forged from rarely seen divine materials. It never expected that it would be blasted through. The two silver dragons' radiance grew dim. Yi Fan soared into the sky. His black hair fell to his waist, and his eyes glowed like torches. From head to toe, he emitted an imposing aura of conquering 3,000 worlds and supremacy in the universe. And it was terrifying. It's the human saint body. Not good. The human race's saint physique is guarding here. When the group of people saw Yi Fan appear in the sky, their expressions all changed. News of the battle not long ago had already spread through this region. The younger generation all felt restraining fear towards him. He killed a holy spirit, killed a flying dragon snake, and swept through many young supreme beings. He was invincible, and no one dared to look down on him. They were all extremely nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. We came for the divine demonic liquid. We don't want to become enemies with you. Someone shouted. Nonsense, the divine demonic liquid you all want is on Yi Fan's brother-in-law. As the brother-in-law, how could he just watch as you all behave atrociously? Hurry up and go on your way. Longma shouted from behind. Right now, it was eagerly following at Jizu's side for the sake of the divine demonic liquid. It obviously had to be a bit more proactive, already preparing to take action. Everyone's expressions became cold, because as Yi Fan pressed forward, that small cauldron suddenly enlarged and floated above his head. The two of them merged together, and the heavens rumbled. Behind them, Longma was rather flashy. He immediately used the three pure transformations secret technique, and his two bodies pressed forward with a loud rumble. Meanwhile, Pangbo and Jizu's bodies also shone, each displaying their own images and divine forms as they pressed forward. The little guy released a phoenix cry and drew a brilliant rainbow as he also charged forward, preparing to take action. The strength of a high-level Saint King was completely displayed. Go. The heaven-swallowing beast inwardly estimated each other's strength, and did not clash head-on. It had already heard that Yi Fan was proficient in Genesis techniques, and that he held the advantage in this graveyard of gods and devils. Otherwise, the reason why the Golden Snake Prince, Golden Devouring Beast, Holy Spirit and the others were defeated was related to this. There will be a battle sooner or later to decide who is number one. The heaven-swallowing beast was full of ambition. This was the graveyard of archaic gods and devils, so it was prepared to devour all the blood and bones within the mountain to obtain an unequaled body. Right now, it had only been a month since it entered, so it did not want to fight against a few powerful enemies. It would not be too late to wait until the day it matured before sweeping through all the enemies. Although the group was unwilling, they still retreated in the end. With the human race's sacred physique guarding this place, it truly gave them an enormous pressure. With the combination of its battle strength and genesis techniques, not many people dared to face it head-on in this ancient land where the essence of gods and devils wreaked havoc. In the next hour, several auras appeared one after another. When they sensed Yifan, they all retreated. They were resentful but helpless. One of them was Golden Snake Prince and his group. The Golden Devouring Beast said in a deep voice, "He can only defend now and cannot run. Do we not have a chance to kill him? His battle strength and genesis techniques are secondary. What I fear is the weapon in his hand, which is even more powerful than my race's ancestral artifact, the Flying Serpent Formation." Golden Snake Prince's eyes were ice-cold as he stared ahead. "Let's lure out the great sage and kill with a borrowed knife. We'll kill them all." Golden Snake Prince's eyes were blood-red. Both of his elder brothers had died at the hands of Yifan. This hatred could not be resolved. If possible, he wanted to swallow Yifan's flesh and blood one bite at a time. It's too late. That divine body is about to complete its transformation. It's already too late to lure out the great sage. Now we have another powerful enemy. Golden Snake Prince's eyes were incomparably cold. These people cursed and left with unwillingness. They did not make a move. Pangbo and the others were glad that the great sage did not appear during this process. Everything passed safely. No one attacked, and a bloody battle was avoided. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering could be heard continuously. The large cocoon completely exploded, and large pieces fell off. A powerful figure shot out like lightning, and quickly wrapped himself in a layer of clothes. Mist surged and a figure stood there, scanning the surroundings. His eyes were like two balls of flame that were leaping about. He was extremely powerful. Ji Haoyue came out of seclusion. He had been reborn, and his true body was extremely powerful. He quickly saw Pangbo, Longma, and the others and was stunned. Then he saw Yifan, and his eyebrows immediately rose. He actually suppressed his realm at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have rushed to the 7th layer of the Saint King realm. Now he is in the 6th layer like Yifan. Longma was shocked. The path of cultivators became more difficult the further they went. It was full of thorns and bumps, and it was difficult to advance. No one had expected Ji Haoyue's transformation to be so terrifying. He had obviously suppressed himself and left it for a breakthrough in the future. He did not want to advance too quickly. With a boom, the mist around Ji Haoyue exploded. His entire body shone, and he was like a divine lord descending to the world. He was heroic and imposing. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyebrows reached his temples. His eyes were like stars as he directly rushed over. He did not say a word and attacked Yifan as soon as he arrived. His hands moved, and wind and thunder appeared. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. He was like a divine king descending to the world. It was terrifying beyond compare. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ji Ziyue called out. "Not good. Brother-in-law is really going crazy. He wants to kill brother-in-law to prove his Tao. Who should I help?" Longma wanted the world to be in chaos, and he jeered from the side. Yifan was helpless. He could not use his full strength and face the enemy passively. He raised his golden fist and rushed over to fight Ji Haoyue. This was a true divine body. His entire body shone, and every palm resonated with the heavenly Tao, causing the sky to rumble. Now Ji Haoyue had mastered the heavenly art. Yifan's fist was calm. There was no domineeringness or killing intent. There was only a kind of invincible faith as he faced this old friend head-on. Fist and palm collided. Rumbling sounds rang out, and all sorts of ripples appeared in the sky. The mountain range below was flung up like paper, crumbling in the air. Ji Haoyue's palm trembled as he shifted 3,000 feet horizontally, executing a secret art. The space around him froze, wanting to imprison Yifan. Also, his forehead shone like an ancient mirror, shining with resplendent light. This wasn't a weapon, but a void divine art. His immortal foundation was brightly lit, and he could refine the void. Yifan's divine form appeared, shattering the void and breaking free from his sealed state. A small golden figure appeared in front of the center of his brows, executing a divine art. With a rumbling punch, he shattered the divine light shining from his opponent's forehead. Suddenly, the waves surged, and the sound of waves rang out incessantly. A jade sea surged as a bright moon rose up, appearing behind Ji Haoyue. Bright moon rising from the sea. This was Ji Haoyue's supreme phenomenon, one of the most powerful innate treasured elephants of the ancient times. At this moment, it rumbled, and the sea towered up into the sky. The bright moon pressed down, and terrifying fluctuations gushed out. Yi Fan laughed lightly. Was Ji Haoyue testing him, or was he showing mercy? He actually used a phenomenon to deal with him. At this moment, all sorts of phenomena appeared behind him, forming a blurry picture. It was like a cosmos, but also like a humanoid being nurtured in the primal chaos. With a boom, the bright moon above the sea disintegrated and was about to disappear. However, all of a sudden, the roars of gods and devils resounded as gods and devils appeared, rushing towards Yi Fan. This was like a divine form, but also like a phenomenon. It froze the bright moon above the sea, and the two fused together. Under the moonlight, numerous archaic gods and devils lined up, their divine might towering into the heavens. Yi Fan's expression turned heavy as he treated this seriously. He no longer dared to be careless. With the display of his phenomenon, it swept through the heavens, resisting the gods and devils. Honglonglong. An intense collision occurred here. Two powerful experts fought against each other, and the phenomenon was astonishing. Divine might towered into the heavens, and countless wondrous techniques were unleashed. Occasionally, there would be a clash between the 9 secrets and the Void Emperor's forbidden art. Little brat Yi, don't hold back anymore. Could it be that you're afraid of injuring your brother-in-law? Longma jeered. Xiao Budian, suppress this horse for me. Ji Ziyue glared at it, and had the lightning phoenix fight. A streak of lightning flew out, directly pouncing towards Longma. I was wrong. Divine King, do you dare to put in a bit more effort and suppress that bastard surnamed Yi? Longma laughed loudly. Divine multicolored light covered the